After taking the fall for my wife only to be asked for a divorce? I turn around and marry a billionaire CEO. Chapter 1. The wedding, I'll be there. You want a divorce? Inside the CEO's office. Chu Xuan's gaze locked onto the elegant woman sitting in the chair that once belonged to him, her outfit dripping with designer labels. His voice was low and steady. 3 years ago, he went to prison in her place. He came back today, intending to surprise her. But instead she gave him the biggest surprise of all. Why? Chu Xuan stared at Kia Yingluo, his expression unreadable. Without even glancing at him, her tone was laced with disgust and detachment. Because I don't want to spend my life with someone who has been in prison. Chu Xuan looked at her in disbelief. He never imagined that serving her prison sentence for 3 years would become her very reason to ask for divorce. You really don't know why I was locked up? Chu Xuan asked hoarsely. What is the point of talking about that now? Kia Yingluo turned to him, her eyes scanning the man in front of her. The cheap clothes without a brand name, the worn-out canvas bag, the sun-darkened skin. He looked every bit like a migrant laborer hauling bricks in the city, so unsightly she couldn't bear another glance. He was no longer that brilliant, high-spirited young man from 3 years ago. Prison had nailed him to a pillar of shame, from which he'd never rise again. Her voice grew sharper and colder. Yes, you did a lot for me. But who says just because you gave me so much, I have to wait for you forever, love you forever? You missed the most important 3 years of my life. If you can't keep up, don't complain. I only made the choice any woman would make. If you still care about what we once had, then let us part peacefully. Let me keep at least one last good memory of you. Part peacefully? Pain flashed in Chu Xuan's eyes. His mind drifted back to that snowy night. When he was freezing and starving by the roadside, about to die, a little girl in a princess dress appeared. She handed him her precious birthday cake. That cake saved his life. It warmed his childhood, and gave him the will to keep living. 17 years had passed. Kia Yingluo's face no longer bore any trace of that little girl. But the jade longevity lock she wore around her neck remained etched in his memory. It was the reason he went to prison for her. Not just for love, but to repay a life-saving kindness. Maybe. It's time to let go. Chu Xuan drew in a deep breath, forcing himself calm. But the ache in his chest only grew sharper. Just as he was about to agree, the office door swung open. A young man in a tailored suit walked in with a smile. Chu Xuan, you're out today and didn't he even give me a heads up? I would prepared wine and a feast we could drunk till dawn. Don't tell me you don't see me as a brother anymore. His tone was playful, but his smile carried a strange edge. Chu Xuan's face froze. Liu Minghui, his university classmate, his closest brother. After graduation, Minghui's life was a mess. Jobs failed. He was framed into gambling debts worth millions. Chu Xuan paid off his debts, brought him into his company, and made him his right-hand man. Before going to prison, Chu Xuan entrusted the company to him. Now, the two people he trusted most, his wife and his brother, had betrayed him together. Stop it. Kia Yingluo pretended to struggle. But Minghui only pulled her closer, planting a kiss on her cheek. What? Feeling shy now? Didn't you go wild enough in my office already? Besides, he has nothing but a worthless ex-con now. You were already planning to kick him aside. Better to let him see it clearly now, so he won't pester you later. As he spoke, he cast a smug, mocking glance at Chu Xuan. The thought that the man he once admired at the top of the world was now stripped of wealth and woman alike filled him with glee. Kia Yingluo allowed Minghui's hands to wander. Looking at Chu Xuan, she laid it bare. Since you've seen it, let us be frank. She pulled out 2 divorce certificates from the drawer and slapped them on the desk. I filed for divorce in your 2nd year inside. Now you're a penniless convict. I'm the CEO of Xuanhe Group. Don't dream of coming back to me. A man like you doesn't deserve a woman like me anymore. She pointed to the door, her voice dripping with contempt. Get out. Out. Chu Xuan let out a laugh of fury. In my company, you're telling me to get out? My company. Minghui burst into laughter, mocking. Brother, are you brain damaged from prison, or just delusional? Everything here, including Yingluo, has nothing to do with you anymore. Yingluo sneered. After you went to jail, Xuanhe went bankrupt. Minghui and I bought it up with our own money. Ha! Chu Xuan's cold laugh cut the air. You too? Truly shameless. The rage that had threatened to erupt was suddenly gone. There was nothing more to say. From today, we're finished. He glanced once more at the jade longevity lock at her throat. His eyes, once gentle, now turned icy. 3 years in prison and billions in assets lost enough to repay that long-ago debt. Brother, don't leave just yet. Minghui stepped forward, handing him a wedding invitation with a cruel smile. Next month, on the 1st, Ying Luo and I are getting married. You're our mutual friend, our matchmaker, even. You must come drink with us. If I'm happy, maybe I'll even give you a janitor's job at Xuanhe. 6,000 a month. At least you 1T have to fight stray dogs for scraps. Chu Xuan froze mid-step, then turned back, eyes like blades. You're sure you want me at your wedding? Not afraid the celebration will turn into a funeral? Ming Hui's smile stiffened. Meeting Chu Xuan's piercing gaze, a wave of dread suddenly gripped him. His eyes dropped instinctively. He couldn't hold that stare. Trash. Chu Xuan's cold snort was sharper than steel. His gaze stabbed like twin swords. Ming Hui's face flushed. In that instant, he was dragged back to 3 years ago, groveling before Chu Xuan like a dog. The humiliation made him snap. You dare curse me? I'll kill you. He swung a fist at Chu Xuan. Smack. Chu Xuan's slap cracked across his face, sending him staggering back into a chair, mouth bleeding, a palm print burning on his cheek. Chu Xuan, you dare hit me? Ming Hui howled, covering his face with hate-filled eyes. Smack. Another slap rang out. Chu Xuan's eyes glinted cold. What? Do I need to check the weather before I slap you? Chu Xuan, don't go too far. Ying Luo rushed to shield Ming Hui. Too far? Chu Xuan sneered. This is just the beginning. And you, Liu Ming Hui, you think, while I was gone, you could steal what is mine and bare your teeth at me? You think 3 years in prison made me powerless, forced to swallow humiliation from you? Let me tell you. A wolf is a wolf. A dog is a dog. A wolf roams 1,000 miles for meat. A dog roams 1,000 miles for shit. I entrusted the company to you to guard my house, not to bite your master. Even after 3 years in prison, crushing you is child's play. These 2 slaps? Just the interest. The real debt I'll collect slowly. You bastard. You think you're still the CEO from 3 years ago? You're nothing but a convict now. In front of me, you're not even a dog. Fine, then come to the wedding. Ming Hui shouted. I'll show you just how little you can do. Good. Chu Xuan pocketed the invitation without another word. I'll be there. Chapter 2. You're not worthy. At the entrance of the company, Chu Xuan held the divorce certificate that belonged to him. With a light shake of his hand, the certificate turned to powder and fell into the trash can. But the invitation card he kept. Kia Ying Luo's life-saving grace, he had already repaid. As for Liu Minghui, he had never saved his life. In fact, it was Chu Xuan who had once saved him. Chu Xuan was always clear about gratitude and grudges. And this grudge, how could it go unavenged? Beep, beep, beep. Just then, an ear-piercing horn blared. An old model Mercedes sped past him, honking loudly. Chu Xuan's eyes darkened with mixed emotions. He immediately recognized it. That car was once his own. Inside sat none other than Kia Ying Luo's younger brother, his former brother-in-law, Kia Xiaohui. But now, they had nothing to do with each other. As Chu Xuan prepared to leave, the Mercedes suddenly backed up to stop beside him. The door opened, and out jumped a yellow-haired young man dressed in Armani. Brother-in-law, it's really you. You're out of prison. This is great news. Kia Xiaohui's face beamed with genuine excitement, his hands waving as he hopped around with joy. A trace of warmth rose in Chu Xuan's heart. So his years of pampering this kid hadn't been for nothing. Having no siblings of his own, after marrying Kia Ying Luo, Chu Xuan had always treated Kia Xiaohui like a real younger brother, giving him the very best of everything. Chu Xuan smiled faintly and began, Xiaohui, I'm not your brother-in-law. You came out at the perfect time. Kia Xiaohui cut him off, speaking rapidly. Last night I drank all night with some friends. On my way back just now, I was driving too fast and hit some old geezer who didn't have eyes to see where he was going. Brother-in-law, you have to help me. I'm still so young, with a bright future ahead. I can't go to prison. Chu Xuan frowned. You were drunk driving and committed a hit and run? That's not the point. Kia Xiaohui snapped impatiently. The point is I can't go to jail. Brother-in-law, why don't you go turn yourself in for me? Just say you were the one driving. I checked. There weren't any cameras around. The car is still under your name. And you just got out of prison. If you say it was you, the police will definitely believe it. Chu Xuan's gaze sharpened. You want me to go to prison in your place? Of course. Why else would I be telling you all this? Kia Xiaohui looked at him like he was an idiot, then softened his tone slightly. Brother-in-law, you've already done 3 years inside. What is a few more? The smile on Chu Xuan's face vanished completely. So that was the real reason for Xiaohui's joy. He was just treating him like a fool to be exploited. Sorry. I can't help you with that. With that, Chu Xuan turned to leave. Chu, you bastard, stop right there. Seeing him refuse, Xiaohui immediately turned hostile, pointing and cursing. I'm telling you, whether you like it or not, you will help me. If you dare refuse, I'll break your legs. Break my legs. Chu Xuan's cold gaze locked onto him, and he enunciated each word with chilling precision. Under that icy stare, Xiaohui's body jolted involuntarily. For some reason, he felt that Chu Xuan's presence was far more intimidating than it had been 3 years ago. Just one look sent shivers down his spine. But soon shame turned into anger. Chu, what the hell are you acting so arrogant for? You think this is still 3 years ago? Let me tell you, you're nothing now. You think you're still my brother-in-law? My sister already dumped you. Liu Minghui is my real brother-in-law now. And you? Heh, you're nothing but a broke loser and a cuckold. Ha ha ha, my sister's been cheating on you for ages. Smack. Chu Xuan's slap sent him flying into a trash can, knocking both over in a heap. You bastard, you dared to hit me. Xiaohui's eyes went bloodshot as he scrambled up from the trash, screaming, I'll kill you. He charged like a mad dog. Smack. Another slap, even louder, sent him sprawling again. Filthy brat. Since your parents didn't bother teaching you manners, I don't mind teaching you how to behave. Chu Xuan's tone was icy, his heart completely dead to Qia Yingluo's family. You bastard, just you wait. If I don't kill you today, I'm no man's son. Cursing, Xiaohui whipped out his phone and started calling reinforcements. Within minutes, Qia Yingluo and Liu Minghui arrived with a gang of security guards, storming over aggressively. The moment Liu Minghui saw Chu Xuan, his eyes burned with venomous hatred, the sting on his face making him want to tear him apart. Chu Xuan, you really are inhuman. Just because Yingluo divorced you, you beat up Xiaohui? Grinding his teeth, Liu Minghui stepped forward. Are you even still human? Out of respect for our old brotherhood, I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down right now and apologize to Xiaohui. Let him vent his anger. Otherwise, you're going right back to prison the day you got out. Last time, Chu Xuan's aura had cowed him, making him forget to call for backup. This time, he wasn't going to miss the chance to humiliate him. Bolstered by their arrival, Xiaohui grew even more arrogant. Sis, don't let him off so easy. Chu, I'll give you 2 choices. Kneel and apologize, then take the fall for me or I'll break your legs. Qia Yingluo crossed her arms, looking down on him condescendingly. Chu Xuan, just do what Xiaohui says. Out of old time's sake, I'll be merciful and let this go. It's just a hit and run. As long as you plead guilty, you won't be in there too long. Chu Xuan's cold eyes locked on her. And you are who? I. Qia Yingluo froze, staring in disbelief. Chu Xuan, have you lost your mind? I'm Qia Yingluo. I don't know you, Chu Xuan replied flatly. And as for your so-called mercy sorry, you're not worthy. You. Shame and fury twisted her face as she turned to the others. Fine. Do what you want with him. You ungrateful bastard. Xiaohui roared. Fine. Today I'll show you what happens when you cross me. He barked at the guards. Beat him. Just don't kill him, anything else goes. If something happens, I'll take the blame. The guards, long cozy with Xiaohui thanks to his constant whining and dining, immediately drew their batons and charged at Chu Xuan. Qia Yingluo watched coldly, making no move to stop it. She had already given him a chance, he just didn't take it. Liu Minghui even signaled the head guards secretly to use lethal force. Courting death. Chu Xuan's eyes flashed with lethal frost, just as the guards were about to strike. Screech. A fleet of Rolls-Royces roared up and braked sharply in front of them. Leading the convoy was an extended, armored Rolls-Royce Phantom, its license plate boasting 5 domineering 8s. The sheer spectacle stunned everyone present into silence. Chapter 3. Imprisonment. It's the car of the wealthy Lin family. Qia Yingluo screamed in shock and could no longer remain calm. There is only one extended version of the bulletproof Rolls-Royce in the entire Zhonghai, and that is the car of Lin Yuanshan, the head of the wealthy Lin family. Liu Minghui's eyelids were also twitching wildly. The Lin family is one of the 4 largest families in Zhonghai. Assets worth hundreds of billions. Before anyone could react, the door of the bulletproof Rolls-Royce had already opened. Immediately afterwards, a long-legged beauty walked out of the car. She is in her 20s, with a stunningly pretty face, and a blue and white kyongsum that perfectly highlights her proud figure. That noble temperament that seemed to be born with it made people feel ashamed and afraid to look at it. Compared to the person in front of her, Kia Ying Luo is just an ugly duckling with heavy makeup. It's Lin Qingwu. Kia Ying Luo screamed in shock, her face turning pale in an instant. She subconsciously moved back a few steps and stood in an inconspicuous position. She is the eldest daughter of the wealthy Lin family. Liu Minghui was shocked. Then, he hurried forward to greet her. Hello, Miss Lin. I'm Liu Minghui, the general manager of Xuan Group. How can I help you? I'm looking for Chu Xuan. Lin Qingwu spoke in a cold voice. Liu Minghui was stunned. The eldest daughter of the Lin family was not coming to his company, but to find Chu Xuan? So aggressive. Why does it look like he's here to call for punishment? Could it be Chu Xuan offended the Lin family? Thinking of this, Liu Minghui suddenly felt happy. I had originally planned to deal with Chu Xuan myself, but now it seems that there is no need. If Chu Xuan offends the wealthy Lin family, he will die an even more miserable death. It's him. He is Chu Xuan. Kia Shahui pointed at Chu Xuan and shouted, not forgetting to distance himself from him. Ms. Lin, Chu Xuan has nothing to do with us. You can kill him or chop him up as you please, but please don't implicate us. Yes, yes, yes. Liu Minghui also followed suit. Ms. Lin, we have nothing to do with Chu Xuan. Get out of the way. Lin Qingwu shouted at Liu Minghui before he could finish speaking, scaring him so much that he quickly stepped back. Lin Qingwu quickly came to Chu Xuan, bowed and said, Hello, Mr. Chu, I am Lin Qingwu. Master Kai arranged for our Lin family to come and pick you up. My grandfather is seriously ill and has difficulty moving. He can't come here in person, so he can only entrust this matter to me. I hope Mr. Chu will forgive me. Boom tilde. Liu Minghui and others were stunned for a moment. Like a bolt from the blue. Lin Qingwu did not come to find Chu Xuan to question him, but came to pick him up. From what Lin Qingwu said, the head of the Lin family came to pick up Chu Xuan in person because he was unable to move around easily. How is this possible? The Lin family is a wealthy family. Chu Xuan is just a labor camp prisoner who just got out of prison. How could he have deserved the head of the Lin family to come and greet him in person? Ms. Lin, did you recognize the wrong person? Liu Minghui couldn't accept this fact and quickly stepped forward to remind him. He's just a labor camp inmate who was just released today. How could it be possible? Bang! Before he could finish, Lin Qingwu slapped him. Who gave you the courage to disrespect Mr. Chu? Crash! As Lin Qingwu shouted, the bodyguards behind her immediately reached for their lower backs and stared at Liu Minghui fiercely. Liu Minghui suddenly shuddered, his hair stood on end, and his face turned pale. Never dare to speak again. Chu Xuan ignored Liu Minghui, the clown, and looked at Lin Qingwu. Are you the people arranged by the old man? 3 years ago, he went to jail in place of Kia Ying Luo and thought it would be the darkest moment of his life. However, he did not expect that he would meet a strange old man in prison. Not only did he teach him some skills, but he also said that he would pass on the Dark Emperor Palace to him. Before he was released from prison, the old man asked him to repay a favor for him. As for what kind of favor it is, he will know when the time comes, when someone will come to him with a token of gratitude. Yes, this is a keepsake. Lin Qingwu handed a box to Chu Xuan. Inside was a ring and a letter. Dark Emperor Ring. When Chu Xuan saw the Dark Emperor Ring, he knew that the other party was not lying. The Dark Emperor Ring is the token of the Lord of the Dark Emperor Palace, and it is also something left to him by the old man. Let's go. Chu Xuan put the Dark Emperor Ring on his hand and spoke indifferently. Mr. Chu, please get in the car. Lin Qingwu quickly made a gesture of invitation. Please get in the car, Mr. Chu. All the bodyguards bowed to Chu Xuan together. Wait. At this time, Kia Ying Luo, who had been hiding behind the crowd, finally couldn't help but jump out when she saw Chu Xuan being picked up by Lin Qingwu in such a grand manner. She rushed forward and grabbed Lin Qingwu's arm. Qingwu, you must have made a mistake. Chu Xuan is just a labor camp inmate. Don't let him fool you. You are Kia Ying Luo. Lin Qingwu was stunned when she saw Kia Ying Luo. She didn't expect to meet her high school classmate here. The next second, she noticed the mutton-fat jade Taoist longevity lock worn by Kia Ying Luo, and her beautiful eyes suddenly revealed a cold light. It's me. Kia Ying Luo nodded repeatedly, pretending to be earnest and persuading. Qingwu, you have to believe me. I'm doing this for your own good. Chu Xuan is my ex-husband. No one knows him better than me. Bang! Lin Qingwu's pretty face turned cold and she slapped Kia Ying Luo in the face. Kia Ying Luo stumbled, covering her face, and said in disbelief, Qingwu, you hit me. This slap is for your disrespect to Mr. Chu. Lin Qingwu's pretty face was frosty. Bang! Another slap in the face. This slap is for you stealing my things. After she finished speaking, she yanked off the longevity locket that Kia Ying Luo was wearing, staring at her with a cold smile. I was right. Back then, it was you who stole my longevity locket. Kia Ying Luo staggered when she was pulled, and when she saw the longevity lock that Lin Qingwu was holding, her face suddenly turned pale and her eyes were full of panic. What longevity lock? I have no idea what you are talking about. Lin Qingwu, stop slandering me. Kia Ying Luo shouted in a timid manner. Don't know what I'm talking about. Lin Qingwu held the longevity lock and sneered. This longevity lock was a birthday gift from my grandfather when I was 1 year old. I've been wearing it ever since. The year I graduated from high school, I invited all my classmates to a party at my house, and you were one of them. That night I drank for the first time and passed out. When I woke up the next day, the longevity lock was gone. At first I thought I was careless and left it somewhere, but then I searched for it for 3 days and couldn't find it. I even called you to ask if you had seen it, but you flatly denied it. Now it seems that it's not that you didn't see it, but that you stole it. Kia Yingluo's face turned pale in an instant, and she was completely panicked. Everyone looked at Kia Ying Luo in shock. They didn't expect that Kia Ying Luo and Lin Qingwu were high school classmates, and they didn't expect that they had such a past. Chu Xuan stared at the longevity lock in Lin Qingwu's hand. Back then, it was because of this longevity lock that he believed that Kia Ying Luo was the one who saved him, so he took the blame for her without hesitation. If the longevity lock belongs to Lin Qingwu. When the little girl who saved me. Ms. Lin, please don't wrongly accuse a good person. Liu Minghui stepped forward and took hold of Kia Yingluo's slender waist, his face grim as he asked, even if you lost the longevity lock, how can you prove it's yours? Just based on your words, you conclude that Ying Luo stole yours. Isn't that a bit overbearing? Kia Ying Luo also reacted and shouted, yes, this longevity lock is mine. It's just a little bit similar to yours. Lin Qingwu, even if you are the eldest daughter of the Lin family, you can't wrongly accuse me. Yeah. Lin Qingwu sneered. This longevity lock is made of top-grade mutton fat jade, and was carved by Lu Gang, the top carving master in Yangzhou, who my grandfather hired. Master Lu Gang can testify for me. I still have the information and proof of the longevity lock at home. If this isn't enough evidence, my name is engraved on the locket. Just burn it and it will be revealed. Kia Ying Luo, do you want to try? Aye. Kia Ying Luo was completely panicked. If the longevity locket was hers, it naturally couldn't have Lin Qingwu's name engraved on it. This is irrefutable evidence. Lin Qingwu didn't give her a chance to quibble, and interrupted coldly, if you dare to quibble again, I will call the police and let them find out the truth. Kia Ying Luo, do you know how much this longevity lock is worth? If the charges are proven, how many years will you spend in prison? Tell you what, 10 years ago, it was worth 30 million. And you'll spend the rest of your life in jail. Chapter 4 Complete Ban. No, don't call the police. Kia Ying Luo screamed in fear and no longer dared to argue. She begged for mercy. Qingwu, please don't call the police. Qingwu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have taken your jade pendant back then. Please, for the sake of our friendship, forgive me. Lin Qingwu did not reply, but looked at Chu Xuan. Obviously, the decision was given to Chu Xuan. Kia Ying Luo also looked at Chu Xuan and pleaded, Chu Xuan, for the sake of our marriage, please ask Miss Lin for mercy on my behalf. Plead for you. Chu Xuan stared at Kia Ying Luo and couldn't help laughing in anger. The longevity lock belongs to Lin Qingwu, which means it was not Kia Ying Luo who saved her back then. He didn't owe Kia Ying Luo anything at all. On the contrary, Kia Ying Luo owed herself a huge karma. Now, he is shamelessly asking me to plead for mercy? Okay, then I'll plead for you. Chu Xuan then turned to look at Lin Qingwu. Ms. Lin, your Lin family's business should have a lot of cooperation with Kia Ying Luo, right? Lin Qingwu nodded. Indeed, there are quite a few. As one of the 4 wealthy families, the Lin family has businesses covering many industries, so naturally they also cooperate with Kia Ying Luo. Very good. Chu Xuan nodded indifferently. Then please, Miss Lin, give me some face, and completely ban Kia Ying Luo. No. Kia Ying Luo suddenly screamed and yelled at Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan, you can't do this. Even though she was exposed for stealing the longevity lock, she still had room to maneuver. Once she is banned by the Lin family, she will lose everything she has now. Accustomed to the life of the upper class, how could she bear the hard life in the past? She will live a life worse than death. Okay. Since Mr. Chu has asked for mercy, I will naturally give him face. Lin Qingwu smiled sweetly and then ordered her subordinates, "Come here, inform them. All companies under the Lin Group must cut off all cooperation with Qiao Yingluo. Also, spread the word that Qiao Yingluo is on the Lin family's blacklist. Anyone who cooperates with her will become an enemy of the Lin family. Let them figure it out." Plop! Qiao Yingluo suddenly collapsed to the ground, her face as pale as death. Lin Qingwu didn't even glance at Qiao Yingluo, but instead made a gesture of invitation to Chu Xuan. "Mr. Chu, please get in the car." Chu Xuan nodded and got in the car. Lin Qingwu also followed, and then the group left. Only Qiao Yingluo and her group were left there, feeling as if they had lost their parents. "Yingluo, are you okay?" Liu Minghui hurried forward. Qiao Yingluo shook off Liu Minghui's hand and angrily said, "Liu Minghui, you're such a jerk. You watched your woman being humiliated, and you didn't even dare to fart. Are you still a man?" Liu Minghui's expression was equally ugly. "Yingluo, there's no need to be angry. I will help you get back at her sooner or later." He forced a smile and comforted her. "Find it back? How are you going to find it?" Qiao Yingluo scoffed. "We've been banned. The Lin family is one of the 4 great families in Zhonghai. Can you afford to offend them?" Liu Minghui smiled confidently. "If it were the Lin family of the past, we would have been finished. But now, hey." A meaningful smile appeared on his face. "What do you mean?" Qiao Yingluo looked at Liu Minghui in confusion. Liu Minghui sneered. "Yingluo, the Lin family may still be a wealthy family, but it's no longer as powerful as it once was. They're constantly facing internal and external troubles, and they're already struggling to take care of themselves. How much weight do you think their ban will have? And I heard that Mr. Lin is seriously ill and has been bedridden for many days. He's almost dying. The Lin family is what it is today thanks to Old Master Lin. Once Old Master Lin passes away, the Lin family will be doomed. Most importantly, I heard the Lin family seems to have offended a powerful figure. They've been suppressed from all sides recently and have suffered heavy losses. Even if Old Master Lin doesn't die, the Lin family won't be able to hold on for much longer." "Really?" Qiao Yingluo's face suddenly showed surprise. "Absolutely true." Liu Minghui spoke with a smile. Okay. Qiao Yingluo suddenly became happy. She looked at the direction where Chu Xuan and the others left, her eyes becoming more and more resentful. "Chu Xuan, Lin Qingwu, wait for me. Sooner or later, I will repay you 100-fold for the humiliation you have inflicted on me." The other side. Enter the Rolls-Royce. Chu Xuan stared at Lin Qingwu. On her face, he could vaguely see the outline of the little girl from back then. Sure enough, Lin Qingwu was the little girl who saved him that year. "Why are you looking at me like that, Mr. Chu? Is there something on my face?" Lin Qingwu asked unnaturally. In fact, she didn't know Chu Xuan at all. It was only because I heard from my grandfather that Chu Xuan was the only one who could treat him that I rushed to pick up Chu Xuan. "Ms. Lin, I'm afraid what you just said to Qiao Yingluo isn't entirely true, is it?" Chu Xuan suddenly spoke. Lin Qingwu looked at Chu Xuan in surprise. "Mr. Chu, what makes you think so?" Chu Xuan smiled and pointed at the longevity lock in Lin Qingwu's hand. This longevity lock is indeed made of top-grade mutton fat jade, but it has a history of at least 200 years. So, it couldn't have been custom-made for your birthday, nor was it made by a master craftsman, and it certainly couldn't have your name engraved on it. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingwu looked at Chu Xuan in shock, then laughed. "Mr. Chu really has a sharp eye. Yes, this longevity lock is actually my mother's legacy. The reason I said that just now was because I wanted to get my longevity lock back as quickly as possible. I don't have enough evidence to prove that Qiao Yingluo stole it, so I can only use some tricks to make her confess. That's one of them. As for the second one..." Lin Qingwu looked at Chu Xuan and told him the truth. "I just want to vent some anger on Mr. Chu's behalf. Although I arrived a little late and didn't see what happened exactly, I can probably guess what happened." "Thank you very much." Chu Xuan nodded. "I hope Mr. Chu doesn't blame me for acting on my own." Lin Qingwu smiled gently. Then, a trace of worry appeared on her pretty face. "Mr. Chu, Qingwu would like to ask, I wonder if you can treat illnesses." Chu Xuan raised his eyebrows. "The patient you were talking about, is he your grandfather?" Lin Qingwu nodded. "To be honest, Master Kai predicted 10 years ago that my grandfather would die in 10 years, and he would let his disciples come to save my grandfather. Just a month ago, my grandfather suddenly fell ill. We consulted many famous doctors, but they couldn't even find the cause of his illness." Chu Xuan nodded and said, "Let's go and take a look." He also wanted to know what favor the old man asked him to repay. Half an hour later, the convoy drove to the Lin family villa. As soon as everyone got out of the car, they heard a burst of crying coming from the villa. Not good. Lin Qingwu's pretty face suddenly changed, and she rushed into the villa. Grandpa, Grandpa. When she rushed into the bedroom, she saw a group of people standing by the bed crying. Meanwhile, a skinny old man was lying on the bed, his face peaceful, but he was no longer breathing. Miss, you are finally here. The housekeeper stepped forward, his eyes red as he said, the master just left. Before he left, he kept saying your name. Lin Qingwu burst into tears and knelt in front of the old man, crying, Grandpa, I'm Qingwu. I'm back. Please open your eyes and look at me. Miss Lin, Mr. Lin has been ill for a long time, but now he is finally free. A grey-haired old man stepped forward and sighed. The deceased is gone. Please accept my condolences. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. Who told you that Mr. Lin is dead? In an instant, the whole audience fell silent. Everyone looked towards the door following the sound. Then Chu Xuan walked in and went straight towards Mr. Lin. Who are you and who let you in? Get out. A middle-aged man immediately blocked Chu Xuan's way and shouted, pointing at the door. He is Lin Qingwu's father, Lin Zhengnan. Lin Qingwu quickly said, Dad, he is the miracle doctor that Grandpa asked me to pick up. Miracle doctor? Everyone present was stunned and looked at Chu Xuan in surprise. Lin Qingwu came up to Chu Xuan and said, Mr. Chu, do you really have a way to save my grandfather? Chu Xuan nodded and said, Don't worry, Mr. Lin is not dead yet. I can wake him up right now. That's enough. Lin Zhengnan shouted angrily, Lin Qingwu, don't you think our house is a mess enough? The old man is confused, and you are confused too. You actually think this young boy is a miracle doctor. A gorgeous lady nearby also scolded, Qingwu, stop messing around. Even Sun Shengshou couldn't cure the old man's illness. How could a young boy like him be more powerful than Sun Shengshou? Others nearby also started speaking. Qingwu, don't be so ignorant. Let the old man rest in peace. Yes, the old man has passed away. Let's give him some final respect. Sun Shengshou is the best doctor in Zhonghai. How could he be wrong? Chu Xuan sneered, if you keep nagging and trying to stop me from taking action, I'll be in real trouble. That's enough. The grey-haired old man, Sun Shengshou, was also angered by Chu Xuan's words. He sneered, Young man, whose disciple are you? How dare you speak so arrogantly here at such a young age? I, Sun Qianjue, am the descendant of the king of medicine. I started learning medicine at the age of 5, recognized herbs at the age of 8, studied medicine at the age of 10, and became world famous at the age of 30. It has been 70 years now, and I have saved countless lives without fail. How dare you, a young boy like you, question my judgment? Yeah. Chu Xuan sneered, you are so awesome, how come you can't even cure the poison you've been poisoned with? Boom tilde. In an instant, Sun Shengshou's body shook and he looked at Chu Xuan in disbelief. How? How did you know I was poisoned? Chapter 5. The requirements are simple. Everyone looked at Chu Xuan in shock. How did this kid know that Sun Sheng's hand was poisoned? It is not difficult to see from the conversation just now that the two did not know each other before. I not only know you've been poisoned. Chu Xuan said indifferently, I also know that the person who poisoned you is you. Your qi and blood have been severely depleted recently. You should refine a blood tonifying pill, right? Unfortunately, you're not very skilled. Although the blood tonifying pill you refined can restore some of your qi and blood, it contains chronic toxins. It might not affect you in the short term, but once the toxins accumulate to a certain level, you will bleed from all 7 orifices and die suddenly. You are drinking poison to quench your thirst. Hiss. When Sun Qianjue heard what Chu Xuan said, he couldn't help but take a breath and was completely shocked. This kid even knows this. He felt like he was stripped naked in front of Chu Xuan and had no secrets at all. You. How did you know? Sun Qianjue couldn't help but ask again. Of course I could tell. Chu Xuan said calmly, as for you refining the blood tonifying medicine, I could tell from the smell of the Chinese medicine on you. Sun Qianjue was completely stunned. He deals with various Chinese medicines all year round, which is almost like soaking in medicine jars. He has come into contact with countless medicinal materials, so it is natural that he is inevitably contaminated with some medicinal smells. Chu Xuan could actually tell that he was refining blood replenishing pills just by the smell of Chinese medicine on him. This kid is such a monster. Since you know that the blood replenishing pills I made have defects, do you know how to resolve them? Sun Xingshou said, somewhat unconvinced. He still didn't think that Chu Xuan had seen all of this. It's very simple. Chu Xuan said indifferently, just replace the wolfberry with dodo seeds. Sun Qianzhou frowned and began to reason, then his eyes lit up. He bowed to Chu Xuan and said, excellent, excellent. Cuscuta seeds are sweet, nourishing, spicy and moistening, neutral and warm in nature, and can balance yin and yang, while also strengthening and astringent. They can perfectly fill the gaps of wolfberry without producing any toxins. Sir, you are so talented. I'm impressed. Chu Xuan asked, can I go see Mr. Lin now? Of course, of course. Sun Qianzhou quickly made way and gestured to Chu Xuan. Sir, please. Chu Xuan stepped forward immediately. When the Lin family saw Sun Qianzhou's attitude, no one refused. Chu Xuan came to the bedside and quickly found a bite mark in an inconspicuous place behind Mr. Lin's ear. It's very hidden and the wound is very small. If you don't look carefully, you can't see it at all. Really? Chu Xuan had a plan in mind. Lin Qingwu looked at Chu Xuan with tears in her eyes. Can you really save my grandfather? Rest assured. Chu Xuan said in a resounding voice, Mr. Lin will wake up soon. As he said that, Chu Xuan suddenly grabbed Mr. Lin's neck, lifted him up from the bed, and then threw him hard to the ground. Bang! Suddenly, a dull crash resounded throughout the room. Everyone was stunned, looking at the scene in disbelief. Bang! Before they could react, Chu Xuan took another step forward and stomped hard on Old Man Lin's chest. Wow! In an instant, Mr. Lin's mouth opened instinctively, and a stream of blood spurted out of his mouth. Dad! Grandfather! Old man! Bursts of screams rang out almost simultaneously. Then, the Lin family members who reacted became angry, their eyes red. Asshole! How dare you abuse my father? I'll kill you! Lin Zhengnan roared with red eyes, rushed forward first, and punched Chu Xuan in the face. Bang! Chu Xuan slapped the back of Lin Jingnan's hand and said coldly, I'm saving Mr. Lin. Is there anyone who saves people like you? Lin Zhengnan roared with red eyes. The Lin family was also extremely angry and wanted to rush up and tear Chu Xuan to pieces. They also transferred their anger to Lin Qingwu, pointing at her and roaring angrily. Lin Qingwu, is this the doctor you hired? What on earth are you planning? The old man loved you the most. Now that he's gone, you're actually looking for someone to abuse his body. Are you still human? Call the police. Arrest these two. Without any orders from them, a group of bodyguards rushed up and surrounded Chu Xuan and Lin Qingwu in the center. Lin Qingwu also looked at Chu Xuan angrily. Why did you do this? 3. Chu Xuan did not explain, but stretched out 3 fingers and fell down one by one. 2. 1. Just as Chu Xuan's last finger fell, Old Man Lin, who had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly let out a muffled groan. Then, his eyes, which were originally closed, slowly opened. Woke up. Boom tilde. The room, which was originally as noisy as a vegetable market, suddenly became dead silent. Everyone in the Lin family looked at Old Man Lin, who had woken up, as if they had seen a ghost. Fake corpse. Someone couldn't help but whisper, but it was clearly heard by everyone, making everyone in the Lin family look even uglier. After a moment of shock, Lin Qingwu revealed a look of ecstasy and immediately ran forward to help Old Man Lin up. Grandpa, you're really alive. That's great, that's great. Lin Qingwu couldn't help but cry with joy. At this time, everyone in the Lin family also reacted. They ran forward one by one to surround the old man and asked about his well-being. I'm not dead. Mr. Lin was also very puzzled at this time. He just felt himself being swallowed by darkness, and then he lost all consciousness and thought he was dead. Then, he saw Sun Qianzhou standing next to him in shock. Sun Xingshou, it was you who saved me? Thank you so much. Forehead. Sun Qianzhou suddenly said with embarrassment, Master Lin, I misunderstood you. I didn't save you, but Mr. Chu. Just now, it was Mr. Chu who saved you. Mr. Chu. Lin Changjing looked at Chu Xuan with a puzzled look on his face. Lin Qingwu quickly introduced, Grandpa, Mr. Chu is the person you asked me to pick up, Master Kai's disciple. What? He is Master Kai's disciple. Lin Changjing's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said anxiously, Quick, help me up. Meet Mr. Lin. Chu Xuan immediately stepped forward and greeted him. Lin Changjing immediately grabbed Chu Xuan's hand and said excitedly, Are you Master Kai's disciple? I guess you're here to repay a favor for him, right? Not bad. Chu Xuan nodded. Lin Changing burst into laughter. Xiao Chu, you just saved my life, which should be enough to offset the favor I owed you. But I don't intend to offset it. You saved my life, so I, old man, owe you a huge favor. But you must also repay Master Kai's favor. Chu Xuan nodded and said, Master Lin, please feel free to ask. As long as I can do it, I will do my best. When Lin Changing heard Chu Xuan's words, he smiled even more happily. You can do it, of course you can do it. He placed Chu Xuan's hand on Lin Qingwu's hand. My request is simple. That means you married my granddaughter Lin Qingwu. Chapter 6. Any comments? What? Hearing Lin Changing's words, everyone present was shocked. Even Chu Xuan and Lin Qingwu, the parties involved, looked at each other with confusion. Dad, I don't agree. Lin Zhengnan spoke first, shouting angrily. This man's background is unknown. How could you be so hasty to marry Qingwu to him? Lin Qingwu's mother, the jeweled lady, couldn't help but say, Yes, Dad. Qingwu is your most beloved granddaughter. How could you push her into this fire? Shut up. Lin Changing shouted angrily, silencing the two men. It's not your turn to make the decisions in this family. Lin Zhengnan and his wife immediately shut up. Lin Changing looked at Chu Xuan and said, Xiao Chu, what do you think? My request is not difficult for you, right? Chu Xuan glanced at Lin Qingwu and said with a wry smile, I'm afraid I'm not worthy of Miss Lin. It's not that you are not worthy of Qingwu, but Qingwu is trying too hard. Lin Changing shook his head and corrected seriously. Everyone in the Lin family was stunned. Lin Qingwu is the eldest daughter of the Lin family and also the famous beautiful CEO of Zhonghai. Marrying this wild boy Chu Xuan is actually marrying up? Did the old man lose his head? Since you have no objection, Xiao Chu, then it's settled. Lin Changing struck while the iron was hot and immediately made the decision. You two should go get your marriage certificate today. Dad, Tilda. Lin Zhengnan finally couldn't help but protest. Even if you want to marry Qingwu to him, you don't have to do it so quickly, right? You can try to let the two young people get along for a while first. You know shit. Lin Changing said unhappily. If we don't catch such a capable grandson-in-law, he will become someone else's. Dad, Tilda. Lin Qingwu's mother, Su Jinxiu, couldn't help herself. I think what Zhengnan said makes sense. Young people nowadays value free love. We can't. Lin Changing interrupted directly. Do you have any objections? Su Jinxiu was about to speak. Lin Changing said coldly, Hold it. Su Jinxiu. Lin Changing no longer paid attention to the two of them, but looked at the stunned Lin Qingwu. Qingwu, are you willing to marry Xiao Chu? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingwu glanced at Chu Xuan with a complicated expression. She had no ill feelings towards Chu Xuan, but since it was their first meeting, she couldn't say she liked him. At most, I don't hate it. In fact, she knew nothing about Chu Xuan. She had only gone to pick him up because she was following Lin Changing's orders. Lin Qingwu thought for a moment and said, Grandpa, Oops. Before Lin Qingwu could speak, Lin Changing covered his chest and breathed rapidly. No. My old illness seems to have come back. Lin Qingwu was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Can you, an old man, pretend to be a little more realistic? But thinking of the old man's health, she could only nod and say, Grandpa, is it not okay if I agree? Very good. Lin Changing was immediately relieved and held their hands together again. You two, go get my marriage certificate now. After saying that, he pushed the two of them out of the room. Seeing this, Su Jinxiu immediately ran to the bathroom and made a phone call. Hey, Master Wang, something terrible has happened. Getting married already? Half an hour later, Chu Xuan and Lin Qingwu came out of the Civil Affairs Bureau and looked at the brand new marriage certificate in their hands, feeling emotional. Lingling Tilda. Just then, Lin Qingwu's cell phone rang. After answering the phone, she turned to look at Chu Xuan and said apologetically, Mr. Chu, something happened at the company and I have to rush over. How about I send someone to take you back? The voice was very polite and there was no dissatisfaction. Chu Xuan smiled and said, Don't bother, I can just take a taxi back. How can this be so embarrassing? Lin Qingwu shook her head. How about I leave the car to you, Mr. Chu, and I take a taxi to the company myself? Chu Xuan smiled bitterly and said, Ms. Lin, we are husband and wife now, after all. Can you please not be so polite? There was no dissatisfaction or disgust in Lin Qingwu's words, nor was there any resistance, only politeness in a businesslike manner. How can they be considered a couple? I know you're resisting this marriage because of the old man's health, so you're forced to get the marriage certificate with me. Chu Xuan said, I understand you and am willing to cooperate with you. If you ever want a divorce, just tell me and I'll agree. But before that, can we just be ordinary friends? It makes me uncomfortable when you keep calling me Mr. Chu. Although it has been confirmed that Lin Qingwu is the little girl who saved him that year. However, he did not have too many unreasonable thoughts. He just wanted to protect her silently until this relationship ended. Lin Qingwu was stunned when she heard this. Then, a look of relief appeared on her pretty face. I also feel that the address just now was too formal. Then how about this? From now on I will call you Chu Xuan, and you can call me Qingwu. As for our marriage. She smiled apologetically at Chu Xuan. I know this is very unfair to you. How about this? After the divorce, I will compensate you with 100 million. Good. Chu Xuan nodded, neither refusing nor saying that he didn't need the money, because only after getting the money will Lin Qingwu feel at ease. Then Chu Xuan, I'll leave first. Lin Qingwu received another call and then left in a hurry. Beep 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 tilde. As soon as Lin Qingwu disappeared, Chu Xuan's phone vibrated. After the call was connected, a respectful voice soon sounded. Mr. Chu, I'm Chen Sihai. I heard that you were released from prison today. Chen didn't have time to pick you up. It's really a sin. Chen Sihai, the famous jewelry tycoon in Zhonghai, worth hundreds of billions. Chu Xuan actually did not stay in prison for the past 3 years. During this period, the Taoist Kai had arranged for him to carry out many tasks. During one of the missions, Chen Sihai happened to be besieged by a group of mercenaries in southern Myanmar, so Chu Xuan rescued him. Old Chen, there's no need to be polite with me. Chu Xuan smiled and said, you should still be guarding your jade mine in southern Myanmar, right? If you have anything to say, just tell me. Chen Sihai laughed heartily. As expected of Mr. Chu, you saw through my little scheme at a glance. He didn't hide anything and said directly, it's like this. One of my partners has recently encountered a very difficult problem. I know you are a remarkable person, Mr. Chu, so I would like to ask Mr. Chu for some advice. What difficult problem? Chu Xuan asked. This. I don't know the details. Chen Sihai laughed and cried, how about? I ask her to pick you up and let her talk to you in person. Okay. Chu Xuan nodded. After reporting the location, he hung up the phone. Crunch tilde. Less than 5 minutes after he hung up the phone, several business cars suddenly stopped next to him. Then, a dozen strong men in tight clothes rushed out of the car and walked towards Chu Xuan. The leader, a man wearing a leather jacket and chewing betel nut, glanced at Chu Xuan and asked, are you Chu Xuan? Chu Xuan frowned slightly. Are these people Chen Sihai's friends? Why does he look more like a street thug? Bang! A burly man, holding a baton, smashed the trash can next to him, creating a huge crater. He then shouted at Chu Xuan, damn it, are you deaf? Didn't you hear Brother Crow ask you a question? Brother Crow? Chu Xuan smiled playfully. This leading man is really about 60% similar to Brother Crow in young and dangerous. I'm Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan nodded and looked at Brother Crow. Did Chen Sihai ask you to come? What Chen Sihai or Chen Wuhai? I've never heard of them. Brother Crow grinned and looked at Chu Xuan teasingly. Boy, don't try to get close to me, it's useless. Someone's spending $1 million to buy your leg. By the way, I have a message for you. If it's not yours, don't even think about it. If you know what's good for you, get out of Zhonghai right now. Otherwise, if you break your leg this time, you might lose your life next time. Chu Xuan's eyes suddenly turned cold. Did Liu Minghui ask you to come? You don't need to know who asked us to come. I've already delivered the message, and now it's time to get down to business. Brother Crow spat out the betel nut in his mouth, his face grim. Remember, don't resist later, or I'll only break one of your legs. Resistance, too. He walked forward and patted Chu Xuan's face. Any comments? Chapter 7. This is the consequence. Any comments? Bang tilde. Chu Xuan pushed Wu Yai's hand away, expressionless. Have you ever thought about the consequences of slapping my face? He, are you still being arrogant with me? Brother Crow looked at Chu Xuan sarcastically and slapped Chu Xuan's face again. You want to challenge me, right? Come on, tell me what the consequences will be. A dozen or so strong men also looked at Chu Xuan with a joking look on their faces, waiting for Chu Xuan to be humiliated. Bang tilde. Before Brother Crow could finish his words, Chu Xuan had already kicked him in the crotch. Ouch. A shrill howl was heard, and Brother Crow's body flew up from a spot. Before he landed, Chu Xuan kicked him again. After a loud bang, Brother Crow slammed hard into the door of the commercial vehicle, deforming it and leaving a big dent. This is the consequence. Chu Xuan retracted his foot and spoke in a cold voice. Ah! Brother Crow fell to the ground, covering his crotch with his hands and rolling on the ground, his face distorted. What the hell are you standing there for? Kill this guy! He roared hysterically. After being shocked, a dozen strong men finally reacted, picked up batons and machetes, and rushed towards Chu Xuan. Dare to hit Brother Crow? Kill him! They roared angrily. Crunch tilde. Just then, a sharp brake sound was heard. More than a dozen black Mercedes-Benzes braked to a sudden stop and surrounded them. Immediately afterwards, a group of bodyguards in suits rushed out of the car and blocked their way. At the same time, pistols were pointed directly at their foreheads. Suddenly, more than a dozen big men stood still, waving their arms in the air, but they dared not move at all. My forehead is covered in cold sweat. The weapons in their hands were just knives and sticks, but the opponent had a gun pointed at their heads. Moreover, these men in suits are obviously professional bodyguards, and they dare to carry guns in broad daylight, which is enough to show that they are extraordinary. Who are you? Brother Crow stopped howling miserably. He stared at the black hole in the gun barrel on his forehead and said fiercely, "We are from the Sanjiang Chamber of Commerce. Have you considered the consequences of obstructing the people from the Sanjiang Chamber of Commerce?" Sanjiang Chamber of Commerce. Just as Brother Crow finished speaking, a charming and pleasant voice sounded, "Chu Sanjiang's people." Immediately afterwards, a young woman wearing a blue and white Gyeongsam walked out of one of the Mercedes-Benzes. She has a beautiful face, fair skin, and a curvaceous figure that presents a perfect S shape. Every frown and smile carries an extreme charm. What a nice view! At this moment, many people exclaimed in their hearts. Swallow subconsciously. The woman in front of them was simply a fairy, more beautiful than any female star they had seen on TV. Even Brother Crow widened his eyes at this moment. The woman looked at Brother Crow on the ground. Her voice was very soft and charming, but her aura was very powerful. Since when did Chu Sanjiang dare to touch my distinguished guest, Jiang Luoshen? Jiang Luoshen. Boom tilde. Hearing these three words, Brother Crow and the others were suddenly struck by lightning, and were petrified on the spot. The gaze he cast towards the woman in the Gyeongsam was no longer passionate, but filled with fear, and he couldn't help but tremble. You are Mr. Jiang from Luoshen Group. Brother Crow was also frightened to the point of paleness, and spoke tremblingly, as if he had encountered a flood or a beast. To be precise, the three words Jiang Luoshen are like a disaster to them. The undisputed queen of China overseas business community. It is also a beautiful snake. This is a man who would eat people without leaving any bones behind. Not to mention Brother Crow, even if their president Chu Sanjiang was here, he would not be qualified to challenge Jiang Luoshen. After Jiang Luoshen asked this question, he ignored Brother Crow and turned to Chu Xuan. He smiled sweetly and said, "You must be Mr. Chu Xuan, right? I am Jiang Luoshen, a friend of President Chen Sihai." Chu Xuan nodded. "Hello, I'm Chu Xuan." After a brief greeting, Jiang Luoshen pointed at Brother Crow on the ground and said, "Mr. Chu, do you want me to help you deal with these people?" She didn't ask why. No need to ask. Crow and the others began to tremble with fear. They naturally understood what Jiang Luoshen meant by deal with it. Instead of beating them up, they made to disappear from the face of the earth. "Mr. Jiang, please forgive us. We are just doing this for the money. We didn't know Mr. Chu was your distinguished guest." Brother Crow was so scared that he immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Boss Jiang, spare my life." The others also knelt down with a bang. Jiang Luoshen remained expressionless, not even glancing at these people, but his charming eyes were still fixed on Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan looked at Brother Crow. "Who paid for you to come?" "Kiao Ying Luo. Or Liu Minghui." Brother Crow was already terrified, and knowing that his life was in Chu Xuan's hands, he quickly said, "No, we don't know these two people. It was young Master Wang Teng who invited us. He gave me 2 million and asked me to break your leg." Wang Teng. Chu Xuan's face showed surprise. He originally thought it was Liu Minghui or Kiao Ying Luo who ordered it, but he didn't expect it was Wang Teng. He doesn't even know this person. "Are you sure you didn't lie to me?" Chu Xuan frowned. "Mr. Chu, you are Mr. Jiang's friend. Even if you give me the courage, I wouldn't dare to lie." Brother Crow said tremblingly. Chu Xuan nodded, realizing that the other party was not lying. The one who wants to deal with him is indeed Wang Teng. "Do you remember which hand slapped my face just now?" Chu Xuan stared at Brother Crow and spoke indifferently. Remember. Brother Crow nodded hurriedly and stretched out his right hand. "This one." "Very good." Chu Xuan nodded in satisfaction. From now on, Eat with your left hand. I understand. I understand. Brother Crow nodded like a little chicken, then clamped his right hand on the car door and pried it open with force. Snap! There was a crisp sound of bones breaking. Brother Crow's right wrist suddenly twisted and deformed. He trembled with pain and his forehead was covered in cold sweat, but he gritted his teeth and dared not scream. Mr. Chu, look. Brother Crow looked at Chu Xuan with a flattering expression. Chu Xuan didn't say anything and turned and left. Jiang Luoshen swept her beautiful eyes over the remaining dozen or so strong men and said in a cold voice, Mr. Chu is a generous man and doesn't bother to argue with you, but I, Jiang Luoshen, will never give up. Everyone cut off one of their own hands. Unconsciously, too. Half an hour later, Jiang Luoshen's convoy arrived at a construction site. At the entrance of the construction site, there are 5 big words Chenya Cultural Tourism City. The convoy entered directly. It stopped after going several hundred meters deep into the hinterland. Mr. Chu, we are here. Jiang Luoshen spoke in a gentle voice. Chu Xuan responded and got off the car first. As soon as he got off the car, Chu Xuan felt a chill on his back. The sun was shining brightly, but Chu Xuan felt an incomparable chill. It was like walking at night and feeling like someone was watching from behind. He glanced around and saw that the construction site was very large. A rough glance showed that it covered no less than 1,000 acres. There are all kinds of building materials and machinery everywhere, but no construction workers are to be seen. Work has stopped here. Chu Xuan glanced around the construction site again. The trees that should have been growing vigorously were now turning yellow and looked like they were about to die. It's not just 1 or 2 trees like this, but all the trees around the construction site are like this. This place doesn't feel like a construction site, but rather a mass grave filled with death. After standing there for just a moment, Chu Xuan felt a tightness in his chest, and a violent aura rose in his heart. I see. Chu Xuan suppressed the irritability in his heart and showed a look of realization. Chapter 8 Don't Bother with the Dead. Chu Xuan had previously thought that one of Jiang Luoshen's relatives was sick and wanted to ask him for treatment. Now it seems that it is not humans who are sick. Mr. Chu, let me introduce the situation to you. Jiang Luoshen stood beside Chu Xuan and was about to introduce him. A group of people walked out of a 3-story construction site not far away. There are dozens of them. They all wore helmets, but their clothes were very different. Some are dressed in suits like company executives, while others look like university professors. The rest were very strange, with a mixture of Tang suits and Zhongshan suits, and a few were even dressed in ancient costumes such as long robes, holding compasses in their hands. Mr. Jiang, you're here. Seeing Jiang Luoshen and his group, the middle-aged man in a suit who was leading the group hurriedly trotted forward. He is the general manager of this construction site, Su Daqiang. Mr. Su, what happened? Jiang Luoshen asked. Su Daqiang immediately shook his head with a mournful look on his face. It's the same as before. Geologists say there's nothing wrong with the Earth's crust. Feng Shui experts also say this is a treasure bowl feng shui formation, a truly auspicious place. At this time, a group of experts also came over. Mr. Jiang, we've tried everything. We even took the surrounding soil and vegetation back for testing, but we can't find the problem. An old professor shook his head helplessly. A middle-aged man in a tank suit, holding a compass and bearing an extraordinary demeanor, also spoke up. Mr. Jiang, we have also surveyed the local feng shui, interviewed the surrounding residents, and compared them with ancient books. There is absolutely no feng shui problem here. It is a rare feng shui treasure land. Other experts also echoed this. Jiang Luoshen was obviously dissatisfied with the result and said coldly, since you can't find the problem, then give up your position and let Mr. Chu come. Let Mr. Chu come? Hearing this, everyone subconsciously looked at Chu Xuan, who was standing next to Jiang Luoshen. Then, everyone's expressions became strange. Mr. Jiang, you are not kidding, right? He is so young, can he solve the problems here? Su Daqiang couldn't help but say. A Feng Shui expert also frowned and said, Boss Jiang, this is no joke. It could cost lives. So many of us experts are clueless, so what can a young boy like him do? Mr. Chu was recommended by Mr. Chen, so he should be able to find a way. Jiang Luoshen said. Having said that, she wasn't really sure. Chu Xuan is really too young. The youngest among these experts and masters is almost the same age as Chu Xuan's father. The person recommended by Mr. Chen? Su Daqiang was stunned. He didn't expect that Chu Xuan was recommended by Chen Sihai. But he still didn't believe Chu Xuan, and asked with wide eyes, Boy, do you know what the problem is here? You dare to show off your skills in front of an expert? Aren't you afraid of losing your life here? Shut up. Before Chu Xuan could speak, Jiang Luoshan's pretty face turned cold and she scolded, "Su Daqiang, don't be disrespectful to Mr. Chu." Su Daqiang was startled, then realized that he had said something too much, and quickly apologized. "Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry, I just said something without thinking. I'm anxious too. The bidding has been postponed twice. If it is postponed again, even a fool would know that something is wrong. Once the news gets out, who will dare to take our projects? Who will dare to buy our houses? Then the entire project will go bankrupt. Not only will we lose the tens of billions we invested upfront, but we'll also have to pay the bank tens of billions more." There was also a hint of worry between Jiang Luoshan's brows. How could she not know this? She invested most of her fortune in this project. If she succeeds, she will naturally be successful and famous, but if she fails, her fate will be the worst. "Mr. Chu, can you resolve the problem here?" Jiang Luoshan looked at Chu Xuan with a hint of expectation in his eyes. "Okay." Chu Xuan said calmly, "Can." When Su Daqiang heard Chu Xuan's words, he immediately sneered. "Do you know what the problem is here? How dare you make such a boast?" The Tangshui Feng Shui master who had spoken earlier also spoke up. "Boss Jiang, if I were to ask you, should we wait a little longer? I told my master, Master Yu Lizzie, about the situation here yesterday. He decided to personally deal with the problem here and should be here soon." Master Yu Lizzie? As soon as this name came out, there was a small commotion among the experts. Are you talking about Master Yu Lizzie? But the one who is ranked among the top 3 geomancers in Hong Kong Island, Master Yu Lizzie, an old professor couldn't help asking. "That's right." The middle-aged man in Tang suit nodded proudly. "It's my master." There was a sudden sound of people sucking in their breaths of shock at the scene. The look he gave the middle-aged man was full of shock and a bit of awe. The geomancer, known as the master of earth energy, can not only sense the movement of earth energy and survey the geographical veins of mountains and rivers, but also gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to achieve all kinds of magical and incredible effects. But not all Feng Shui masters can be called geomancy masters. In Hong Kong Island, there are countless Feng Shui masters, but only 3 people are qualified to receive this title. Yu Lizzie is one of them. Su Daqiang's eyes lit up and he said, "Boss Jiang, should we wait for Master Yu Lizzie? I heard that the richest man in Hong Kong always asks Master Yu Lizzie to survey the land veins before buying any land. He will only buy it if Master Yu Lizzie agrees." Others also tried to persuade Jiang Luoshan. Jiang Luoshan looked at Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan shrugged, indicating that it didn't matter. It would be better if he didn't have to do anything. He would be happy to have some free time. Jiang Luoshan took a deep breath and said firmly, "I believe Mr. Chu." Su Daqiang became angry when he heard this. He didn't dare to vent his anger on Jiang Luoshan. Instead, he glared at Chu Xuan and said, "Boy, are you capable of doing this? If not, then get out of here right away and stop pretending to be in the way." Chu Xuan's face turned cold, and then he shook his head. "Forget it, since you are dying, I won't bother with you. Don't stop until you say something shocking." When Chu Xuan said this, everyone present was stunned. Su Daqiang reacted and stepped forward to grab Chu Xuan's collar, his face full of ferocity. "Boy, you dare to curse me." He is submissive in front of Jiang Luoshan, but that doesn't mean he is a good man. After all, he is a man with a net worth of billions and a well-known figure in Zhonghai. How could he tolerate such humiliation from a young boy? "Stop!" Jiang Luoshan scolded Su Daqiang, then looked at Chu Xuan, hesitant to say, "Mr. Chu, you mean, is President Su?" Although she had only been in contact with Chu Xuan for a short time, she could see that Chu Xuan was definitely not a person who spoke without thinking. Chu Xuan didn't answer directly, but pointed to the rooftop of the 3rd-floor construction site where Su Daqiang and others had just walked out. "There's been a lot of deaths here recently, right?" Buzz tilde. The scene suddenly became dead silent. Chapter 9. I'm scared. Everyone looked at Chu Xuan in horror. His eyes were wide open. How did you know?" Su Daqiang looked at Chu Xuan in shock. The same goes for others. Although they also knew that something had happened here, it was Su Daqiang who informed them proactively, and they all signed a confidentiality agreement. Once it is leaked, not only will he face a huge compensation, but he will also completely offend the powerful people behind Chenya Cultural Tourism City, and he will have no place to stand in the entire Daxia. Therefore, they simply cannot and dare not leak it out. Su Daqiang subconsciously looked at Jiang Luoshan, guessing that it was Jiang Luoshan who told Chu Xuan. However, the expression on Jiang Luoshan's face was even more shocked than theirs. Along the way, she didn't say a word, not even what problem she encountered. First of all, it's for confidentiality. Secondly, She also wanted to test Chu Xuan's ability. If Chu Xuan can't even see the problem, then he naturally can't solve it, so there's no need to say anything. Unexpectedly, Chu Xuan's first words actually touched directly upon the Buddha's heart. Chu Xuan smiled coldly. Not only do I know this, I also know that they all jumped from the same spot on the rooftop. Everyone was stunned again. Can you guess this? Something did happen at Chenya Cultural Tourism City. First, several construction sites collapsed inexplicably, and dozens of workers were buried. Fortunately, the rescue was timely and no one died. But in the next few days, an even stranger scene occurred. More than a dozen security guards on night shift lined up and jumped off the roof. Although the third-floor rooftop was not very high, it was the middle of the night and it was a construction site, so by the time someone found them in the morning, they were already dead. The forensic examination results showed that these people all committed suicide. In order to avoid causing panic, the police and the workplace blocked the news immediately. Su Daqiang stared at Chu Xuan, a fierce gleam in his eyes. Who did you get this from? Although he blocked the news immediately after the incident. But there is no impenetrable wall in this world. Chu Xuan smiled playfully, seemingly unaware of Su Daqiang's murderous intent, and said calmly, "The construction site has been very busy every night these days, right?" Su Daqiang's face froze. Chu Xuan added, "Do people nearby often hear the sound of soldiers fighting in the middle of the night?" Su Daqiang's mouth twitched again. Did anyone see an army passing by, dressed like ancient soldiers, wearing tattered armor? Has anyone else seen the bride in a red wedding dress? Now, no one should dare to drive through here at night, right? Will they be unable to leave if they drive through here? Every time Chu Xuan said something, Su Daqiang's face trembled. After Chu Xuan finished speaking, Su Daqiang felt his throat was extremely dry and his face was numb. The group of experts nearby were also stunned. Although they were all told some truths, they were all vague. When they heard Chu Xuan talk about these horrible and strange phenomena, their scalps tingled and their hearts went cold. "Let's talk about you again." Chu Xuan glanced at Su Daqiang, whose expression was stiff. "Feeling very tired recently? Still can't wake up? Even if you wake up, you can't get up, as if someone is pressing on you. Does your back feel cold all the time, even under the sun, like you're carrying an iceberg? How did you know?" Su Daqiang looked at Chu Xuan, no longer shocked, but horrified. No one knew what Chu Xuan said except himself, not even his wife. Chu Xuan sneered, "Not only do I know all this, I also know that you've been having erotic dreams every day for the past week." Boom tilde. Everyone looked at Su Daqiang with strange expressions. Su Daqiang is a boss worth billions. Would he be short of women? Still having erotic dreams every day. It's incredible. Su Daqiang's face flushed red as he said stubbornly, "Humph, I've just been under a lot of pressure lately, overworked, and a little tired." "What does that mean?" Chu Xuan sneered, "You're not stressed, tired, or sick. It's just that you've been here too long and are filled with resentment." He pointed to the third-floor rooftop across the street and said, "See that place? In a week at the shortest, 10 days at the longest, you'll end up like those people." Plop tilde. Su Daqiang shuddered and collapsed to the ground in fear. Others were also horrified when they heard it. Although the incident did not happen to them, they were still frightened when they heard Chu Xuan describe it so coldly. Jiang Luoshen looked at Chu Xuan and said, "Mr. Chu, since you know about President Su's problem, you must have a way to resolve it, right? Can you?" "Yes, you must have a way. Help me resolve it." Su Daqiang also reacted and shouted at Chu Xuan with a very impolite attitude. Chu Xuan looked at him coldly. "I owe you." "You." Su Daqiang's breathing stagnated, and then he said angrily, "You're saying all this just to get money, right? Tell me, how much money do you want to help me resolve this?" Chu Xuan said calmly, 10 billion. Su Daqiang almost choked to death. His total net worth is only a few billion, and most of it is fixed assets. Let alone 10 billion, he can't even take out 10 billion. "Why, you can't take it out?" Chu Xuan sneered at Su Daqiang. "If you can't take it out, why are you so arrogant? Go home, wash it clean, and wait for death." "You." Su Daqiang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "Boy, don't be so arrogant." "That's enough." Jiang Luoshen suddenly shouted angrily, staring coldly at Su Daqiang. "Su Daqiang, apologize to Mr. Chu." "Mr. Jiang, I." Su Daqiang looked reluctant. He is a billionaire CEO, and he wants to apologize to a young boy. "I don't want to say it a second time." Jiang Luoshen said coldly. Su Daqiang shrank back in fear, knowing that Jiang Luoshen was truly furious. He lowered his head and said, Mr. Chu, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for offending you before. Chu Xuan just smiled without saying anything. Jiang Luoshen turned to look at Chu Xuan, smiled and said, Mr. Chu, could you please give me a favor and help Mr. Su resolve his problem? Okay. Then give Mr. Jiang some face. Chu Xuan agreed readily. Then he hooked his finger at Su Daqiang and said, Come here. What are you going to do? Su Daqiang looked at Chu Xuan suspiciously, but still came up to Chu Xuan. Jiang Luoshen smiled gently. Mr. Chu, do you need anything prepared? Need not. Chu Xuan shook his head, took a step forward, and came in front of Su Daqiang. Without any nonsense, pa 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 sounded as 4 slaps were slapped on both sides, causing Su Daqiang to spit out a mouthful of blood. Hey, that's not thorough enough. Chu Xuan muttered to himself and kicked Su Daqiang in the chest again, sending him flying. Wow. After landing, Su Daqiang lay on the ground and spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood. This scene left everyone stunned. Boss. Boss Su. After Su Daqiang's men realized what was happening, they all became angry. They grabbed the shovels and other tools around them and were ready to fight Chu Xuan to the death. What? Jiang Luoshen took a step forward, blocking Chu Xuan behind him, and shouted coldly, Stop right there, everyone. Boss Jiang, this guy is taking revenge for personal gain. Our boss Su just questioned him a few times just now, but he tortured boss Su to death, said a contractor with red eyes. Yeah. Mr. Jiang, look, Mr. Su is vomiting blood. The other contractors also roared. Chu Xuan said calmly, I'm saving his life. Is there anyone who saves people like you? The leading contractor roared. You are clearly killing people. Yes, revenge for President Su. Others roared as well. Shut up, motherfucker. At this moment, an angry roar sounded from behind. Whoever dares to touch Mr. Chu's hair, I will kill him first. Everyone turned to look, and was immediately stunned. Because the person who spoke was none other than Su Daqiang, who was slapped several times by Chu Xuan and kicked away. Chapter 10. The Yin soldiers borrow the road. Mr. Su, are you okay? A contractor came forward and wanted to support Su Daqiang. Get lost. I'm fine. Su Daqiang opened the contractor's hand and said happily, Mr. Chu is saving my life. I'm fine. Haha, I'm really fine. His face was full of joy, and his steps became lighter and lighter as he walked. At first he thought Chu Xuan was taking revenge on him, but after spitting out those mouthfuls of blood, he felt relaxed all over, as if someone had removed the huge rock from his back, and the feeling of fatigue was gone. The whole person seems to have been reborn. He then understood that Chu Xuan was not lying and was just saving his life. The contractors and experts were all confused. This is the first time in my life that I have seen someone save someone like this. I've never seen this before. Jiang Luoshen pointed at the blood that Su Daqiang had vomited and said, If you don't believe me, just look for yourself. Everyone looked down and was stunned. The blood that Su Daqiang had just spit out on the ground was emitting a hint of coldness, as if it had just been taken out of the refrigerator. After reading it, Su Daqiang knelt down in front of Chu Xuan and said, Mr. Chu, I'm convinced. I was blind to the truth before. Please be magnanimous and don't argue with me. This time, he was really convinced. The Mr. Chu in front of me is definitely a master. You must never offend such a person, otherwise you may die without knowing how. Get up. Chu Xuan said calmly, Remember to find a doctor to prescribe some medicine for you, otherwise you will get seriously ill again. Yes, yes, yes. Su Daqiang nodded like a chick pecking at rice, feeling completely convinced. Mr. Chu, can you tell me what the problem is at this construction site? Jiang Luoshen asked after dealing with Su Daqiang's matter. All the experts and Feng Shui masters also looked at Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan didn't keep the secret and said directly, The ghost soldiers are asking for permission to pass through. He pointed to the ground beneath his feet and said, This was once a mass grave. It was where the 2 armies fought and buried the captives. There are at least 80,000 people buried alive in this ground, if not 100,000. These people died unjustly. After their death, they gathered a thick resentment, which is also a murderous aura. After thousands of years, it has already condensed to a terrifying level. Originally, it was buried underground and had no impact, but because of your construction, the resentment has been leaked. This place has become a very dangerous place. The series of accidents and deaths at the construction site were all caused by the workers being consumed by resentment. Hearing Chu Xuan's words, everyone present gasped. Jiang Luoshen asked, Then how do we resolve this situation? Simple. Chu Xuan said, Fill this up and don't start any more construction, and nothing will happen again. As for the resentment that has escaped, it can't last forever and will dissipate soon. Jiang Luoshen could only smile bitterly after hearing this. I'm afraid not. Mr. Chu may not be aware that this Chenya Cultural Tourism City is modeled after Disney. In fact, it's 4 times larger than Disneyland and is currently the most important project. After completion, it will be a new landmark. Now that the land has been acquired, the publicity has been released, and billions have been invested. If we give up, countless people will be in trouble. This naturally includes her. Chu Xuan frowned slightly after hearing this. Then there is only one way, to guide the resentment out and then dissolve it. Mr. Chu has a solution. Jiang Luoshen's eyes lit up. Chu Xuan nodded. I need some tools. Find me 12 flags like this. He took out a pen and paper, drew the shapes of flags, and wrote the data on them. After Jiang Luoshen took it, he called someone to prepare it. In less than half an hour, the 12 flags Chu Xuan wanted were delivered. Chu Xuan planted 12 flags around the 3-story shopping mall building. Everyone looked indifferent at first, but after Chu Xuan planted the last flag, the ground actually shook slightly, and then streams of white mist visible to the naked eye emerged from the ground. After the white steam came out, it did not disperse, but instead gathered inside the 12 flags as if bound by some force. I'll go in and take a look. After Chu Xuan returned, he warned Jiang Luoshen and the others, remember, no one should go in, let alone move these flags, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. After saying that, he entered the building on the 3rd floor. Not long after Chu Xuan entered, several Mercedes-Benz cars drove over. Then, a group of middle-aged people came over, surrounding an old man with a sage-like appearance. My master has arrived. The Feng Shui master in tank suit shouted and hurried forward to greet him. Other experts and Feng Shui masters also looked over. They have all heard of the name of Master Yu Lizzie, one of the 3 most famous Earth Energy Masters in Hong Kong Island. Even the richest man in Hong Kong Island has to be treated with courtesy. Jiang Luoshen naturally did not dare to be arrogant and hurried forward to greet him. Master Yu Lizzie, I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. Jiang Luoshen said politely. Yu Lizzie waved his hand to interrupt Jiang Luoshen's words and said in a very impressive manner, Boss Jiang, there's no need to be polite. Let me take a look at what's going on first. This. Jiang Luoshen was a little hesitant. She had already asked Chu Xuan to take action, and asking Yu Lizzie to take action at this time would be a taboo. Seeing Jiang Luoshen's expression, the middle-aged man in the tank suit said proudly, Boss Jiang, my master doesn't just do things lightly. In Hong Kong Island, there are countless wealthy people who want to invite my master but don't have a chance. Such a strong resentment. Without waiting for Jiang Luoshen to speak, Yu Lizzie couldn't help but exclaimed, looking at the 3-story building in front of him with a solemn expression on his face. Then, with a scowl on his face, he pointed at the 12 flags around him and angrily said, Who put up these flags? This is nonsense. Yuan Fang, pull down all these broken flags. Yuan Fang was the Feng Shui master in tank suit. Hearing what his master said, Yuan Fang hurried forward to pull out the flag. Wait! Jiang Luoshen quickly spoke up to stop them. Master Yu Lizzie, these flags were planted by a master I invited. He warned us not to pull them out, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Unthinkable. Yuan Fang scoffed. Boss Jiang, you don't really think these few broken flags can solve the problem here, do you? Could that brat be more powerful than my master? Yu Lizzie snorted coldly after hearing this. That's just nonsense. The resentment here is so strong, there must be countless wrong souls buried underground. Even if I use all my strength, the odds are a 50-50 chance at best. If a few broken flags can be useful, what are we, the masters of Earth Energy, doing? Upon hearing this, the others also tried to persuade Jiang Luoshen. Yu Lizzie is a well-known master in Hong Kong. How can he be compared to a young boy like Chu Xuan? Even Su Daqiang was persuaded and said, Boss Jiang, why don't you just listen to Master Yu Lizzie? I admit that Mr. Chu has some skills, but compared to Master Yu Lizzie, I'm afraid. Jiang Luoshen was also a little shaken. Yu Lizzie, a renowned master, should be more reliable than Chu Xuan. Let's wait until Chu Xuan comes out. Jiang Luoshen finally shook his head. Boss Jiang. Yu Lizzie frowned and said unhappily, My time is precious, and I don't have time to waste it here. If you still don't trust me, then I can guarantee it. If any problems arise, I will be responsible. Is that okay? After he finished speaking, he ordered Yuan Fang, pull out the flag. Okay. Yuan Fang took action immediately and pulled down the flag with the Xuanwu pattern at the main entrance. Mr. Jiang, look, nothing happened, didn't it? Yuan Fang shook the flagpole he was holding and said disdainfully, "In my opinion, that guy is just being mysterious." Boom tilde. Just as he finished speaking, the ground beneath everyone's feet began to shake, and then it became more and more intense, as if a monster was about to break out of the ground. No tilde. Ulysses' face changed drastically, and he shouted at Yuan Fang, "Run!" Hiss tilde. Just as he finished speaking, the ground shook even more violently, and then streams of white steam spurted out from the ground like water columns. Chapter 11 Paper Figures. In the blink of an eye, dozens of white steam gushed out. The sun was shining brightly where they were, but within a few breaths, thick fog had spread and visibility was less than 2 meters. "Master Ulysses, what's going on?" Jiang Luoshen stared at Ulysses. Ulysses' forehead was covered in sweat, and he muttered to himself, "How could this happen? How could this happen? It's noon now. How can resentment exist?" "Master Ulysses." Jiang Luoshen shouted coldly. Ulysses finally regained consciousness and said quickly, "Boss Jiang, this is terrible. This white vapor isn't real vapor. It's condensed resentment. Tell everyone to cover their mouths and noses. If you inhale too much, you could get seriously ill at best, or even die." Jiang Luoshen said angrily, "Then why are you still standing there? Why don't you resolve this resentment quickly?" Ulysses quickly called on his disciples to come forward and stop the resentment. However, after some operations, the amount of white steam sprayed not only did not decrease, but doubled. The place where they were located had changed from white to grey. From time to time, there were bursts of strange screams and the howling of ghosts and wolves among these grey things, which scared everyone to tremble. "It's over. It's completely over now." Ulysses' face turned pale. The resentment has erupted, and no one can stop it. "We are all going to die here." He sat down on the ground. "Asshole." Jiang Luoshen was furious. "I told you not to pull out that flag, but you insisted. Didn't we say before that you would take responsibility for the problem? Now you're telling me this." Ulysses' face turned pale as he said bitterly, "Boss Jiang, this is really not my fault. The riot of resentment is simply beyond human control." "I understand. It must be that flag that brought up the resentment from underground, causing it to erupt. This bastard has screwed us over." Jiang Luoshen slapped Ulysses in the face. "You did something stupid, and now you have the nerve to blame others? Do you think I'm an idiot? What's going on?" Just then, a voice rang out. Chu Xuan emerged from the grey fog, frowning and saying, "Didn't I tell you not to pull out the formation flags? Why won't you listen? Boy, was it you who planted that broken flag?" Without waiting for Jiang Luoshen to speak, Ulysses jumped up and questioned him fiercely. "I inserted it. What's wrong?" Chu Xuan asked. "What's wrong?" Ulysses was furious, pointing at Chu Xuan and shouting, "Boy, you are absolutely ruthless. You actually brought up the resentment from underground. You're going to kill us all." Chu Xuan raised his eyebrows. "Who are you?" Ulysses snorted coldly. "I, Ulysses, am a renowned Earth Chi master in Hong Kong Island. Grandmaster of Earth Chi." Chu Xuan smiled playfully. "It seems like you were the one who pulled down my formation flag." "So what if it's me?" Ulysses retorted. Chu Xuan smiled and said, "Not much. I'm just a little curious. How could a fool like you, who only has half a bottle of water, become a master of Earth energy? You must have spent a lot of money on advertising, right?" Ulysses almost vomited blood. Jiang Luoshen hurriedly said, "Mr. Chu, the situation is urgent. Can you find a way to resolve the current crisis first?" "Boss Jiang." Ulysses said aggrievedly, "This guy is a liar. If he interferes, we will only die faster." Jiang Luoshen said angrily, "Then come." "Aye." Ulysses' breathing stagnated, and then he shook his head helplessly. "Boss Jiang, the resentment is boiling over right now. Our best bet is to stay put and persevere. Perhaps there's still a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, we'll only die faster. If you can't do it, then shut up." Jiang Luoshen shouted angrily, then looked at Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan's expression also became a little serious. He's not wrong. The resentment is raging right now, and it's really tricky. The previous method is no longer effective. HMH, boy, you have some self-awareness." Ulysses snorted coldly. Bang tilde. Jiang Luoshen slapped Ulysses to the ground with a slap. "I told you to shut up. Don't you understand what I'm saying?" Chu Xuan ignored Ulysses and said solemnly, "The previous method is no longer effective. Now we have to resort to force. I need something." Jiang Luoshen nodded and said, "Okay, I'll send someone to get it right away. Lizzie spoke again. It's useless. The entire construction site is now filled with resentment. This is like a giant maze. No one can get out. Jiang Luoshen gave him a death look. Lizzie was so scared that he shut up immediately. Chu Xuan said, "No one can really get out now. But we can ask someone outside to bring them in." He quickly wrote down a list of things he needed, then handed it to Jiang Luoshen and instructed him, "Hurry. Any later and the cell phone signal will be blocked. Then they can only wait for death." Jiang Luoshen also knew that time was running out, so he immediately took out his cell phone and made a few calls. Just 10 minutes later, an off-road vehicle drove in. Then, a middle-aged man brought all the things Chu Xuan wanted. 5 colored paper, bamboo strips, paste, wolf hairbrush, cinnabar. Seeing the pile of things the middle-aged man brought, Lizzie was speechless and said, "Boy, are you trying to play house?" Chu Xuan ignored it and moved quickly. Jiang Luoshen was also puzzled and couldn't help asking, "Mr. Chu, what are you going to do?" "Paper man." Chu Xuan didn't even raise his head, his hands quickly moving between the bamboo strips, and soon the outline of a paper man appeared. Lizzie sneered disdainfully. Using paper figurines to fight resentment? That's sheer absurdity. Boy, have you been watching too many TV dramas? If this tattered paper figure can dispel resentment, I will eat it. Chu Xuan ignored him and quickly folded the 5-colored paper and pasted it on the bamboo strips. The resentment around is becoming more and more intense. If he delays any longer, it will be fine for him, but the ordinary people here, even if they are not frozen to death, will have their minds eroded by resentment and turn into walking corpses. In less than 10 minutes, a 2-meter-tall paper figure of Zhong Kuei, wearing a jade belt, a brocade robe, a black and white turban, and a thick and curly beard, took shape. In its hand, it also holds a long sword. Standing there, he was terrifying. It was just a pair of eyes, but they were empty and without any spirit. He. At this moment, bursts of strange laughter suddenly appeared from the dense grey fog around them. A cold wind blew, mixed with the neighing of countless war horses and the sounds of fighting. It seemed as if thousands of troops were coming towards them to fight. Everyone was so scared that they huddled together, trembling and their hair standing on end. Some people even experienced hallucinations. It's like being surrounded by zombies. Even Jiang Luoshen was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. He stood beside Chu Xuan and didn't dare to move. Chu Xuan, however, looked indifferent and turned a deaf ear to everything. After mixing the cinnabar, he pricked his fingertip, dripped a drop of blood into the cinnabar, and used a wolf hairbrush to dot the eyes of the Zhong Kuei paperman. Suddenly, the image of Zhong Kuei's paper figurine changed drastically. The originally hollow paper figure seemed to come alive, emitting a powerful pressure. Boom tilde. The thick grey fog actually gathered into a huge head, swallowing up everyone. Cut! Chu Xuan shouted loudly. In an instant, golden light seemed to burst out from Zhong Kuei's eyes. A dazzling sword light shot straight into the sky, cutting through the sky. Boom tilde. The heaven and earth are shaking. The next moment, all the grey fog dissipated in an instant. The dazzling sunlight shines on the earth. It's dawn. Chapter 12 Bloody Disaster. It's daybreak. Great, we are rescued. The people who were originally trembling suddenly jumped up excitedly when they saw the sunlight shining in. Only after experiencing the fear just now will you understand how precious the sunshine now is. How is this possible? How is this possible? Lizzie's eyes almost popped out of his head and he kept muttering to himself. This is resentment that has been accumulated for hundreds and thousands of years. Not to mention him, even if Hong Kong Island's #1 Feng Shui master Zhu Daoji came in person, he would be helpless. But now, it was resolved by a young boy with a paperman. It's incredible. Thank you, master. Chu Xuan looked solemn and bowed deeply to the paper figurine of Zhong Kuei. The moment he stood up, the paper figure of Zhong Kuei burst into flames and turned into a ball of ashes in an instant. Everyone was stunned again. Jiang Luoshen looked at Chu Xuan, her beautiful eyes shining with a strange light. Without Chu Xuan telling her, she knew the problem here, and it was completely resolved by Chu Xuan. In the past, every time she came to the construction site, she would feel very depressed, which made her irritable and she wanted to turn around and leave. But now, that suffocating feeling has disappeared. The breeze coming from the mountains gave her a refreshing feeling. Thank you, Mr. Chu. From now on, Mr. Chu will be my, Jiang Luoshen's, guest of honor. Your affairs are my, Jiang Luoshen's affairs. Jiang Luoshen said solemnly. Mr. Jiang, you're welcome. Chu Xuan smiled and waved his hand, preparing to leave. Now that this business is over, it's time for me to say goodbye. I'll take Mr. Chu. Jiang Luoshen personally saw Chu Xuan off. After the car drove out of Chenya Cultural Tourism City, Jiang Luoshen handed a document to Chu Xuan. Mr. Chu, I'm so grateful to have you here today. Otherwise, I wouldn't just lose everything, I might even lose my life. It's just a little token of my appreciation, please accept it. Chu Xuan took it and looked at it, and was immediately shocked. This turned out to be a transfer contract. This is. Chu Xuan spoke in surprise, not understanding what Jiang Luoshen meant. Jiang Luoshen smiled and said, "The Rhino Emperor Hotel is a super 5-star hotel under my name. I once announced that whoever can solve the problem of Chenya Resort will be given the Rhino Emperor Hotel. Now that Mr. Chu has helped me solve the problem, this hotel will naturally belong to Mr. Chu." Chu Xuan couldn't help but be shocked. The Rhino King Hotel is a super 5-star hotel, and the construction cost alone exceeds 1 billion. He actually just gave it away like that. He is indeed rich and powerful. Rhino King Hotel. Suddenly, Chu Xuan felt that the name seemed familiar, and then he took out Liu Minghui's invitation letter. Sure enough, the venue for Kia Ying Luo and Liu Minghui's wedding was the Rhino King Hotel. Okay, I'll take this hotel. Chu Xuan took the contract and said, "However, I will only be its owner for 1 week. After a week, I will return the hotel to Mr. Jiang." "Can I ask why?" Jiang Luoshen asked curiously. Chu Xuan did not hide anything and told them about the grudge between him, Kia Ying Luo and Liu Minghui. "I see." Jiang Luoshen looked thoughtful. She didn't say much, but just memorized the wedding time above in her mind. After Chu Xuan put away the contract, he took out an amulet from his pocket and gave it to Jiang Luoshen. "I don't have anything to give to Mr. Jiang, but this amulet is all I have. Although the resentment in Chenya Cultural Tourism City has been resolved, Mr. Jiang, you have been here too many times and have also picked up a lot of resentment. I see your forehead is dark, so it's best to wear it close to your skin. At the critical moment, I can save your life." He had drawn the amulet using leftover yellow paper and cinnabar dripped with his fingertip blood. Jiang Luoshen's beautiful eyes lit up, and she took the amulet and said with a sweet smile, "Then I won't be polite. Mr. Chu, don't worry, I will wear this amulet close to my body." After saying that, she actually took out a red rope from the glove box, tied the amulet to it, and then placed it between her plump breasts. "How is it? Does it look good?" Jiang Luoshen turned around and shook it in front of him. Suddenly the wave surged. Ahem. Chu Xuan turned away embarrassedly. "But I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. This woman really has a lot of capital." Rumble tilde. Just as they were passing an intersection, a dump truck loaded with sand and gravel came roaring down the perpendicular road, not even slowing down when faced with a red light. With a loud bang, the dump truck slammed into the Mercedes-Benz, pushing it forward for more than 10 meters, and finally hit a concrete pillar before stopping. Immediately afterwards, 4 burly men with masks and head coverings jumped off the dump truck and stood in front of the Mercedes-Benz. "He should be dead, right?" After a few people looked at each other, a burly man spoke first. "Isn't this nonsense? The car is almost broken into 2 pieces. The people inside will definitely die even if they have 9 lives. Boss, let's leave quickly, otherwise it will be too late." A big man said firmly. The Mercedes-Benz in front of me was completely deformed and severely dented. Streams of blood were flowing out from the stance. "No. I have to see that woman die with my own eyes." The leading strong man said coldly, "Third brother, go and see if they are dead." Immediately, a strong man stepped forward and tried to pry open the twisted car door. He subconsciously looked up into the car, and what caught his eye were a pair of eyes as cold as blades. "You." The third brother was shocked and subconsciously wanted to step back. Bang tilde. There was a loud bang. The car door suddenly flew out and hit the third brother hard. Puff. The third brother spurted blood from his mouth. His body flew more than 10 meters along with the car door, and then fell heavily to the ground, dying on the spot. Not good. The remaining 3 people were suddenly shocked and reacted quickly. Their hands had already touched their lower backs. They were fast, but Chu Xuan was even faster. In a flash of an after-image, Chu Xuan was already close to them. Snap. The man who pulled out the gun first had his throat crushed by Chu Xuan. Then, Chu Xuan kicked the other person in the chest. The other person had no time to dodge and could only cross his arms in front of his chest to withstand it. Snap. Another sound of bone breaking was heard. The opponent's arms were broken, a big hole appeared on his chest, and he vomited blood and flew backwards. He was already dead before his body even hit the ground. The leading man was so frightened that he didn't dare to shoot and turned around and ran away. This guy is not a human being at all. His 3 brothers were all fierce bandits, tougher than ordinary special forces soldiers, but they didn't even last a minute in front of Chu Xuan before they were killed. Chu Xuan dodged and blocked the burly man's path. "Did I let you go?" "You." The strong man's eyes almost popped out. Just now, Chu Xuan was 10 meters behind him, and now he is in front of him in just a breath? Go to hell. The sturdy man showed his vicious look, roared, and shot at Chu Xuan. Click tilde. Just as he pulled the trigger, Chu Xuan made a lightning-fast move and grabbed his hand. Ah! A shrill scream was heard. The sturdy man's hand was instantly covered in blood, and the gun in his hand was twisted and deformed, turning into scrap metal, which fell to the ground with a clang. Chapter 13 out of reach. You. Are you a human or a ghost? The strong man stared at Chu Xuan, trembling with pain all over. The look he gave Chu Xuan was more terrifying than seeing a ghost. The dead don't need to know much. Chu Xuan spoke indifferently. "Mr. Chu, please spare his life." Suddenly, Jiang Luoshan's voice came from the car behind him. The sturdy man turned his head subconsciously, and then his eyes widened again, and saw Jiang Luoshan crawling out from the twisted and deformed car, surprisingly without any harm. How is this possible? The burly man roared in disbelief. "I'm going crazy. I really encountered a ghost today. It would be fine if he met a pervert who was so fierce that he looked like an inhuman, but the car was completely scrapped, but Jiang Luoshan was unharmed? Who sent you?" Jiang Luoshan walked forward, murderous eyes in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, she was still a little scared. If it weren't for the amulet Chu Xuan had just given her, she would have been dead now. Just look at the driver's miserable condition. It's scary just thinking about it. Hee hee. The burly man just stared at Jiang Luoshan and let out a strange laugh. Jiang Luoshan ripped off the other person's mask, revealing a face that was completely disfigured. The entire face looked like it had been burned by fire, severely deformed, and its original appearance could no longer be recognized. One glance at it made people feel sick and terrified. "Do you think I won't be able to find out your identity if you don't tell me?" Jiang Luoshan sneered. Hee hee. The middle-aged man laughed strangely again. His face suddenly turned black, and black blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "Boss Jiang, Mr. Lei said he missed you and asked me to say hello to you." Jiang Luoshan's eyes flashed. "Oh no, he's going to take poison." Chu Xuan's face changed and he reached out to pinch the other person's mouth open. The middle-aged strong man did not resist and died before Chu Xuan could pinch his mouth open. Chu Xuan took a look and shook his head, saying, "It's hopeless." 15 minutes later, Jiang Luoshan's bodyguards arrived. "The bodyguards will take care of the rest. Mr. Chu, you saved my life again." After getting in the car, Jiang Luoshan looked at Chu Xuan with a ripple in his eyes. "The man in front of me is so mysterious. He can cure diseases, draw talismans, and ward off evil spirits. Even his martial arts are so terrifying. He is simply a treasure man. It's just a piece of cake." Chu Xuan waved his hand and smiled. "I suddenly feel that the previous gifts were too insignificant and not enough to express my gratitude. How about?" Jiang Luoshan stared at Chu Xuan, a hint of charm on her beautiful face. "I will pledge my love to you." Forehead. Chu Xuan was stunned and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Hee hee. Seeing Chu Xuan like this, Jiang Luoshan laughed sweetly. "Why, in your eyes, am I more terrifying than those thugs? You've never lost your composure like this in front of them." Chu Xuan smiled bitterly. "Boss Jiang, it's better not to make such jokes. What's more, I'm already married." "So what if we are married?" "I don't mind." Jiang Luoshan smiled charmingly. "Don't you men all like to have red flags flying at home and colorful flags fluttering outside?" She stared at Chu Xuan, blinked, and said in a charming voice, "I can be your mistress." Ahem. Chu Xuan suddenly started coughing and quickly turned his head away. "Can't watch this anymore. This woman is simply a witch. Every frown and smile is full of charm, making people feel dry in the mouth. Okay, I won't tease you anymore." Jiang Luoshan smiled. "I'll take you home." Chu Xuan shook his head. "Let me take you back." The 4 thugs just now were obviously coming for Jiang Luoshan. Jiang Luoshan nodded without refusing, but his eyes looking at Chu Xuan were more gentle. "This little man is so thoughtful. What? You said he was a labor camp inmate? He was imprisoned 3 years ago for illegal business operations. And married. And he was kicked out by his ex-wife. Now I'm just a poor guy with nothing." Lin family villa. Su Jinxiu threw the information Lin Zhengnan had collected onto the coffee table and angrily said, "I was wondering why I felt awkward when I first met this guy. Turns out he's a labor camp inmate." "No. I will never allow my daughter to marry such a loser. This marriage must be divorced. Lin Zhengnan sat on the sofa without saying a word, just smoking silently. A few hours were enough for him to find out everything about Chu Xuan. He guessed that the grandson-in-law chosen by the old man might not be an outstanding person, but he never expected that he would be so unbearable. Not to mention ordinary people. Even a random man on the street is much stronger than Chu Xuan. Why don't you say something? Seeing that Lin Zhengnan didn't say anything, Su Jinxiu immediately said anxiously, I don't care. I absolutely don't agree to this marriage. Go talk to the old man yourself. Tell me what? Lin Changjing walked down from the upstairs room with a gloomy face. Su Jinxiu's momentum froze immediately, and she handed Chu Xuan's information to Lin Changjing. Dad, look at how terrible this Chu Xuan is. How can we let Qingwu marry him? This will ruin Qingwu's life. No need to look. Lin Changjing waved his hand. You were shouting so loudly just now. Weren't you shouting for an old man like me? I heard it all. Su Jinxiu immediately withdrew her hand in embarrassment. Lin Changjing snorted coldly. I've also heard about the economic crime case 3 years ago. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Chu Xuan was merely taking the blame for someone else. How can that be considered a stain? What's wrong with being broke now? He was able to build a multi-millionaire fortune from scratch 3 years ago. I believe with his abilities, he will make a comeback sooner or later. None of you are allowed to mention this matter in front of Chu Xuan. Lin Zhengnan and Su Jinxiu both lowered their heads. Although he was unhappy, he didn't dare to refute the old man. Lin Changjing glanced at Lin Zhengnan and snorted coldly. What are you doing standing there? Acting like a telephone pole. Call Qingwu and Xiaochu and ask them to come home for lunch. When the old man returned to the room, Su Jinxiu looked at Lin Zhengnan and said, Husband, what should we do now? The old man is determined to push his daughter into the fire pit. How can you talk like that? Lin Zhengnan glared at her. Grandpa loves Qingwu the most. How could he possibly harm her? But there is one thing you said that is absolutely right. This marriage must be divorced. Su Jinxiu immediately asked, what should we do? With the old man protecting that kid, can we still use force? Lin Zhengnan glared at Su Jinxiu and said, don't think I don't know. You've already secretly told Wang Teng about Chu Xuan's information. Isn't this also for my daughter's own good? Su Jinxiu defended herself. Wang Teng is the eldest son of the Wang family. He has both academic qualifications and a rich family background. He's worth billions at such a young age. In what way is he not better than that Chu guy? Lin Zhengnan said, I don't blame you. I just want you to invite Wang Teng to dinner at home now. Su Jinxiu's eyes suddenly lit up. What do you mean? Lin Zhengnan smiled coldly. The old man is confused, but I am not. A little doctor who has been to jail dares to dream of becoming the son-in-law of my Lin family. Since this Chu brat has no self-awareness, let him understand what it means to bring shame upon himself. He can't afford to marry my daughter, Lin Zhengnan. Chapter 14, Overlord Spear. The other side. After Chu Xuan sent Jiang Luoshen back to his residence, he took out something. It was a rusty gun head. What is this? Is it a gift from Mr. Chu? Jiang Luoshen asked curiously, subconsciously about to pick up the gun. Don't touch. Chu Xuan quickly reminded, this is the Overlord Spear. Overlord Spear. Jiang Luoshen was stunned. The weapon of the Overlord of Western Chu. That's right. Chu Xuan nodded seriously. The Overlord of Western Chu committed suicide at the Wujiang River, dying with hatred in his heart. This spearhead, as his weapon, is also stained with strong evil spirits. It is a very evil thing. Ordinary people who come into contact with it will die within 10 days. He glanced at Jiang Luoshen and added meaningfully, I got this thing from the 3-story building in Chenya Cultural Tourism City. Jiang Luoshen's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, as if she realized something. Chu Xuan continued, I thought it was a coincidence before, so I didn't say much. Now it seems that the resentment riot in Chenya Cultural Tourism City is probably not accidental. Instead, someone wants to kill you, Mr. Jiang. Thank you, Mr. Chu, for the reminder. I will pay attention to it. Jiang Luoshen nodded with a serious look. This Overlord Spear will only harm you if it stays with you, so I'm taking it away. After Chu Xuan put away the Overlord Spear, he prepared to leave. The Overlord Spear is filled with strong murderous aura. To ordinary people, it may be a murderous weapon, but after all, it is the magic weapon used by the Overlord of Western Chu. Even though more than 2,000 years have passed, this Overlord Spear remains immortal. The rust on it is just the rust from other metals that have been buried underground for many years, and it is not its own rust. For Chu Xuan, as long as he dissolves the evil spirit on it and polishes it a little, it will become a handy magic weapon. Jiang Luoshen naturally agreed, and then said with a wry smile, "Mr. Chu, I have another unwelcome request." "Please speak, Mr. Jiang." Chu Xuan nodded. "There will be a bidding meeting at Chenya Cultural Tourism City in a few days, and I must be there. You've seen what happened today. I'm worried that they'll come and cause trouble again, so I'd like to ask Mr. Chu to take charge for me." Jiang Luoshen said a little embarrassedly. Chu Xuan looked at Jiang Luoshen and said, "I think it's best for President Jiang not to go out right now. As for the bidding meeting, President Jiang can definitely find someone he trusts to host it." "I'm afraid not." Jiang Luoshen shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I've invested most of my fortune in this Chenya Cultural Tourism City. If I don't go, how can I give those people confidence? Don't even mention potential danger. Even if it rains knives from the sky, I must be there." Chu Xuan frowned slightly, but finally nodded and agreed. "Okay then." After all, he had just obtained the Overlord's spear, and refusing it like this would seem too cold. "Very good." Jiang Luoshen immediately said happily, "Then we have a deal. You are not allowed to stand me up." At this time, a call came to Jiang Luoshen's cell phone. Jiang Luoshen smiled apologetically at Chu Xuan before answering the phone. "What? Wang Qianlong from Qianlong Real Estate wants to borrow 1 billion yuan for cash flow. 9 out and 13 back." Jiang Luoshen sneered. "Qianlong Real Estate is already suffering from severe losses and has been blacklisted by the bank. It's about to go bankrupt. Does he think that others can't tell that he, Wang Qianlong, is going to run away with the money? You're asking me to borrow money at this time. Do you think I'm being taken advantage of? You let him die." After she finished speaking, she hung up the phone and threw it on the sofa, still not satisfied, saying, "How dare Wang Qianlong set his sights on me? He really doesn't know how to live or die." Qianlong Real Estate. Chu Xuan hadn't wanted to ask, but when he heard the words Qianlong Real Estate, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Isn't this a star enterprise in the city? Its assets were already tens of billions 3 years ago, yet it's going bankrupt." Seeing Chu Xuan's curiosity, Jiang Luoshen nodded and explained, "Qianlong Real Estate was indeed quite prosperous in the past. At its peak, its valuation exceeded 20 billion, and that was before it even went public. However, with the sudden downturn in the real estate market, Qianlong Real Estate is also having a hard time. Furthermore, some time ago, Chairman Wang Qianlong lost billions gambling away in Macau. He's completely squandered all of Qianlong Real Estate's funds. It's just that the news has been blocked, and the outside world is still unclear. I've heard that Wang Qianlong is completely unable to fill the hole, and has no intention of doing so. The billions he lost in Macau were actually transferred through the casino. This time I came back to get more money and run away. Originally, this had nothing to do with me, but I didn't expect Wang Qianlong to set his sights on me. If I hadn't been so busy these past few days, I would definitely teach him a lesson." Chu Xuan nodded and said nothing more. It has nothing to do with him. Just then, Chu Xuan's cell phone vibrated. It was Lin Zhengnan who called. His tone was very stiff. He just said that the old man asked him to go home for dinner and then hung up the phone. Chu Xuan felt helpless. "I'm afraid this meal won't taste good. Then I'll take my leave." Chu Xuan put away his phone. "I send you." Jiang Luoshen quickly stood up and personally escorted Chu Xuan out. Before leaving, after learning that Chu Xuan was going to visit his father-in-law's house, she personally brought 2 gifts to Chu Xuan. One is an old wine in an earthen jar, which looks quite old. It is not as good as the jars used by ordinary people to pickle pickles, and is sealed tightly. Chu Xuan could tell that this wine was at least 100 years old. The other one was a ginseng plant with a thick rhizome that looked like a radish. In order to keep it fresh, a lot of soil was retained on it. Is this 1,000-year-old ginseng? Chu Xuan couldn't help but be surprised. That jar of old wine alone is worth a fortune, and the market price is probably hundreds of thousands. 1,000-year-old ginseng of this quality is even more precious. If it were to be auctioned, it would start at least tens of millions. This is too expensive. Chu Xuan quickly shook his head. Jiang Luoshen insisted, "It's just a little token of my appreciation. This is Mr. Chu's first visit, so a more valuable gift is best. What's more, I will inevitably trouble Mr. Chu in the future. If you don't accept it, I will be embarrassed to ask for it." Upon hearing this, Chu Xuan had no choice but to accept it. Half an hour later, Chu Xuan arrived at the Lin family villa and rang the doorbell. It was Lin Qingwu who opened the door. Seeing Chu Xuan coming in, she smiled, took the things Chu Xuan was carrying, and invited Chu Xuan in. After the frank conversation, when Lin Qingwu faced Chu Xuan, there was no awkwardness between them, and they got along like friends. Su Jinxiu was cooking with the nanny in the kitchen. When she heard the noise, she immediately came out. After accepting the gift from Lin Qingwu, he immediately curled his lips and snorted. "The first time you come to my house, you bring a jar of broken wine? What is this? A radish. You are really promising." Chu Xuan was speechless. It's okay that you can't tell the quality of wine, but how can you mistake such a big ginseng for a radish? There really is no one else like him. Auntie, you misunderstood. This is not. Chu Xuan was about to explain when the doorbell rang again. Su Jinxiu was too lazy to listen to Chu Xuan's explanation. She immediately threw the things to Chu Xuan and ran to open the door. It must be young Master Wang. I'll drive. Chapter 15. Careless. The door opened. A tall and handsome young man wearing Armani appeared at the door. He was holding 2 bottles of beautifully packaged red wine. "Hello, Auntie. These are 2 bottles of Bordeaux red wine that I asked a friend to buy from France. I brought them for you and Uncle to try." The young man smiled and handed over 2 bottles of red wine. When Lin Qingwu saw the young man, her beautiful face frowned slightly. She vaguely guessed something and gave Chu Xuan an apologetic smile. Su Jinxiu changed her previous sarcastic tone and said with a smile, "Oh, it turns out that young Master Wang is here. Just come. Why bring anything with you? Just treat this place as your own home. Don't be polite." When he saw clearly that the 2 bottles of red wine were 1982 Lafite, the smile on his face became even bigger. "Kid, why do you carry such expensive things? These 2 bottles of red wine cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's too expensive." Su Jinxiu seemed to be complaining, but in fact she was demonstrating. "Haha, it's just a little gift from my heart. I hope Uncle and Aunt like it," said the young man with a smile. Lin Zengnan also came out of the room at this time and greeted the young man warmly. "Young Master Wang is here. Please sit down." As for his son-in-law Chu Xuan, he ignored him. "Who is this?" The young man glanced at Chu Xuan, who was standing next to Lin Qingwu, with a look of surprise on his face. "Chu Xuan, my husband." Lin Qingwu spoke first. The smile on the young man's face suddenly froze. "What husband? He's just a toad." Su Jinxiu snorted coldly, then looked at Chu Xuan. "What are you standing there for? Don't you know how to call for help? This is Wang Teng, the young master of Qianlong Real Estate and Qingwu's partner. Just call me Master Wang." "Chu Xuan, Master Wang is one of Zhonghai's 10 outstanding young people and is worth billions. You must learn from him." Wang Teng. Chu Xuan hadn't really taken it seriously, but when he heard Su Jinxiu's words, his eyes narrowed slightly. "You are Wang Teng." Chu Xuan stared at Wang Teng, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. It seems that Brother Crow was instructed by this person. As for the reason, it is self-evident. Do you know Mr. Wang?" Lin Zengnan looked at Chu Xuan in surprise. Wang Teng also stared at Chu Xuan with a hint of amusement and a hint of warning in his eyes. "I don't know you, but I've heard of you for a long time." Chu Xuan suddenly smiled. Wang Teng also smiled playfully. "I have heard of Mr. Chu a long time ago, but unfortunately I have never had the chance to meet him. I hope Mr. Chu will take care of me in the future." Sure. "You're welcome." The 2 men shook hands with a smile, showing a gesture of mutual respect. Su Jinxiu said with a look of disgust, "Young Master Wang, don't pay attention to him. He is just a prisoner. How can he take care of you? Come, sit inside." "Xiaochu, is Xiaochu back?" Just then, shouts were heard from the 2nd floor. Lin Changjing walked down from the study with Lin Qingwu and waved enthusiastically at Chu Xuan. "Haha, it's Xiaochu who's back. Come on, sit down." Chu Xuan quickly stepped forward and said with a smile, "Grandpa Lin." Lin Changjing's face turned serious. "What did you call me?" Chu Xuan quickly changed his words. "Grandpa." "Haha, that's right. You and Qingwu have already obtained your marriage certificate. You will be a family from now on, so please don't be estranged." Lin Changjing laughed. Wang Teng also stepped forward to greet him at this time. "Grandpa Lin, I heard that you haven't been feeling well recently, so I came to see you." It turns out to be Master Wang. Facing Wang Teng, Lin Changjing's attitude became much colder. "You're thoughtful." He was an experienced man. When he saw Wang Teng appear here, he immediately guessed that Su Jinxiu must be dissatisfied with Chu Xuan and called Wang Teng to stir up trouble. After everyone sat down at the table, Lin Changjing said to Chu Xuan, "Xiao Chu, since you and Qingwu have both obtained your marriage certificate, you can live at home from now on." As soon as these words fell, the expressions of everyone present changed immediately. Wang Tang's face instantly turned very ugly. Lin Qingwu was also caught off guard. Su Jinxiu became even more anxious and immediately jumped out and said, "Dad, I'm afraid this won't work. My dad called and said he wants to come stay for a while. There are no empty rooms at home. How about renting a house and letting him live out there? Or buying one would be fine." Lin Changjing glanced at Su Jinxiu. Su Jinxiu immediately lowered her head guiltily. She knew that her little scheme could not escape the old man's eyes. Lin Changjing said calmly, "Father-in-law, are you coming over to stay for a few days? That's even better. It'll be more lively with more people. As for Xiao Chu, he and Qing were husband and wife, so they'll naturally stay in the same room. You don't have to worry about that." Su Jinxiu wanted to slap herself. It's really like shooting oneself in the foot. Originally, the two could have slept separately, but now they are brought together. "Dad, isn't this too hasty?" Lin Zhengnan also spoke. "Rash." Lin Changjing raised his eyelids and looked at Lin Zhengnan. "Is it careless for you to sleep in the same room with your wife?" Lin Zhengnan almost choked to death. Chu Xuan almost laughed out loud. This old man is really a master at arguing with people. Must be rewarded with a chicken drumstick. "Grandpa, I'll toast you. To celebrate your recovery." Chu Xuan picked up the wine glass and said with a smile, Okay. Lin Changjing immediately put on a smile and clinked glasses with Chu Xuan. "Hey, this wine tastes good." After Lin Changjing drank it, his eyes lit up. "Dad, this is the 1982 Lafite that young Master Wang asked a friend to buy. It costs hundreds of thousands." Su Jinxiu showed off quickly and did not forget to flatter Chu Xuan. Unlike some people, who just carry a jar of broken wine, which is not even as good as the street vendors. It's really embarrassing. "Dad, you didn't know?" Chu Xuan even brought a carrot with him this time. What does he mean by this? It's obvious that he doesn't take our Lin family seriously. Radish. After hearing this, everyone looked at Chu Xuan with surprise. Bringing carrots to your door? This was the first time they had heard of it. "I've never seen this before." Chu Xuan said helplessly, "Auntie, that's not a radish, it's..." "If it's not a radish, what is it? Could it be ginseng?" Su Jinxiu said sarcastically, "Do you think I'm blind? I can't even tell the difference between a radish and ginseng. Ginseng may be a rare commodity for ordinary people, but for the Lin family, it is really nothing." Su Jinxiu also bought some to make soup. Even if it's 100-year-old ginseng, they can easily buy it if they want. "I've asked the nanny to stew your radish with beef. It's real Wagyu beef, 7,000 or 8,000 a pound. Remember to eat plenty later." Su Jinxiu said sarcastically, "What? Beef stew?" Chu Xuan was stunned. "What? You're still not happy?" Su Jinxiu sneered, "Your broken radish is old and hard. Using it to stew Wagyu beef is already a compliment. If it weren't for the old man's face, I would have thrown it away long ago." Chu Xuan was speechless and choked. I never expected that Su Jinxiu couldn't even recognize ginseng. Now the ginseng has been stewed into beef. Even if he wants to stop it, it is too late. Chapter 16 Aged Craft Beer. Ahem. Lin Changjing coughed dryly and came to Chu Xuan's rescue, saying, "Xiao Chu has just started over, so it's understandable that he's a little short on money. Besides, gifts are not about price, it's the thought that counts." Su Jinxiu curled her lips and didn't say anything. Instead, she turned and went into the kitchen and took out the jar of wine that Chu Xuan had brought. "Dad, this is what your grandson-in-law wants." When everyone saw the horrible-looking wine jar, they all frowned. Lin Zhengnan looked at Chu Xuan with an unpleasant expression and said, "Chu Xuan, what do you mean? Today is the day you and Qingwu get your marriage certificate, and you actually brought this jar of rotten wine to our house? Are you trying to humiliate our Lin family?" Chu Xuan explained, "Uncle Lin, this isn't crappy wine. It's aged fine wine, at least 100 years old. It's a rare, fine product. Aged craft beer." Su Jinxiu couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Can't you find something more reliable when you tell lies? Do you really think we are ordinary people with no knowledge? What kind of aged fine beer has our Lin family not seen? Even Maotai that's been around for decades, there are still a few boxes. Do you want to see it? You're just a broken jar, and you're pretending to be a vintage beer. It's really laughable." Wang Tang glanced at the wine jar and said playfully, "I've seen a lot of aged fine wines, but this is the first time I've seen an aged fine wine like Brother Chu's. I've learned a lot. Lin Qingwu looked at Chu Xuan with some apology. She forgot that Chu Xuan had just been released from prison today and was penniless. Otherwise, he would have to give Chu Xuan some money first, so he wouldn't be in such an embarrassing situation. That's enough. Lin Changing patted the table and said in a deep voice, I think Xiaochu is right. This jar looks quite old, and it's sealed perfectly. It must be a vintage brew. If you don't drink it, I will. Dad. Lin Zhengnan quickly stopped him, saying, this wine doesn't even have a trademark or a provenance. Who knows where it came from? Su Jinxiu also echoed, counterfeiting technology is so advanced these days, be careful not to drink fake wine and get poisoned. You don't need to worry about it. Lin Changing said calmly, even if I'm really poisoned, my grandson-in-law will cure me. Am I right, Xiaochu? Chu Xuan suddenly laughed. The old man really had nothing to say about him. I'll have a drink with you, old man. Chu Xuan took the wine jar with a smile, and with a light tap, he broke the mud seal on it that was as solid as cement. Suddenly, a refreshing aroma of wine spread throughout the entire restaurant. This wine smells so good. Lin Changing took a deep breath and couldn't help but his eyes lit up. If it smells good, drink more. Chu Xuan smiled and poured a glass for the old man and then poured one for himself. At this moment, Lin Qingwu also put the cup over. Pour me a cup too. She usually doesn't drink, but she asked for a glass at this time, naturally to save face for Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan smiled and poured a glass for Lin Qingwu. Grandpa, this glass is to celebrate your recovery. Chu Xuan raised his glass with a smile. Lin Qingwu quickly followed suit and raised her glass. Okay. Lin Changing couldn't help but burst out laughing. He had originally thought that Lin Qingwu would be extremely opposed to this marriage, and even repulsive to Chu Xuan. Now it seemed that Lin Qingwu had no aversion to Chu Xuan, which made him feel very relieved. Good granddaughter. Good grandson-in-law. Lin Changing laughed heartily and drank the wine in one gulp. Then his eyes widened and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The taste is full, the aroma is bold, and the aftertaste is sweet and long. Good wine. What a good wine. I've lived for so many years, but this is the first time I've tasted such delicious wine. This is wine. Compared to this, what I drank before was just horse urine. Lin Zhengnan couldn't bear it any longer and frowned, saying, Old man, even if you want to save face for Xiaochu, you shouldn't lie like that, right? I don't believe this crappy wine can be better than Lafite. You know shit. Lin Changing snorted coldly, not giving any respect at all, saying, compared to this wine, that Lafite is nothing but horse urine. After drinking it, Lin Qingwu couldn't help but nod and said, this wine is really good. It must be an aged fine brew. Lin Zhengnan and his wife both curled their lips, thinking that the two people were hypocritical and lying with their eyes open. Chu Xuan didn't explain anything, but filled the old man's glass with wine. After Lin Qingwu drank a glass, she stopped after just a sip. The remaining wine was all drunk by Chu Xuan and Lin Changing. Soon the jar of wine was empty, leaving only the last glass. Ahem. Seeing that he had become invisible, Wang Teng couldn't help but cough dryly to attract everyone's attention. Grandpa Lin, Uncle, and Aunt, Qingwu, I'm here this time to tell you a good news. My Qianlong Real Estate is planning to increase capital and expand shares. Are you interested in participating? Wang Teng looked at everyone with a smile. Increase capital and expand shares. Everyone was stunned when they heard Wang Teng's words. You know, Qianlong Real Estate is a high-quality enterprise of China overseas, with assets of 20 billion, and it has not yet been listed. In the past, countless people wanted to buy shares in Qianlong Real Estate, but were rejected on the grounds of family assets. Now that Qianlong Real Estate has taken the initiative to increase capital and expand shares, they can't help but be curious. Su Jinxiu asked in surprise, Young Master Wang, hasn't Qianlong Real Estate always claimed to be a family business and not accepting external financing? Why are they looking to increase capital and expand shares now? Is Qianlong Real Estate out of money? Everyone knows that real estate companies have had a hard time in the past 2 years, and many companies that were once prosperous have gone bankrupt. How is this possible? Wang Teng said with a smile, Auntie, don't you know the strength of our Qianlong Real Estate? To be honest, the reason we chose to increase capital and expand shares at this time is because Qianlong Real Estate is preparing to go public. This capital increase and share expansion is a benefit for our internal senior management and employees. Because the number of places is limited and very popular, it has not been announced to the public. Uncle and Aunt, Qingwu, if you are interested, I can get you some shares. After hearing this, Lin Zhengnan and his wife were very excited. Although the Lin family is known as a wealthy family, all the shares are controlled by the old man Lin Changing. The couple were not allowed to interfere in business matters at all. The couple only seem to be doing well on the surface, but in reality they only get some fixed dividends every year, which is not much money at all. On the contrary, Lin Qingwu has become the president of the Lin Group at such a young age. Mr. Wang, can we also invest as individuals? Su Jinxiu said excitedly. Wang Teng laughed and said, others definitely can't do it, but with the relationship between Qingwu and me, of course there's no problem. Very good. Su Jinxiu laughed immediately. Master Wang, I will invest 100 million in my own name. This is all her private money. Wang Teng nodded and said, no problem. Qianlong Real Estate is currently valued at 20 billion. Auntie, you invested 100 million, and I'll give you a share. Are you satisfied? Satisfied, satisfied. Very satisfied. Su Jinxiu nodded frantically. Based on the valuation of Qianlong Real Estate, she could only get 0.5% of the shares. Now that it has doubled, how can she not be satisfied? What more, this is before the launch. Chapter 17, Cannot Buy Shares. Qianlong Real Estate is a high-quality enterprise. Once it goes public, its stock price will surely soar, which will bring several times the profit. Lin Zhengnan couldn't help but be moved after hearing this and said, Mr. Wang, I have some spare money, not much more than 200 million. Can I invest it in Qianlong Real Estate? Of course, no problem. Wang Teng said with a smile, you and Auntie will be treated the same. I'll give you 2 points of shares. Good. Lin Zhengnan nodded immediately. Seeing Lin Qingwu remain silent, Wang Teng asked in surprise, Qingwu, what's the matter? Aren't you going to invest? Lin Qingwu frowned. The Lin family is actually involved in real estate, but it's commercial real estate, not residential real estate. Furthermore, the Lin family has recently been severely suppressed due to Mr. Lin's illness and the fact that they offended someone. She must keep enough funds to cope with changes. Forget it. Lin Qingwu shook her head and rejected the temptation. Wang Teng laughed when he heard this and said, it seems Qingwu doesn't trust me. So forget it. There aren't many shares anyway, and there aren't enough for the top executives to share. When Lin Zhengnan and his wife heard this, they immediately became anxious. Qingwu, you are confused. Su Jinxiu said anxiously, such a good opportunity, others would beg for it, and you actually gave it up like this. Lin Zhengnan also frowned and said, Qingwu, don't miss this opportunity. Moreover, this is not just about making money, it's an opportunity. Investing in Qianlong Real Estate is a powerful alliance for us. With these two powerful families joining forces, who in Zhonghai will dare to suppress us in the future? Lin Qingwu was also moved after hearing this. If she really joins forces with Qianlong Real Estate, then at least she won't have to worry about being suppressed and excluded, and the pressure on her will also be relieved. Grandpa, what do you think? Lin Qingwu turned to look at the silent old man Lin Changing. I'm old and retired. Lin Changing said indifferently, you can make your own decisions about company matters. You don't need to ask for my opinion. Wang Teng was a little nervous at first. After all, Lin Changing was an old fox. After hearing what Lin Changing said, he finally felt relieved. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingwu nodded and said, okay, This stock cannot enter. Chu Xuan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Can't enter? In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on Chu Xuan. Shut up. Su Jinxiu immediately shouted angrily. Are you blind? Don't you see that we are discussing a multi-million-dollar deal? What do you, a prisoner, know? Do you have any say in this? Lin Jingnan's face darkened. Chu Xuan, even though you and Qingwu have obtained your marriage certificate, I'm telling you, it's not your turn to interfere in the Lin family's affairs. You have no right, and no qualifications, understand? You are the ones who should shut up. Lin Changing slammed the table and said, Xiao Chu is Qingwu's husband. What's wrong with him saying a few words? Lin Zhengnan said helplessly, Dad, what does he, a prisoner, know? Asking him to express his opinions is just nonsense, isn't it? You didn't even hear what he said, so how do you know he was just playing the piano nonsense? Lin Changing asked back. Lin Zhengnan was speechless. Lin Qingwu looked at Chu Xuan and said, Chu Xuan, what do you mean? Why do you say I can't buy shares? Wang Teng looked at Chu Xuan and sneered. Brother Chu, you're not stopping Qingwu from buying shares out of jealousy, are you? That's a bit petty. Of course, if you're really worried, you can also invest in Qianlong Real Estate. However, the threshold for our capital increase and share expansion this time is quite high. The minimum is 10 million. If you can come up with it, I can give you a chance to enjoy the benefits. Sorry, I'm not interested in a company that is about to go bankrupt. Chu Xuan said with a sneer. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. Wang Teng's face changed drastically. Chu Xuan, do you mean Qianlong Real Estate is going to go bankrupt? Lin Qingwu asked in shock. Lin Changing looked thoughtful. He tilde. Wang Teng quickly calmed down and looked at Chu Xuan with a smile. Brother Chu, your joke is a bit cold. Who doesn't know that Qianlong Real Estate is a high-quality company in the city? It's no exaggeration to say we are making a fortune every day. Furthermore, we have ample cash flow and a good relationship with the bank. How could we possibly go bankrupt? Chu Xuan sneered. Is this a joke? Don't you know? Lin Changing couldn't help but ask curiously at this moment. Xiaochu, what on earth is going on? Chu Xuan explained. Qianlong Real Estate has invested heavily overseas in the past 2 years, but due to poor decision-making, it has suffered heavy losses. Qianlong Real Estate has also been blacklisted by the bank. When the decision-makers at Qianlong Real Estate couldn't get a bank loan to fill their shortfall, they decided to go to Macau and gamble, only to lose billions. Qianlong Real Estate is now completely emptied out. It's just that these news have been blocked, so the outside world doesn't know yet. This time they're increasing capital and expanding shares, not to prepare for an IPO, but to make another fortune and then run away. Otherwise, if the news gets out, they'll end up in jail. You fart. When Wang Teng heard Chu Xuan's words, he could no longer remain calm. He stood up suddenly, pointed at Chu Xuan and threatened him harshly. Boy, you will be held legally responsible for what you say. If you dare to slander and spread rumors here again, I will sue you. Lin Zhengnan frowned and said, Chu Xuan, you said that Qianlong Real Estate has suffered serious losses in the past 2 years and has lost billions in gambling. Where did you get such secret information? A friend told me. Chu Xuan said. Friend? Su Jinxiu sneered and said, the friend you were talking about, isn't it you? If what you said is true, such important news is unknown even to us upper-class people. How can you, a recently released prisoner, be more informed than us? I think it's obvious that you made it up to deliberately slander young Master Wang. Chu Xuan, are you still a man? Can't you be more generous? Just because Wang Xiao is close to Qingwu, you actually use such despicable means to frame him. Don't you think it's despicable? Chu Xuan spread his hands and said, I've said everything I need to say. Believe it or not, it's up to you. I don't believe you. Su Jinxiu sneered and then looked at Lin Qingwu. Qingwu, you won't believe his lies that are full of loopholes, will you? Lin Qingwu looked at Chu Xuan and then at Wang Teng. Then, she smiled and said, I am familiar with the strength of Qianlong Real Estate. I believe that even if Qianlong Real Estate really encounters difficulties, with young Master Wang and Uncle Wang here, they will definitely be able to overcome the difficulties. However, the Lin Group is currently planning to transform and no longer be involved in real estate projects. Sorry, Mr. Wang. Wang Teng suddenly flashed a sharp look. Lin Qingwu said this nicely, but she actually refused. But Lin Qingwu was obviously moved just now, but she changed her mind because of Chu Xuan's words. The duck that was about to be eaten flew away. Chapter 18. I want to cry but I have no tears. Asshole, I will kill you. Wang Teng roared in his heart and gritted his teeth in anger, but his face showed a calm expression. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the shares offered this time are limited, and those senior executives may not even have enough to share. Qingwu, if you buy shares, I will indeed feel a little embarrassed to explain. After all, it will harm their interests. Chu Xuan also looked at Lin Qingwu in surprise. Unexpectedly, she actually changed her mind because of what I said. Qingwu. Su Jinxiu immediately looked furious and said, Chu Xuan is just a prisoner. Why are you listening to him? Mom, stop talking. I've made up my mind. Lin Qingwu shook her head and said, you guys decide on family matters, but I have the final say on company matters. Su Jinxiu and Lin Zhengnan looked at each other and had to give up. They all knew Lin Qingwu's character, and once she made a decision, she would not change it. HMH, a waste who is incapable of doing anything but always causes trouble. Su Jinxiu couldn't help but glare at Chu Xuan fiercely, which made her more determined in her thoughts. This marriage must be divorced no matter what. At this moment, Chu Xuan's cell phone vibrated. A text message was sent to his cell phone. Come. Save me. There is an address behind it. It was sent by Jiang Luoshen. Chu Xuan immediately stood up. Grandpa, A friend of mine has an emergency. I have to go see him." After saying that, he apologized to everyone and hurried out. "Look at him. What's his attitude?" Su Jinxiu pointed at the direction Chu Xuan left and said angrily, "We said a few words to him, and he turned his face away from us." "I'm his elder. What's wrong with saying a few words to him?" "I'm talking about him to motivate him." "What is he doing? He's totally uneducated." Lin Changing frowned and scolded. "All right, Xiao Chu must have something urgent to do. Otherwise, he wouldn't leave so hastily. He is a prisoner who just got out of prison. What urgent matter could there be? I think he is just deliberately giving us a cold shoulder." Su Jinxiu snorted disdainfully. "Who's giving me a cold look?" Just as Su Jinxiu finished speaking, a voice came from the door. Immediately afterwards, an old man in his 70s with a ruddy face walked in with a smile. "Grandpa, why are you here?" Lin Qingwu exclaimed and hurried forward to greet him. Everyone stood up. The man who came was Su Jinxiu's father, Su Danian. He had worked in a museum for decades and after retirement was hired as a consultant by an antique shop. He is a famous appraisal expert in Zhonghai. "Haha, didn't I hear that you got the marriage certificate? So I came here to see my grandson-in-law." Su Danian patted Lin Qingwu's hand lovingly and looked at everyone with a smile. Then, he noticed Wang Teng at a glance. This must be Xiao Chu, as expected. He chuckled and was about to say a few words of praise when his nose suddenly twitched and his expression suddenly changed. "Hey, what a fragrant wine. Why does it feel a little familiar?" He sniffed a few more times, then shook off everyone and followed the smell to the dining table. In the end, the attention was fixed on the last glass of wine left by Chu Xuan. Could this be? Su Danian widened his eyes, grabbed the wine glass on the table, and drank it all in one gulp without caring whose it was. It's actually true. He couldn't help but be shocked. "Dad, don't drink. This is fake wine. Be careful of poisoning." Su Jinxiu hurriedly stopped him. "If you want to drink, I'll get you Mao Tai." "What fake wine?" Su Danian couldn't help but scold. "This is the 25th year of Daoguang, the 25th year of Daoguang, which is more precious than gold. Even money can't buy it." The Lin family was stunned. The 25th year of Daoguang? More precious than gold? Can't buy it even if you have money? Isn't this fake wine brought by Chu Xuan? Su Jinxiu said in disbelief. "Dad, are you seeing things? This wine is just street vendor stuff." Su Danian glared at him and said, "What a cheap stunt." This was the celebratory wine drunk in the 25th year of the Daoguang reign, after Lin Zexu successfully banned opium. It was sealed up for some reason and never used. It wasn't discovered until over 30 years ago. This is over 200 years old, and it's the only aged wine that can be drunk directly. When it was discovered, a small portion was auctioned off to raise funds for its preservation. The rest has been listed as a national cultural relic and sealed in the National Museum. He said this with a look of nostalgia. "I was lucky enough to taste a cup of this because I worked in a museum. It was simply a delicacy." Ah. Everyone was dumbfounded again. I didn't expect that the broken jar of wine that Chu Xuan brought had such a great origin. Su Jinxiu suddenly asked with some distress, "Dad, how much is this wine worth per pound?" The jar that Chu Xuan brought was not big, only about 2 kilograms. "How much?" Su Danian sneered and said, "I'm telling you, it's priceless. Even if you have a lot of money, you can't buy it. Apart from those sealed in museums, there's almost no circulation on the market. No matter how much money you have, you can't buy it." Lin Zhengnan, who was standing next to him, said, "That has to come at a price, right?" Su Danian thought for a moment and said, "If I have to put a price on it, 1 pound would be at least 5 million. If I come across it, I'd trade everything I have for it, and I'd be willing to do it." 5 million per pound? Everyone was shocked by the price. It's not that they haven't seen 5 million before, but this price is simply too outrageous for a bottle of wine. Su Jinxiu covered her chest with her hands in pain. Doesn't that mean they just drank 10 million? Thinking of this, she felt so heartbroken that she could hardly breathe. "Ha ha." Lin Changing laughed heartily, feeling more proud than ever before. "I knew it. How could the wine Xiao Chu brought be fake? I didn't expect it to be a craft brew that's over 200 years old. No wonder it tastes so good." "Hey, that's not right." Su Danian sniffed again. "Why is there still the smell of ginseng?" Then, he followed the smell to the kitchen, and when he saw the radish stewed beef in the pot, he was immediately furious with heartache. "Who is it? Who did this? You actually used 1,000-year-old ginseng to stew beef. Do you have a mind?" "What? Millennium ginseng? Everyone rushed in. Su Jinxiu subconsciously said, "Dad, you saw it wrong? It's just a carrot." "Fuck carrot." Su Danian roared, "I've worked in museums all my life and I've never made a mistake. Can I not tell the difference between ginseng and radish? This is genuine 1,000-year-old wild ginseng, worth at least 100 million. Oh, it's ruined, it's all ruined." He stamped his feet in pain. Su Jinxiu picked up the spoon and took a bite, then dropped it to the ground with a clatter. It really is ginseng. She also sat down on the ground, wanting to cry but having no tears. Chapter 19 Charity Auction. While Su Jinxiu and others were feeling sorry for the ginseng, Chu Xuan quickly arrived at the address sent by Jiang Luoshen. It turned out to be a clothing store with a century-old history that only accepts high-end customization. The decoration inside is grand and elegant. After Chu Xuan entered, he saw Jiang Luoshen drinking coffee in the VIP room with an elegant posture. Where is the crisis? You're here. So soon. When Jiang Luoshen saw Chu Xuan, he stood up happily and glanced at his watch. From the Lin family to here, even if we drive as fast as possible, it takes at least half an hour, and you arrived in just 15 minutes. There was a hint of joy on her beautiful face. Chu Xuan frowned slightly. This joke is not funny at all. Jiang Luoshen invited Chu Xuan to sit down and said with a smile, "This lunch is not tasty, right?" Chu Xuan was stunned for a moment, then he understood what Jiang Luoshen meant. Jiang Luoshen is using this method to help him out. Obviously, in just a few hours, Jiang Luoshen had already figured out his background and guessed what would happen to him at lunch. Chu Xuan smiled helplessly. This woman is really smart. Thank you. Chu Xuan smiled. Since you're here now, try on the clothes I prepared for you and see if they fit you. Jiang Luoshen waved to the waiter. The other party quickly brought over a custom-made suit. Chu Xuan didn't hesitate and immediately took the clothes to the dressing room to change. When he came out again, he immediately caused a group of waitresses to exclaim. He has a tall figure, short hair, and a sharp face that reveals a vicissitude rarely seen among his peers. A pair of eyes seemed to be shining with brilliance. Paired with that high-end custom-made suit, he looks so handsome. Oh my God, so handsome. More handsome than any male celebrity I've ever seen. The key is temperament. Oh my God, so elegant. I feel like I'm in love. A group of waitresses exclaimed quietly. Even Jiang Luoshen, who was drinking coffee, had his hand holding the coffee frozen in mid-air. He stared at Chu Xuan blankly, feeling a little unbelievable. The tie is a little crooked. Jiang Luoshen put down his coffee, walked forward, and personally helped him adjust his tie. Suddenly, a refreshing fragrance entered Chu Xuan's mouth and nose. Chu Xuan's body was a little stiff. Looking at Jiang Luoshen, who was concentrating on helping him correct his tie, a ripple suddenly appeared in his originally calm heart. His breathing became slightly heavier. Jiang Luoshen also vaguely noticed Chu Xuan's abnormality. Her pretty face turned slightly red, but she did not move away. Perfect, absolutely perfect. The sudden voice broke the hazy atmosphere between the two. The owner and chief designer of the clothing store couldn't help but exclaim in admiration when he saw Chu Xuan. This suit is tailor-made for this gentleman. It looks better than those celebrities. Saying that Chu Xuan is more handsome than all the male stars on TV is, of course, nonsense. The main reason is that Chu Xuan's temperament is so outstanding, which greatly improves his score. 3 years in prison and the experience of learning from the crazy Taoist priest not only did not make Chu Xuan sink, but instead tempered his character and made him have a mind as hard as iron. Naturally, he was no match for those sissy guys on TV. Jiang Luoshen withdrew his hand, returned to his seat, and looked at Chu Xuan. He suddenly said, "I suddenly feel a little regretful." What? Chu Xuan was stunned. Jiang Luoshen's pretty face showed a hint of helplessness. There is a charity auction today. I wanted you to wear this and attend with me. If I really let you go out like this, I don't know how many admirers you will attract. I'm afraid I can't stop you with my small body. Chu Xuan was speechless. Having said that, Jiang Luoshen still let Chu Xuan wear this outfit and leave the clothing store. 6 o'clock in the evening. Egret Villa. As the #1 club in China overseas, it is never short of popularity. Everyone who comes and goes is rich and noble, and everyone talks and laughs with them. It is rumored that this place used to be a royal palace, covering a vast area. It was later bought by a tycoon and built into a club, which is the most famous club in Zhonghai. The interior is already extremely luxurious, and after the renovation, it is even more classical and majestic. At this time, a group of influential figures in the business world were queuing at the door, showing the invitation to the charity auction. Ying Luo, don't worry. We are sure to make a big splash at this auction. Liu Minghui stood in the last row and said to Kia Yingluo next to him with a smile, "This charity auction is not just an auction, it also represents a circle, a threshold. There is an unwritten rule in Zhonghai that only by stepping into Bailu Villa can one be considered to have entered the upper class. No one made the rule, but everyone believed it. After they were banned by the Lin family, they suffered heavy losses, so they urgently needed to find a breakthrough, so they set their sights on this charity auction. To be precise, it is the owner behind this charity auction, the queen of Zhonghai business community, Jiang Luoshen. By making a big splash at the auction, he gained Jiang Luoshen's recognition. If they had Jiang Luoshen as their backer, the Lin family's ban would be a joke to them." Kia Yingluo also looked expectant. She was about to speak when an ivory-white Rolls-Royce passed by her. There was no security check and no one checked the invitation letter. We drove straight into Bailu Villa. Chu Xuan. When she saw the person in the back seat, Kia Yingluo's face was immediately filled with astonishment. "Yingluo, what's wrong with you?" Liu Minghui asked in surprise. Kia Yingluo pointed at the Rolls-Royce passing by and said, "I think I saw Chu Xuan just now. He was sitting there." When he heard the word Chu Xuan, a gloomy look flashed in Liu Minghui's eyes. After seeing the car clearly, he suddenly laughed. "Yingluo, you must be mistaken. That Rolls-Royce is the car of Jiang Luoshen, the queen of Zhonghai business community. If you don't believe me, look at the license plate." Kia Yingluo looked at the numbers behind the license plate, and it was 12,345. "It really is Jiang Luoshen's car. You should have heard of Jiang Luoshen's rules. No man has ever sat in her car, let alone Chu Xuan, a prisoner." Liu Minghui explained from the side. "I must have made a mistake." Kia Yingluo retracted her gaze. Soon, it was their turn to check the invitation, and Kia Yingluo put the matter behind her. The other side. After Jiang Luoshen sent Chu Xuan into the venue, he said goodbye and left. She is the person in charge of this charity auction, and there are still many things that need her to handle personally. "Chu Xuan, why are you here?" Just as Chu Xuan was bored and drank his third cup of tea, a voice sounded from the side. Chu Xuan subconsciously turned his head, and then his face turned cold. A young man and woman were walking over. The man is tall and handsome, wearing a well-ironed suit, while the woman is charming and graceful, and the purple evening dress makes her look even more stunning. It was Liu Minghui and Kia Yingluo. Chu Xuan's face turned cold. He didn't expect to see two people here. Chapter 20. White-Eyed Wolf. "Chu Xuan, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Seeing that Chu Xuan ignored her, Kia Yingluo was immediately enraged and asked, "Why are you pretending? Do you think I don't know that you came here because you heard I'm participating in the charity auction tonight? I tell you, there is no relationship between us anymore. If you dare to harass me again, don't blame me for calling the police to arrest you." Liu Minghui also said sarcastically, "Brother, this place is not suitable for prisoners like you. Did you sneak in?" He looked around but didn't see Lin Qingwu, and he couldn't help but smile more proudly. "Why, Lin Qingwu didn't come with you? Or have you been kicked out? Haha." Kia Yingluo also noticed this and said smugly, "Chu Xuan, get out of here right now. Such a high-profile auction is not something a piece of trash like you is qualified to participate in. Don't lower our standards." Chu Xuan sneered at the two of them and said, "I'm not qualified, but you are." "Of course we are qualified." Kia Yingluo showed a hint of pride on her face. "We are the bosses of Xuanhe Group, CEOs with a net worth of billions. Not only are we eligible to participate in tonight's charity auction, but we can also continue to be rich. Chu Xuan, don't think that we are finished just because you let the Lin family ban us. I can tell you responsibly that after today, not only will we not be finished, but we will completely soar. As for you, you are nothing but mud under our feet. Don't even think about turning over in this life." Liu Minghui also laughed. "In fact, it's all thanks to you for giving Xuanhe Group to us. Otherwise, how could we have risen to the top and become part of the upper class? Give it to you." Chu Xuan sneered. "You think too highly of yourselves. I just asked you to look after my house. Your role is no different from that of a dog. Remember, keep an eye on the company. Xuanhe Group, I will take it back soon." He waved his hands impatiently. "Okay, now you can go away. You are the one who should get out." Kia Yingluo retorted sharply, "Chu Xuan, how could I not know how capable you are? Lin Qingwu isn't someone you can fool so easily. Be careful when she wakes up, or you'll be in big trouble." They had already found out the situation clearly. Chu Xuan had no connection with the Lin family at all. The reason why Lin Qingwu went to pick up Chu Xuan with such a big fanfare today was because she regarded Chu Xuan as some kind of master. How could she not understand Chu Xuan? Chu Xuan is just swindling people. Once the Lin family realizes that they have been fooled, they will definitely skin Chu Xuan alive. She pointed at the door and sneered, "Get out. Remember, roll away, not leave. Otherwise, I will call the Lin family right now and expose your true identity." Liu Minghui also smiled playfully. "Brother, why are you doing this? You should know your place. You can't get into this circle." Just as he finished speaking, a cold voice sounded behind him. "I brought him in. Do you have any objection?" As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Luoshen appeared on the stage in a purple evening gown, instantly becoming the most beautiful scenery in the whole venue, attracting many men present to look at her sideways and almost drooling. Even Liu Minghui couldn't help but stare in a trance at this moment. Compared with Jiang Luoshen, Kia Ying Luo in front of him was simply an ugly duckling with heavy makeup. Especially the domineering queen temperament displayed by Jiang Luoshen made countless men feel ashamed and couldn't help but lower their heads, not daring to look at her. Jiang Luoshen walked over to Chu Xuan and took his arm. "I brought him in. Do you have any objections? Do you have any opinions?" Kia Ying Luo and Liu Minghui were both stunned. "Who are you?" Kia Ying Luo glared at Jiang Luoshen with a look of jealousy. It would have been fine if there was Lin Qingwu before, but unexpectedly another woman who was no less capable came out to stand up for Chu Xuan. Especially these two people, they are more beautiful than her. Although she didn't know Jiang Luoshen, she could tell that Jiang Luoshen's identity was definitely not ordinary, especially the aura of a superior person, which even she couldn't possess. This made her jealous, but at the same time, she also felt a sense of frustration that was difficult to vent. After Chu Xuan was kicked by her, he should have been left on the streets, as destitute as a dog. Why are there women who keep coming forward to stand up for him? And every woman who showed up was miles ahead of her. Who is this? Jiang Luoshen looked at Chu Xuan in surprise and spoke. Chu Xuan said expressionlessly, "Ex-wife." "Ah." Jiang Luoshen pretended to be suddenly enlightened, and looked at Kia Ying Luo with a hint of pity. "So you are Mr. Chu's blind ex-wife. TSK, after meeting you today, I can see that you are really short-sighted." "You." Kia Ying Luo was immediately furious. Jiang Luoshen said to himself, "But, speaking of which, I still have to thank you. If you hadn't divorced Mr. Chu, how could I have picked up such a big bargain?" Picked up such a big leak? Hearing Jiang Luoshen's evaluation of Chu Xuan, Liu Minghui and Kia Ying Luo looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Picking up a bargain? That's killing me. Kia Ying Luo laughed so hard her body shook with laughter. She looked at Jiang Luoshen jokingly and said, "You're mocking me for being blind. I thought you had such good taste. Now it seems like you're just so-so." She pointed at Chu Xuan and said jokingly, "You probably don't know yet? The so-called big leak you mentioned is actually a labor camp prisoner. Don't be fooled by his fancy clothes and decent appearance. In fact, he has nothing now. He is a pauper and can't give you anything." Jiang Luoshen said calmly, "Only incompetent women rely on men for everything. We are different." "You." Kia Ying Luo was once again speechless. "Beauty, I'm afraid you've been deceived by him." Liu Minghui couldn't help but say, "He's just a labor camp inmate who just got out of prison. I really don't know what you like about him." "What do you like about him?" Jiang Luoshen looked at Chu Xuan and said with a playful smile, "He's handsome and good at his job." Forehead. Liu Minghui was speechless for a moment, but then she continued, "Beautiful lady, did you not hear me clearly? I said, he is a labor camp prisoner." Jiang Luoshen's eyes turned cold. "Who are you?" "I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Liu Minghui, the general manager of Xuanhe Group." Liu Minghui straightened his suit and took out an exquisite business card and handed it to Jiang Luoshen. "Let's get to know each other. Maybe we can have a chance to cooperate in the future. Also, let me remind you again, this guy is a scumbag. He's the best at using sweet words to deceive women. Don't be fooled. He and I were college classmates, so I know him very well." Liu Minghui. Jiang Luoshen didn't take the business card Liu Minghui handed him. He just looked at him coldly. "You are the ungrateful person who betrayed me, seduced my sister-in-law, and repaid kindness with hatred, right?" Chapter 21. Please go away. "What did you say?" Liu Minghui's smile froze. Jiang Luoshen sneered. "Why, am I wrong? If it weren't for Mr. Chu, would you be where you are today? Would you be able to stand here like a human being? Maybe he's still working on a construction site, or maybe he's still a gambler, owing high interest debts and being chopped up and fed to dogs. Mr. Chu paid off your high interest debt, promoted you to his right-hand man, and entrusted the company to you. But you turned your back on me by seducing my sister-in-law and swallowing up his company to retaliate against your master. If you're not an ungrateful person, what am I to do? I really admire your nerve. How dare a shameless person like you still have the nerve to live in this world and bark like that? Get away from me, don't dirty my eyes. Liu Minghui's face turned pale and his body was shaking. The key is that he is unable to refute. Because what Jiang Luoshen said was true. Watch your words. What you say might cause trouble. Liu Minghui threatened in a low voice. Why, did I offend you? Jiang Luoshen smiled. Then I'll say it again. Please, get away. Don't dirty my eyes. You. Liu Minghui was immediately enraged. He pointed at Jiang Luoshen and growled, Bitch, shut up. If you dare to slander me again, I'll be rude to you. Bang tilde. Before he could finish his words, Chu Xuan slapped Liu Minghui's hand away. Threatening my friend in front of me. Chu Xuan stared at Liu Minghui with a cold gaze. Liu Minghui, do you think I'm dead? Ah. Liu Qianjun screamed in pain, feeling like his handbones were about to break. Chu Xuan, you dare to hit me? I'll kill you. In a rage, he picked up an ashtray and smashed it towards Chu Xuan's head with red eyes. Bang tilde. A heavy blow. Chu Xuan kicked Liu Qianjun in the stomach, kicking him several meters away and knocking over the table behind him. With a loud crash, all the tea bowls and plates fell on Liu Qianjun. Chu Xuan, how dare you hit someone? Kia Ying Luo screamed, pointing at Chu Xuan and yelling, Just wait. I'm going to call the police and put you in jail. Chu Xuan didn't even raise his eyelids and shouted, Get out. You. Kia Ying Luo was stunned. She didn't expect Chu Xuan to treat her like this. Since they met, Chu Xuan has always been kind to her and always responsive to her requests. No matter how excessive her actions were, Chu Xuan would always tolerate and endure them. How dare you talk to me like that? Kia Ying Luo couldn't believe it. Chu Xuan said coldly, If you don't get out of here, I'll beat you up too, believe it or not. What's going on? Who's causing trouble? Just then, a slightly annoyed voice sounded. Then, a middle-aged man dressed as a supervisor appeared with a group of bodyguards and surrounded them all. I'm Zhu Zhengrong, the supervisor here. The supervisor stared at them unkindly. Who was causing trouble just now? It's him. Kia Ying Luo pointed at Chu Xuan and started to complain. Manager Zhu, he's a prisoner. We saw him acting suspiciously and approached him to question him, and he got so angry that he started beating us up. Labor camp prisoner? And you hit people? Manager Zhu looked at Chu Xuan. His expression turned very ugly, with a hint of murderous intent. Those who come to participate in the charity auction today are either rich or noble. If a prisoner is allowed to sneak in and offends the distinguished guests, he will definitely be in big trouble. However, he didn't completely believe Kia Ying Luo. Instead, he looked at Chu Xuan and said businesslike, Sir, please show me your invitation. Kia Ying Luo quickly said, He doesn't have an invitation. Director Zhu, he just got out of prison today. How could Luo Shen Group possibly invite someone like that? What? A labor camp inmate? Just got out of prison today. Manager Zhu's face turned completely gloomy. At this moment, Jiang Luoshen, who had his back to Manager Zhu, spoke indifferently. I brought him in. Does he need an invitation as well? When Manager Zhu saw Jiang Luoshen, his body tensed up and his eyes widened. Jiang. You. Before he could speak, Kia Ying Luo couldn't help but sneer at him. Who do you think you are? Just a pretty vase. After saying that, she looked at Director Zhu and said, Director Zhu, this woman probably doesn't have an invitation either. I suggest arresting her as well. Shut up. Manager Zhu yelled angrily and slapped Kia Ying Luo in the face. Ah. Kia Ying Luo screamed, covered her face with her hands, and looked at Manager Zhu, bewildered. Manager Zhu, why did you hit me? I told you to shut up. Don't you understand what I'm saying? As he said this, he slapped Kia Ying Luo hard on the face again. Then he quickly bowed and said to Jiang Luoshen, Of course you don't need an invitation. Kia Ying Luo and Liu Minghui on the side were dumbfounded. As far as he knew, anyone who could participate in a charity auction needed an invitation. This is the rule set by Jiang Luoshen, and no one dares to violate it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so ruthless as to spend 10 million just for an invitation. Manager Zhu, as far as I know, participation in the Bailu Villa charity auction requires an invitation. Why don't they need one? Liu Minghui asked hurriedly. Manager Zhu's face turned cold. Are you teaching me how to do things? Liu Minghui was startled and quickly waved his hands, saying, I dare not. HPH tilde. Manager Zhu then snorted coldly and warned the two. I'm warning you, only the rich or the noble can participate in today's charity auction. If you dare to act wildly here again, don't blame me for kicking you out and blacklisting you forever. Liu Minghui and Kia Yingluo were immediately frightened and quickly waved their hands. Manager Zhu then snorted coldly and turned away. If Jiang Luoshen hadn't just signaled him not to make a big deal out of it, he would have kicked these two clueless guys out. After Manager Zhu left, Kia Yingluo and the others became much more obedient. Kia Yingluo said with an unwilling look on her face, Who is this bitch anyway? Even Manager Zhu is standing up for him? I hate him so much. Liu Minghui comforted her. Yingluo, don't worry. We will get this back sooner or later. Don't forget why we came here today. The overall situation is more important. Kia Yingluo's eyes lit up when she heard this. You mean? That's right. Liu Minghui said proudly. I just asked someone to deliver the invitation to Jiang Luoshen. Jiang Luoshen accepted it and agreed to attend our wedding. Kia Yingluo was immediately overjoyed and said, Great. With Jiang Luoshen backing us up, the Lin family means nothing. Liu Minghui glanced at Chu Xuan from the corner of his eye and sneered. Chu Xuan thinks he has the support of the wealthy Lin family, so he doesn't take us seriously. Little does he know that in Zhonghai, the wealthy are not the pinnacle, but the threshold. And that Manager Zhu is nothing more than Jiang Luoshen's dog. Once he finds out about our relationship with Jiang Luoshen, he'll be begging for mercy on his knees. Kia Yingluo also glanced at Chu Xuan and sneered, I really hope the wedding comes sooner. I can't wait to slap these two bastards in the face. Chapter 22. Is it not possible? That's right. Kia Yingluo thought of something and suddenly her expression became serious. I heard that there's an item being auctioned today that Jiang Luoshen specially brought out. By then, there will definitely be a lot of people bidding. Are you prepared enough? Liu Minghui patted his chest and said, Don't worry. We are here for Jiang Luoshen. How could I not be prepared? In fact, I've already prepared 100 million. Today, we will definitely be the most beautiful ones at this auction. 100 million is not a lot for the many wealthy people present. But for this auction, it's more than enough. Because this is a charity auction, all the proceeds from the auction will be used for charity, so everyone will be relatively restrained. Of course, this does not apply to some people who have other intentions. Just like Liu Minghui. His purpose, of course, was not charity or the auction items, but to gain the attention of Jiang Luoshen so that he could cling to the thigh of this business queen. Unfortunately, he never dreamed that the person sitting next to Chu Xuan and arguing with him just now was the queen of Zhonghai business world, Jiang Luoshen, whom he had always wanted to curry favor with. Soon, the auction began. A series of lots were brought to the stage for display. There are antiques, collectibles, calligraphy and paintings by celebrities, etc. These auction items were donated by many wealthy people present, and the dignitaries present also gave them face. One of the paintings and calligraphy by a famous person was sold at a high price of tens of millions. Just as Liu Minghui expected. There were many dignitaries attending the auction, but most of them just saw it as an opportunity to socialize. No one took the items on the stage seriously, let alone bid sky-high prices for them. The next item up for auction is a South China Sea Night Shining Pearl, provided by Miss Jiang, with a starting price of 0 yuan. After a brief introduction, the host announced the finale of the auction. The scene suddenly became quiet. The crowd, who were originally somewhat scattered, now stared intently at the South China Sea Night Pearl on the stage, like hungry wolves staring at their prey. I'll give you 100,000. Finally, someone took the lead and called out a price. 300,000. 500,000. I'll give you 1 million. Liu Minghui held the number plate tightly. Seeing so many people bidding, he immediately stood up and shouted, I'll bid 1,000, no, 20 million. I'll bid 20 million. Suddenly, the scene was dead silent. Everyone looked at Liu Minghui in surprise. Some people even started whispering to each other, asking about Liu Minghui's background. Liu Minghui, like a rooster that had won a fight, bowed to everyone and said, Everyone, I'm Liu Minghui, the general manager of Xuanhe Group. My fiancée, Ms. Kia Yingluo, really likes this South China Sea Night Pearl. The day after tomorrow is my wedding to my fiancée. I would like to give this South China Sea Night Pearl as a gift to my new wife. I hope you will be more understanding. He had a confident smile on his face and bowed to everyone in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Chu Xuan couldn't help but sneer when he saw it. It has to be said that Liu Minghui's attitude can easily win everyone's favor. After hearing what he said, many people present smiled and nodded, and did not add anything else. 20 million is far more than the value of the South China Sea night pearl itself. Since Liu Minghui said so, they are naturally happy to help him. Jiang Luoshen looked at Chu Xuan in surprise and asked, "You can even tolerate this?" Chu Xuan said indifferently, "The time has not come yet." Jiang Luoshen raised her beautiful eyes, as if realizing something, and said no more. Seeing everyone giving him such respect, Liu Minghui couldn't help but feel even more proud and confident. "Thank you all for wanting to give way today. I, Liu Minghui, will definitely reward you handsomely someday." Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Luoshen raised the number plate in his hand. The indifferent voice echoed throughout the venue. 50 million. Boom tilde. The whole audience fell silent in an instant. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Luoshen, who was next to Chu Xuan. Some people who recognized Jiang Luoshen's identity had expressions of surprise on their faces, and more people were curious about the identity of this beauty. Although Jiang Luoshen is very famous in Zhonghai, there are very few people who really know her. She never gives interviews or makes public appearances, and there isn't even a real photo of her circulating online. The smug smile on Liu Minghui's face suddenly froze. Kia Yingluo looked at Jiang Luoshen, who had become the focus of everyone's attention, with a face full of jealousy. "Miss, what do you mean?" Liu Minghui asked with a grim expression. "What's the meaning?" Jiang Luoshen twirled the number plate in his hand and jokingly said, "I like this South Sea night pearl too. Is that not okay? I want to contribute a little more to charity. Is that not okay? Of course, the most important point is that I really don't like you too. Is that okay?" "You." Liu Minghui was speechless. Kia Yingluo stood up and shouted angrily, "You're deliberately disrupting the order of the auction. I'm telling you, don't think you're invincible just because you have a few bucks. If you anger Miss Jiang, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Jiang Luoshen said indifferently, "Don't talk nonsense. If you have the ability, then make an offer. Why, if you don't have money, just get out of here and stop embarrassing yourself." The two of them blushed immediately and felt an indescribable humiliation. Liu Minghui immediately raised his number plate and said coldly, 60 million. Jiang Luoshen showed no sign of weakness, 100 million. Chu Xuan looked at Jiang Luoshen and said with a wry smile, "Boss Jiang, what are you talking about?" The South China Sea night pearl was provided by Jiang Luoshen, and now he wants to spend another 100 million to buy it. Are all the games played by rich people so plain and simple? Jiang Luoshen just smiled slightly and didn't say anything, but looked at Kia Yingluo and the others provocatively. At this time, Liu Minghui and the other man looked even uglier. Now that they have been banned by the Lin family, many partners have cut off cooperation with them, and the situation of the two of them is very difficult. 100 million is all the funds they have mobilized. Any more and it will cause serious damage. But if we give up just like that, then our purpose this time will be declared a failure. They are not here to do charity, but to attract Jiang Luoshen's attention. 110 million. Liu Minghui gritted his teeth and raised the sign again. Jiang Luoshen said directly, 200 million. Liu Minghui's body trembled suddenly, and he put down the license plate dejectedly like a deflated ball. Clearly, ready to give up. They can afford 200 million. After all, the Xuanhe group that they swallowed up Chu Xuan is now worth 10 billion, and they have also received a lot of dividends in the past 3 years. But if they spend all 200 million but fail to get Jiang Luoshen's approval, then all their efforts will be in vain. In the end, Liu Minghui gave in and chose to give up. At this moment, Kia Yingluo snatched the number plate from Liu Minghui's hand, raised it and shouted, 300 million. We'll give 300 million. Chapter 23. The end of the story. 300 million. As soon as the price came out, the scene fell into dead silence. Everyone looked at Kia Yingluo in disbelief. At this moment, even Liu Minghui was almost frightened to death. With a pale face, he growled at Kia Yingluo, 300 million, are you crazy? Don't you know what our current situation is? If we really have to spend 300 million, we'll all go bankrupt. Kia Yingluo said coldly, don't forget why we are here. The arrow is already on the string. If we back down now, all our previous efforts will be wasted. We will become the biggest laughingstock at tonight's auction. We will never be able to hold our heads up again, let alone step into high society again. Which is more important, the 300 million or the opportunity before us? Upon hearing this, Liu Minghui fell silent. Indeed, what Kia Yingluo said was right. They were so high profile before, but if they were suppressed by the woman in front of them, they would retreat. Not only would they not get the favor of Jiang Luoshen today, but they would also lose face. Their path to entering the upper class will also be blocked. This is not comparable to 300 million. But Liu Minghui frowned and said, "We simply can't come up with 300 million right now." Kia Yingluo said coldly, "As long as we can cling to Jiang Luoshen's influence, do you think it would be difficult for us to borrow 300 million from the bank?" Liu Minghui suddenly understood. It turns out that Kia Yingluo was planning to use another person's power to lay eggs. After explaining a few words, Kia Yingluo no longer paid attention to Liu Minghui, but came to Jiang Luoshen and made a provocative gesture of invitation. Obviously, he wanted Jiang Luoshen to continue raising the price, and he would fight to the end. Jiang Luoshen just smiled faintly and threw away the number plate in his hand. "I won't follow you anymore." Kia Yingluo's face twitched as she looked at Jiang Luoshen and sneered, "I thought you were so powerful, but now it seems you're just so-so." Jiang Luoshen smiled faintly and said, "Although I am rich, I am not an idiot. That South Sea Night Pearl is only worth about 100,000. Only a fool would bid 300 million for it." "What? $100,000 worth?" Liu Minghui, who had just arrived, almost fainted when he heard Jiang Luoshen's words. Kia Yingluo sneered, "Who do you think you are? Why should it be worth 100,000 just because you say it's worth 100,000? Jiang Luoshen jokingly said, "Because I was the one who sent the Night Pearl of the South China Sea." Puff tilde. Kia Yingluo couldn't help but burst out laughing. "You're really hilarious. Everyone knows that the South China Sea Night Pearl was given by Miss Jiang Luoshen. You're not trying to tell me that you are Jiang Luoshen, are you?" Jiang Luoshen nodded seriously. "Yes, I am Jiang Luoshen." "What? You are Jiang Luoshen?" Kia Yingluo was immediately shocked and said in disbelief, "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. If the woman in front of them is Jiang Luoshen, then doesn't that mean they are completely finished? Of course not." At this moment, Liu Minghui walked over with a sneer, put his arm around Kia Yingluo's waist and sneered, "Just now, Miss Jiang Luoshen agreed to attend our wedding. If she were Jiang Luoshen, would she still accept our invitation? This alone is enough to prove that she is not Jiang Luoshen at all." Kia Yingluo also realized what was happening and nodded. "That's right, there's no way you can be Jiang Luoshen." "I'm not." Jiang Luoshen was speechless. Upon hearing this, Chu Xuan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. "Well, Chu Xuan, what are you laughing at?" Kia Yingluo stared at Chu Xuan and spoke immediately with an unhappy look on her face. Chu Xuan sneered, "I'm laughing at you guys because you really have a pair of dog eyes. Even if I have dog eyes, I'm still better than a poor guy like you." Kia Yingluo sneered, "Chu Xuan, don't think that just because you've clung to the Lin family, you can challenge us. Let me tell you, the Lin family has offended the king of Jiangbei, and they'll be finished soon. On the contrary, we will have Miss Jiang as our backer and will surely soar to great heights in the future." "Miss Jiang as your backer?" Jiang Luoshen and Chu Xuan looked at each other, both with strange expressions on their faces. However, neither of them explained anything further. Kia Yingluo and Liu Minghui were both immersed in their own fantasies. No matter how much you explained to them at this time, they would not believe it. Moreover, neither Chu Xuan nor Jiang Luoshen thought about explaining. They were all looking forward to seeing what the two would react when they saw Jiang Luoshen at the wedding. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Finally, as the host on the stage knocked down the hammer in his hand, it was announced that the South China Sea Night Pearl was bought by Kia Yingluo at a sky-high price of 300 million. "Chu Xuan, our wedding is the day after tomorrow." Liu Minghui reminded Chu Xuan, "Don't be too timid to come when the time comes." Chu Xuan smiled indifferently, "Don't worry. I will attend the wedding. Just don't regret it when the time comes." Kia Yingluo and Liu Minghui both sneered, and then turned around and left together without saying anything more. After the auction ended, Chu Xuan was about to leave when Jiang Luoshen stopped him and said, "Come on, I'll introduce you to someone who will surely be of help to you." "Who?" Chu Xuan spoke in surprise. "You'll know when you get there." Jiang Luoshen kept the secret, and then took Chu Xuan to the rest area at the back, and finally met a middle-aged man in a small courtyard. The man looked to be in his 40s or 50s, dressed in a tank suit, and had an extraordinary demeanor. You can tell at first glance that he is not an ordinary person. At this time, the middle-aged man was sitting there, drinking tea by himself. When he saw Chu Xuan and Jiang Luoshen coming, he stood up with a smile to greet them. Jiang Luoshen introduced, "This is Xiang Lianqing, Uncle Xiang, one of my partners." Chu Xuan smiled and extended his hand, saying, Hello, Mr. Xiang. When Xiang Lianqing saw Chu Xuan, he frowned and turned to look at Jiang Luoshen and said, Luoshen, this young man, could he be the master you want to introduce to me? That's right. Jiang Luoshen said solemnly, Uncle Xiang, don't underestimate Chu Xuan's youth. He's actually very capable. He was the one who helped me solve the problem of Chenya Cultural Tourism City. Oh. Xiang Lianqing looked at Chu Xuan in surprise and asked with a scrutinizing look, Young man, you actually know the mystical arts? Chu Xuan said indifferently, I know a thing or two. He could tell that Xiang Lianqing must be of extraordinary status, otherwise Jiang Luoshen would not have introduced him to him. But it was also obvious that Xiang Lianqing was scrutinizing and distrusting him. Moreover, there is a subtle sense of condescension in his attitude. Chu Xuan naturally didn't want to bother with such a person, so his attitude also turned cold. Then do you know medicine? Xiang Lianqing asked again. Jiang Luoshen noticed some discord between the two and quickly spoke up for Chu Xuan. Uncle Xiang, Chu Xuan is a truly amazing doctor. I've witnessed this myself. Back in Chenya Cultural Tourism City, Chu Xuan pointed out Su Daqiang's problem right away without even having any contact with him. Then, a few slaps cured Su Daqiang. Yeah. Xiang Lianqing smiled noncommittally, stretched out a hand and said, Then help me take a look too. That posture didn't seem like he was asking Chu Xuan to treat him, but rather like he was giving alms to Chu Xuan. No need to look. Chu Xuan said expressionlessly, I already know your problem. What? You already know? Xiang Lianqing looked at Chu Xuan and sneered. You haven't even felt my pulse, and you dare say you know my problem? Haha, I'm afraid even those top masters in Longju can't do it. Could it be that you are more powerful than those top masters? Chu Xuan said indifferently, According to what you said, then I am indeed better than them. He tilde. The smile on Xiang Lianqing's face had turned into a sneer. If it weren't for giving face to Jiang Luoshen, he would have turned against him by now. Okay. Then tell me what's my problem. Xiang Lianqing stared at Chu Xuan. You're dying. Chapter 24 Too Shameless. These 4 simple words immediately changed the expressions of Xiang Lianqing and Jiang Luoshen. Bang tilde. Xiang Lianqing even threw the teacup to the ground and stared at Chu Xuan with a cold gaze. Young man, you dare to curse me. Do you know what the consequences will be? Uncle Xiang, don't misunderstand. Jiang Luoshen quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, Chu Xuan would never speak without a purpose. How about we listen to his explanation? All right. I'll give you a favor, Miss Jiang. Xiang Lianqing glanced at Jiang Luoshen, but eventually suppressed his anger and said to Chu Xuan, You'd better explain it to me clearly. Otherwise, I can tell you responsibly that the consequences will be serious. Explain. Chu Xuan poured himself a cup of tea and laughed dumbly. What's there to explain? I'm only reminding you for Miss Jiang's sake. You're dying. Not only are you not grateful to me, you're actually asking me for an explanation. I'd like to ask you something. His expression suddenly turned cold. Who do you think you are? Let me explain. Are you worthy? Boom tilde. As soon as these words fell, the scene fell into dead silence. Even Jiang Luoshen looked at Chu Xuan in shock, his face full of disbelief. She didn't expect Chu Xuan to be so tough. Xiang Lianqing's face looked extremely ugly. This was the first time in his life that someone dared to speak to him like this. He tilde. Xiang Lianqing stared at Chu Xuan intently, and couldn't help but laugh in anger. Young man, do you know who I am? You're the first one who dares to speak to me like that. Chu Xuan said indifferently, Who are you? What do you have to do with me? He knew Jiang Luoshen had introduced Xiang Lianqing to him to help him expand his network, but Xiang Lianqing's condescending attitude made him very unhappy. I have no need to ask him for anything, so naturally I won't indulge his bad habits. Very good. Very good. When Xiang Lianqing heard Chu Xuan's words, his face turned completely gloomy. He ignored Chu Xuan and looked at Jiang Luoshen, saying, Miss Jiang, you saw it all. It's not that I don't give you face, it's just that this kid is too rude. Today, I might as well teach him a lesson. After he finished speaking, he shouted angrily, Taizhan. In an instant, a bald man walked out from the shadows. He was wearing a training suit and his muscles looked like they were made of steel. You can tell at first glance that he is a martial artist. Without giving any further instructions to Lianqing, Taizhan had already rushed towards Chu Xuan. Swish! Before he could get close to Chu Xuan, a group of bodyguards in suits suddenly appeared in the darkness and surrounded Taizhan. The black muzzle of the gun was pointed at his vital parts. Tai's hands suddenly became afraid and dared not take another step forward. Xiang Lianqing's expression turned even uglier. He stared at Jiang Luoshen and asked coldly, "Miss Jiang, what do you mean by this? Are you going to turn against me just because of this kid?" Jiang Luoshen took a sip of the scented tea and said calmly, "Uncle Xiang, this is my territory after all, and Mr. Chu is my friend. You're on my turf, touching my friend in front of me. Isn't that okay?" The indifferent look at the end made Xiang Lianqing's heart tremble. Only then did he realize that the person sitting opposite him was not some kind-hearted believer, but the famous Black Widow in Zhonghai. It's just that Jiang Luoshen had always been polite to him in the past, calling him Uncle Xiang all the time, which made him almost treat him as a little lamb. Of course, he also overlooked one point. That is, Jiang Luoshen values Chu Xuan so much that he is even willing to turn against him. I was negligent in this matter. After Xiang Lianqing was thankful to come over, he quickly softened his tone and said, "Ms. Jiang, I apologize to you. But..." He changed the subject and looked at Chu Xuan. "This kid was so rude and humiliated me in front of you. What should I do?" Jiang Luoshen said calmly, "I was the one who brought Mr. Chu here. If he does anything wrong, I will naturally bear the consequences." Xiang Lianqing's expression turned even uglier when he heard this. Jiang Luoshen's words clearly meant that she was protecting Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan also looked at Jiang Luoshen in surprise. He didn't expect that Jiang Luoshen would turn against Xiang Donglai for his sake. Jiang Luoshen continued, "Besides, I don't think Mr. Chu was cursing you just now." Hearing this, Xiang Lianqing felt as if he had been greatly humiliated, and his face instantly turned red. But this is Jiang Luoshen's territory, and he can't vent his anger. "In that case, I'll take my leave." Xiang Lianqing squeezed out a few words from between his teeth and prepared to leave. Etc. Jiang Luoshen spoke up to stop the other party. Xiang Lianqing said with an ugly face, "Miss Jiang, don't go too far." Jiang Luoshen smiled and said, "Uncle Xiang, don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to force you to stay. Rather, I want to remind you. I've said before that Mr. Chu is a remarkable man. Since we are here now, why don't you ask Mr. Chu to explain things clearly before you leave?" Xiang Lianqing was stunned when he heard this. He looked at Jiang Luoshen, then at Chu Xuan, then sat back down and said, "Okay. I'd like to hear what he has to say." Jiang Luoshen looked at Chu Xuan and smiled. "Give me some face, how about that?" Chu Xuan nodded, looked at Xiang Lianqing and said, "Mr. Xiang, I'm afraid you've had a lot of troubles recently. This has caused you to have excessive internal heat and become easily angered. But this is a minor problem, and it will be fine after taking a few doses of medicine. But the most fatal thing for you is that you were stabbed in the lower back when you were young, and the knife was even poisoned. Not only did this knife nearly kill you, it also severely damaged your meridians. Although you survived the rescue and your wounds have healed, your internal organs haven't recovered, and the toxins haven't been completely eliminated. This is why, over the years, your wounds have continued to heal and then break apart. When you're young, you can still resist, but as you get older, your resistance becomes weaker and weaker. Now, the wound has broken open again, and it has completely erupted. If you don't get treatment in time, you'll be dead." Xiang Lianqing was dismissive at first, but the reason he sat down to listen to Chu Xuan was simply because he didn't want to fall out with Jiang Luoshen. He didn't believe that such a young boy could have any advanced medical skills. What's more, the other party hasn't even taken your pulse. But as Chu Xuan continued to talk about his situation, the expression on his face quickly became solemn, and then he was extremely shocked. If Chu Xuan hadn't mentioned it, he would have forgotten that he had injured his lower back. What Chu Xuan said is absolutely right. When he was young, he was indeed attacked by someone and almost died. Fortunately, he was rescued in time and saved his life. But the injury healed long ago and has never recurred. Even his closest people know these things. How did Chu Xuan know? He glanced at Jiang Luoshen again, and thinking of Jiang Luoshen's firm attitude in defending Chu Xuan just now, he suddenly looked thoughtful, and anger boiled in his heart. It was indeed difficult for Chu Xuan to know that he had been injured when he was young, but it was not difficult for Jiang Luoshen to find out. What Chu Xuan said must have been told to Chu Xuan by Jiang Luoshen after investigation. The purpose is to portray Chu Xuan as a miracle doctor in front of him and expand himself into Chu Xuan's network of contacts. Thinking of this, Xiang Lianqing was so angry that he almost went berserk. Shameless. So shameless. Jiang Luoshen really did everything he could to get this pretty boy. He treated Jiang Luoshen as a friend, but the other party treated him as a fool. Chapter 25. He is my brother. Xiang Lianqing was so angry that he almost broke down, but he didn't want to fall out with by Luo Shen, so he had to suppress his anger. Jiang Luo Shen glanced at Xiang Lianqing and instantly understood what he was thinking. However, she did not explain, but looked at Xiang Lianqing and said, "If Uncle Xiang doesn't believe it, how about we make a bet?" Oh. Xiang Lianqing was interested when he heard this. What's the bet? Jiang Luoshen looked at Chu Xuan and said, "Mr. Chu, I wonder when Uncle Xiang's old injury will relapse." Chu Xuan said calmly, 3 days of vomiting blood, 5 days of paralysis, 7 days of being in a vegetative state, and at most 10 days, he will die. Xiang Lianqing couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I just had a physical examination yesterday, and I'm in very good health." Chu Xuan smiled without comment, too lazy to explain. Jiang Luoshen smiled and said, "Since Uncle Xiang doesn't believe it, how about we set a limit of 3 days? If Mr. Chu's prediction comes true within 3 days, you lose. I know Uncle Xiang just got a 1,000-year-old ginseng. How about that as a bet?" Xiang Lianqing did not refuse, but asked, "What if I win?" Jiang Luoshen smiled faintly and said, "Don't you like antiques, Uncle Xiang? I just happen to have a Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain jar with the image of Giguzi descending the mountain. I'll give it to you." Xiang Lianqing's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but gasp. "Miss Jiang, are you serious? Your Giguzi descending the mountain jar is one of only 7 surviving Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelains depicting figures and stories. Are you really willing to give it to me? Although his 1,000-year-old ginseng is precious, it is only worth about 100 million. But like Jiang Luoshen's Giguzi descending the mountain jar, there are only 7 left in the world, and almost all of them are in large museums. This piece of Jiang Luoshen's can be said to be the only one in private hands in the world today. Its value is as high as 700 to 800 million. If it were put up for auction, it would easily sell for 10 billion. Jiang Luoshen smiled faintly. "It's just an antique. It's not enough for me, Jiang Luoshen, to go back on my word." "Ha ha." Xiang Lianqing finally smiled, stood up, and couldn't help laughing. "Since Miss Jiang is willing to give me the Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain jar with the image of Giguzi descending the mountain, then I will not refuse it." Naturally, he didn't think what Chu Xuan said was true. This Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain with figures and stories naturally became his possession. "Miss Jiang, I'll take my leave now. See you in 3 days." He didn't say any more nonsense, bowed to Jiang Luoshen, and left. As for Chu Xuan, he simply ignored him. After Xiang Lianqing left, Jiang Luoshen gave Chu Xuan an apologetic smile. "Sorry. I wanted to introduce Xiang Lianqing to you, but I didn't expect it to backfire." Chu Xuan said indifferently, "Miss Jiang also has good intentions. How could I not know what is good for me?" At this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit walked over, stood behind Jiang Luoshen, saluted respectfully and said, "Mr. Jiang." Jiang Luoshen responded, "You've arrived just in time. This is Mr. Chu Xuan, the new owner of the Rhino King Hotel. From now on, his words are my words. Do you understand?" Then, he introduced to Chu Xuan, "This is Sun Guangrong, the general manager of the Rhino King Hotel." When Sun Guangrong heard Jiang Luoshen's introduction, he was shocked and hurriedly greeted Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan asked, "Is Liu Minghui, the general manager of Xuanhe Group, going to hold his wedding at the Rhino King Hotel the day after tomorrow?" Sun Guangrong quickly said, "Yes, they are in Banquet Hall 2. Banquet Hall 2. Chu Xuan was surprised and asked, "Is there still a Banquet Hall number 1? Sun Guangrong explained, "Yes. Banquet Hall 2 is the first-class banquet hall of the Rhino Hotel. As for Banquet Hall 1, he glanced at Jiang Luoshen and explained, "That's the highest standard banquet hall at the Rhino King Hotel. Liu Minghui and his wife are not qualified to use it. In fact, Banquet Hall number 1 is the highest specification banquet hall and Jiang Luoshen's exclusive banquet hall. It is not open to the public at all." Chu Xuan immediately laughed and said, "Is that so? Then notify Liu Minghui to upgrade their wedding banquet hall to Banquet Hall number 1. "Ah." Sun Guangrong was stunned for a moment and looked at Jiang Luoshen again. Jiang Luoshen said calmly, "Didn't you hear what Mr. Chu said? I said, his words are my words." Sun Guangrong quickly agreed. Then, he mustered up the courage to ask Chu Xuan, "Boss, do you also know Liu Minghui?" "Of course I know him." Chu Xuan's eyes showed a playful look. "He is my good brother. It's my good brother's wedding, so of course I have to prepare a surprise for him. What's more, the other party married his ex-wife." In the afternoon, Chu Xuan received several calls from the old man, all reminding him to go home for dinner in the evening. Chu Xuan had no choice but to rush back. But when he rushed back to the Lin family villa, he found that the atmosphere inside was a little strange. Everyone in the Lin family was there, but they all looked very unhappy. Lin Zhengnan was so angry that he slammed the table and said, "Zhou Shanhu actually took advantage of the situation to rob our Lin family. This is too much." Chu Xuan asked in surprise, "What happened?" Lin Zhengnan was already furious, and when he saw Chu Xuan speak, he immediately scolded him. "What business has a loser like you got here? Go back to your room." Chu Xuan was speechless. Damn it! Is this guy crazy? However, considering that the other party was his father-in-law, he didn't say anything. Lin Changing, who was standing by, couldn't stand it any longer and scolded him in a deep voice. "Xiao Chu is a waste, so who are you?" "I." Lin Zhengnan was speechless. Lin Qingwu, standing by, explained to Chu Xuan, "The Lin Group's capital chain has been a bit tight lately. The chairman of the Tiger Group, Zhu Zuohu, owes the Lin Group 300 million yuan. He should have repaid it long ago, but he deliberately delayed paying it back. I sent someone to collect the debt today, but not only did they refuse to pay, they even beat the debt collector and sent him to the hospital. Just now, Zhu Zuohu's men sent me a hotel room card, claiming they wanted the 300 million yuan, and asked me to go to the hotel with the room card." When Chu Xuan heard this, he suddenly understood. No wonder everyone in the Lin family was so angry. This is no longer a provocation, but a blatant slap in the face. However, when he thought that the people from the Tiger Group dared to target Lin Qingwu, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Su Jianxiu suddenly stood up and looked at Chu Xuan and said, "Chu Xuan, don't you want us to recognize you? Now is a chance. As long as you can collect the 300 million yuan in debt, we will recognize you as the son-in-law of my Lin family." "No. No." Before Chu Xuan could speak, Lin Changing and Lin Qingwu spoke out to stop him. Lin Changing frowned and said, "Don't you know who Zhou Shanhu is? By asking Xiao Chu to collect the debt, aren't you sending him to his death?" Chapter 26. Kneel down and speak. 26. Kneel down and speak. Lin Qingwu, who was standing by, was afraid that Chu Xuan didn't know the seriousness of the matter, so she quickly explained to him, "Chu Xuan, don't be impulsive. Zhu Zuohu is not an ordinary person. On the surface, he's a businessman, but in reality, his son Tulong's toilet paper, helping him do some shady things. He has thousands of thugs under his command. Not only is he ruthless and heartless, but he also has the support of the Dragon Slaying Hall, which controls most of the underground world in Zhonghai. And the master of the Dragon Slaying Hall, Sun Tulong, is not only the underground godfather of Zhonghai, but also a martial arts master. Rumor has it that he has reached the pinnacle of internal strength and is known as Zhonghai's #1 master, the #1 person under the Grandmaster. So, with Sun Tulong protecting Zhu Zuohu, few people in the entire Zhonghai dare to provoke him. Chu Xuan was surprised when he heard this. Dragon Slaying Hall? What kind of strength is this? At the beginning, the Taoist Kai told him that the Dark Emperor Palace was the most powerful underground force in Daxia. He even said in a very pretentious manner, "Everywhere where the sun doesn't shine is the territory of the Dark Emperor Palace." Su Jianxiu was worried that Chu Xuan might back out, so she quickly said, "Old master, didn't you say before that the husband you found for Qingwu was a rare talent? You wouldn't even dare to go to the Menghu group to collect the debt, would you? If he really doesn't dare to go, then forget it. I heard that Wang Teng's father and Zhu Zuohu are a bit pretentious. If it really doesn't work out, I can only let Qingwu ask young Master Wang for help." As soon as Su Jianxiu finished speaking, Lin Changing's old face suddenly became extremely ugly. Chu Xuan said indifferently, "No need to ask Wang Teng for help. I will go and get the money back." "No." Lin Changing immediately said, "I don't agree with this." Lin Qingwu was about to shake her head at Chu Xuan. "Chu Xuan, don't be impulsive." Chu Xuan smiled and said, "Old man, Qingwu, don't worry, since I dare to take on this task, I am naturally confident. What's more, I live and eat at the Lin family, so it's only natural for me to do something for the Lin family." Seeing Chu Xuan agreed, Su Jianxiu was overjoyed and said, "You said it. As long as you can get the 300 million yuan debt, I will recognize you as my son-in-law. But..." Her face suddenly turned cold. "If you don't get these 300 million, you must divorce Qingwu. My Lin family doesn't support freeloaders." "Mom, don't go too far." Lin Qingwu frowned immediately. Su Jianxiu snorted coldly. "What do you mean I'm being excessive? He obviously took it on himself. What does it have to do with me?" Lin Qingwu wanted to say something, but Chu Xuan agreed immediately, "Okay." Seeing that the situation was already settled, Lin Changying could only sigh helplessly and warn Chu Xuan, "Xiao Chu, remember to protect yourself and don't force yourself." Chu Xuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, Grandpa. I'll remember it." After dinner, Chu Xuan returned to his room first. Just as he was about to wash up and go to bed, Lin Qingwu walked in with a red face and a look of helplessness. "Is there anything else?" Chu Xuan asked in surprise. Lin Qingwu's pretty face flushed again, and she lowered her head and said, "This is my room." Chu Xuan was stunned. Only then did they realize that Mr. Lin really did what he said and arranged them in the same room. Chu Xuan looked around, not knowing what to do. Although this room is not small, it is still a suite. But there was only one bed. "How about I sleep on the floor?" Chu Xuan asked tentatively. "No, you'll catch a cold." Lin Qingwu shook her head, then made up her mind and whispered, "Since we are already married, let's just sleep in the same bed." "What?" Chu Xuan looked at Lin Qingwu in surprise, suspecting that he had heard it wrong. Lin Qingwu glared at Chu Xuan unhappily. "I'm warning you, don't have any other thoughts, and don't move. Otherwise, I..." She made a clicking gesture towards Chu Xuan. So fierce and aggressive. Chu Xuan smiled immediately and did not refuse. That night, both of them slept in the same bed. That night, Chu Xuan couldn't sleep as he smelled the faint fragrance coming from his side from time to time. Lin Qingwu also suffered from insomnia. The next day, when she got up with dark circles under her eyes, Chu Xuan had disappeared. Seeing that all her clothes were intact, Lin Qingwu finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Chu Xuan had already arrived at the Tiger Group. At the front desk, after he announced that he was there to collect a debt on behalf of the Lin Group, the beautiful receptionist did not stop him. Instead, she looked at Chu Xuan with pity and told him the location of his office. When Chu Xuan entered the office, he saw a gorgeous woman in Kyeongsum sitting in an office chair putting on makeup. The Kyeongsum was split all the way to the thighs, revealing a bright white area that was very eye-catching. Seeing Chu Xuan come in, the woman asked without even looking up, "What are you doing?" Chu Xuan said directly, "I am here on behalf of the Lin Group to collect the 300 million yuan debt." Lin Group. When the woman heard the name, she stopped what she was doing, looked at Chu Xuan, and asked, "Why didn't Lin Qingwu come? She's still acting like a rich lady at this time. Is she trying to make Mr. Ju angry?" Chu Xuan frowned slightly. Before he could speak, the woman opened the drawer and threw a bag directly to Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan opened it and saw a nurse's uniform inside, but it was much more revealing than a normal nurse's uniform. In addition, there was a furry tail. Chu Xuan frowned and asked, "What does this mean?" "That's exactly what I mean." The woman commanded, "Take it back and tell Lin Qingwu. If you want the 300 million, wear this when you meet President Zhu. Otherwise, forget about the Lin Group's 300 million. Furthermore, our Tiger Group will also cut off all cooperation with the Lin family. The Lin family has already offended the king of Jiangbei. If they offend the Tiger Group again, they will probably be on the verge of bankruptcy." Chu Xuan's face turned cold. "Let Zhu Zuohu get out." "You bastard." The gorgeous woman immediately flew into a rage, pointing at Chu Xuan's nose and cursing. "A mere clerk like you is allowed to call Mr. Zhu by his name? Come on, teach this unruly person a lesson." As soon as she finished speaking, two burly men rushed in, one on the left and one on the right, ready to take down Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan instantly grabbed someone's neck and slammed him hard against the desk. Bang tilde. With a loud bang, the strong man screamed, his nose was broken, and he fell unconscious with a bloodthirsty face. Before the other strong man could react, Chu Xuan slapped him in the face and he fell to the ground. "You." The gorgeous woman was immediately frightened and pale. She said in a timid voice, "This is the Tiger Group. You dare to attack here? Do you want to die?" Bang tilde. Chu Xuan slapped the woman in the face. "Kneel down and talk." A clear slap mark suddenly appeared on the woman's fair and tender face. She covered her face and looked at Chu Xuan in disbelief. "How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am?" Bang tilde. Chu Xuan slapped the woman in the face again with his backhand. "Kneel down and talk." Chapter 27. Beat you until you agree. "I am Lord Tiger's woman," the woman roared angrily. Bang tilde. Chu Xuan slapped him hard again. "Kneel down and talk." The gorgeous woman was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Ever since she became Zhu Zuohu's woman, no one has ever dared to treat her like this. The woman opened her mouth, trying to threaten again. Chu Xuan didn't waste any words and raised his hand again. Plop tilde. The woman knelt down immediately. 10 minutes later. Suddenly, there was a sound of hurried footsteps outside the office. Immediately afterwards, Chu Xuan, who was dressed in a suit and had a burly figure, like a tiger, rushed into the office with dozens of bodyguards. The first thing I saw was a young man sitting in his boss chair, drinking tea leisurely. He was playing with his treasured Havana cigars in his hand. And his lover, that beautiful woman, was kneeling in the corner with a wronged look on her face, her originally delicate face now swollen like a pig's head. When the beautiful woman saw Chu Xuan coming, she immediately crawled to him and cried, "Brother Hu, you have to help me. Look at my face, what did he do to it?" Chu Xuan ignored the beautiful woman and stared at Chu Xuan with a cold gaze. "Someone sent by Lin Qingwu? You dare to hit my woman in my territory? You are so brave." Chu Xuan smiled indifferently. "I have always been very courageous." "Brother Hu, did you see that? This kid is too arrogant and doesn't take you seriously at all. You must not let him go easily, otherwise, any Tom, Dick, or Harry will dare to bully you in the future." The beautiful woman fanned the flames. Chu Xuan's face was cold. That's exactly what he intended. The gorgeous woman looked at Chu Xuan and shouted again, "You little bastard, weren't you very arrogant just now? Aren't you a good fighter? Now Brother Tiger is here. If you have the guts, try to touch me again." She even stretched her face in front of Chu Xuan and said provocatively, "Come on, hit me again if you have the guts." Bang tilde. Chu Xuan didn't waste any time and slapped the woman away. The scene suddenly became dead silent. Everyone looked at Chu Xuan in disbelief. Is this guy a fool? Now that they are surrounded, how dare you attack Tiger Lord's woman? This means you don't know how to write the word death. He tilde. Chu Xuan couldn't help but laugh in anger, revealing a murderous look in his eyes. "Boy, you're great. You're very brave. I, Chu Xuan, have seen many arrogant people. But you are the first one who dares to be so arrogant in front of me, Chu Xuan. Tell me, what are you going to tell me today?" Chu Xuan said indifferently, "My order is to pay back the 300 million yuan owed to the Lin Group, including principal and interest. Then put on this suit and run around the inner ring. I, a great man, will not bear grudges and will let you go." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Chu Xuan in shock, as if they were looking at a fool. Is this kid crazy? Otherwise, how could he have the courage to say this? It would be fine if Chu Xuan was asked to pay back 300 million yuan including principal and interest, but they actually made him run around the inner ring in a sexy nurse outfit? It's simply courting death. Everyone shook their heads. Just based on Chu Xuan's words, he is dead today. Not only him, but even the Lin Group will be in trouble and will inevitably suffer crazy revenge from the Tiger Group. What if I don't agree? Chu Xuan said with a forced smile, his eyes flashing with ferocity. You will agree. Chu Xuan said firmly, because, if you don't agree, I will beat you until you agree. Okay. Chu Xuan couldn't help but laugh in anger. Then, he turned to look at his men behind him and said in a cold voice, What are you all standing there for? Are you waiting for me to treat you to a meal? Crash tilde. In an instant, a group of subordinates reacted and rushed towards Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan lit a cigar and said with a cruel smile, Remember not to beat him to death. That would be too easy for him. Chu Xuan sat in the chair without moving. Just as a dozen bodyguards rushed towards him, he suddenly kicked the solid wooden desk in front of him. Boom tilde. Accompanied by a loud bang. The solid wood office desk weighing several hundred pounds suddenly rolled and flew up, directly knocking away the dozen people who were rushing in the front. In an instant, all the men were stunned and looked at the scene in disbelief. The cigar Chu Xuan was holding in his mouth also fell to the ground with a plop. Damn it! That was a golden Nanmu desk weighing nearly 1,000 pounds, and it was kicked away like that? How much force did this kick require? Is this still a human being? At this moment, Chu Xuan also stood up and advanced instead of retreating. He roared at Chu Xuan, his ferocity aroused. Go, go! Immediately, another group of men rushed towards Chu Xuan. This time, they were no longer unarmed, but drew their weapons from their waists, either batons or machetes, and rushed towards Chu Xuan fearlessly. These people are not ordinary thugs, but the corps carefully trained by Chu Xuan. Although they are not as good as the king of soldiers or mercenaries, they are all capable of fighting 10 enemies at once. Sure enough, the person who attacked this time was obviously much faster and more ruthless, and aimed directly at Chu Xuan's vitals. But no matter how fast they were, Chu Xuan was even faster. Before their attacks landed, Chu Xuan had already attacked, slapping them one slap after another. The harsh sound of slaps continued to ring out. Soon, these dozen men were all sent flying backwards, lying on the ground wailing. In just this moment, none of the dozens of men Chu Xuan brought with him were able to fight except Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan could no longer remain calm. He didn't understand where the Lin family found such a powerful man. At this moment, Chu Xuan also came to Chu Xuan. Whoosh! Chu Xuan did not sit there and wait for death. He suddenly took out a butterfly knife and stabbed it towards Chu Xuan's chest, intending to kill him with one blow. But the knife stopped in midair. No more progress. The blade was held firmly in Chu Xuan's hand. Crack! After a crisp sound, Chu Xuan broke the butterfly knife with one hand, and then stabbed the broken blade into Chu Xuan's abdomen with lightning speed. Ah! Chu Xuan screamed and subconsciously covered his stomach with his hands. Blood was flowing out from between his fingers. Chu Xuan's face turned pale, and a feeling of powerlessness spread throughout his body. Although this knife will not take his life, but Chu Xuan's ruthlessness, decisiveness, and indifference to life made him feel a chill in his heart. Chu Xuan realized that he had hit a wall today. You! Chu Xuan shouted in a trembling voice. Who on earth are you? I'm someone you can't afford to mess with. Chu Xuan rotated the blade in his hand 90 degrees and then pulled it out suddenly. As a scream was heard, a stream of blood spurted out. Chu Xuan's body went limp and he fell to the ground. Chapter 28. Once and for all. Chu Xuan was completely terrified. He said to Chu Xuan in a stern but cowardly tone, "You can't kill me. I have hundreds of brothers under my command. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to walk out of here alive. And the Lin group. If I die, the Lin family and the Lin group will be in trouble too." Bang! Chu Xuan slapped Chu Xuan hard on the face. "If I wanted to kill you, you would be dead by now." Chu Xuan covered his burning cheek and said with anger and frustration, "What else do you want? No need to talk nonsense." Chu Xuan said indifferently, "Don't you still have hundreds of brothers? I'm giving you a chance. Call people now. Call everyone you can. I want to see why you won't let me go." After he finished speaking, he kicked Chu Xuan out again. Chu Xuan slammed into the wall and spat out another mouthful of blood. However, these injuries were not the most serious for him. Now his lungs were about to explode with anger. Give you a chance? Call someone now. Chu Xuan's words were too arrogant, too presumptuous, and too unscrupulous. Call people for me. Call everyone to me. Chu Xuan roared angrily, looking crazy. If he can't save face today, he will have no chance of survival in the future. Da. Less than 10 minutes later, hurried footsteps were heard outside the office again. Immediately afterwards, a large number of thugs armed with sticks swarmed in and rushed towards Chu Xuan. At first glance, there will be no less than 200 people coming. Chu Xuan suddenly became full of vigor and enthusiasm again, pointing at Chu Xuan and shouting, "Go, destroy him for me." More than 200 people immediately attacked Chu Xuan. He also felt confident at this time. So what if Chu Xuan can fight? Can you beat 10 people, 100 people, or 200 people? With so many brothers, they can easily kill Chu Xuan. Bang! At this time, Chu Xuan didn't waste any words. He kicked the strong man who was rushing in the front and kicked him backwards, knocking down dozens of people behind him. Chu Xuan rushed directly into the crowd like a tiger among a flock of sheep. Wherever he passed, it was like a gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Those thugs couldn't even touch his clothes, and they flew away one by one. After landing, either their arms or legs were broken. There was a lot of wailing at the scene. Less than 5 minutes. The more than 200 people who rushed in all lay on the ground, and no one had the strength to fight anymore. Chu Xuan stood there with his mouth wide open, looking completely dumbfounded. He never expected that even with so many brothers, they still couldn't do anything to Chu Xuan. Go on. Keep going. Chu Xuan roared again. Dozens more people rushed up. In the end, there were still no surprises. These dozens of people were all knocked to the ground, their hands and feet broken, before they even had a chance to touch Chu Xuan's clothes. Chu Xuan was completely confused. Is this really a human being? Chu Xuan strolled up to Chu Xuan and slapped him on the face. What are you daydreaming about? Keep going. Don't you have hundreds of brothers? Call them all over here. Chu Xuan's face flushed red, and he roared in frustration. Go on, call someone. The subordinate lying on the ground said bitterly, Brother who? It's gone. All the brothers are here. They have called in all their elite troops. The rest were just some scattered soldiers and guerrillas. Even they were no match for Chu Xuan. If he summoned them, they would only be tortured by Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan was also dumbfounded. Is there no one here? Chu Xuan looked at Chu Xuan with regret. I gave you a chance, but you're useless. Then don't blame me from now on. Chu Xuan's face was extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, Boy, don't be so arrogant. Although I have no one else, don't forget that I am Lord Long's man. If you touch me, Lord Long will not let you go. Lord Long. Chu Xuan said playfully. You're talking about Sun Tulong, right? Very good, call him over now. What did you say? Zhu Zuohu looked at Chu Xuan in disbelief, as if he suspected that he had heard it wrong. Boy, since you know Lord Long's identity, how dare you say that? Zhu Zuohu sneered. I admit that you are a good fighter, but I also want to tell you that Lord Long is not only the master of the Dragon Slaying Hall, but also the most skilled warrior in Zhonghai, the best under Grandmaster. Your skills are nothing compared to Lord Long. Bang! Chu Xuan didn't indulge him and slapped him in the face. What nonsense are you talking about? You called me when I told you to. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Zhu Zuohu covered his face and glared at Chu Xuan. What on earth do you want to do? What do you want to do? Chu Xuan smiled indifferently. Of course, once and for all. Okay. You wait. Zhu Zuohu gritted his teeth and finally called Sun Tulong. In less than 20 minutes, a convoy of black Mercedes-Benz cars came to a sudden stop in front of the entrance of the Tiger Group. Immediately afterwards, dozens of bodyguards in suits rushed out of the car, surrounding a middle-aged man wearing a white tank suit and holding Buddhist beads, and entered the Tiger Group. A few minutes later, a group of people appeared at the door of Zhu Zuohu's office. Lord Long, you're here. When Zhu Zuohu saw Sun Tulong, he immediately crawled over. Bang! Sun Tulong didn't say a word, but raised his hand and slapped Zhu Zuohu to the ground. Zhu Zuohu didn't even dare to fart. Sun Tulong then spoke, Stand still. Zhu Zuohu quickly got up and stood respectfully in front of Sun Tulong again. Bang 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 tilde. Sun Tulong slapped Zhu Zuohu a few more times, turning his head into a pig's. Do you know why I beat you? Sun Tulong said indifferently. I know. Zhu Zuohu said quickly, I've caused trouble for you, Lord Long. Bang! Sun Tulong slapped him again. It doesn't matter if you cause trouble. I'm afraid of trouble the least. The reason I hit you is because you caused trouble and you don't have the ability to solve it. I'm not your father. I have no obligation to clean your ass. This time, I'll help you solve it, but next time, you'll have to go to the high seas and feed the big fish yourself. Zhu Zuohu trembled and said quickly, I understand. Get lost. Sun Tulong snorted coldly, and then let Zhu Zuohu step back to bandage the wound. Chu Xuan watched the scene with amusement and said nothing. Sun Tulong taught Zhu Zuohu a lesson in front of him, which was also a way to intimidate him. At this moment, Sun Tulong also looked at Chu Xuan and said indifferently, Young man, we have no grudges in the past or the present. What's the meaning of you destroying my place and injuring my people in broad daylight? Are you too arrogant, or do you think I, Zhu Tulong, can't lift the sword anymore? As he finished speaking, a fierce look burst out from his eyes and pressed towards Chu Xuan. The dozens of bodyguards behind him also locked onto Chu Xuan like hungry wolves. Chapter 29 Kneel. These bodyguards are obviously much better than Zhu Zuohu's men. No grudges or hatred. Chu Xuan sneered and pointed at Zhu Zuohu, saying, Paying back debts is only natural. Zhu Zuohu maliciously withheld 300 million yuan in debt from my wife, and even crippled the employee who came to collect the debt. How can you call this a clean slate? He sent a message to my wife. If she wants the money, she should go to the hotel with him. You call this having no grudges? I came here to collect a debt today, but he pulled out a set of sexy lingerie and told me to take it back and wear it on my wife so I could see him. You call that a clean slate? After hearing this, Sun Tulong finally understood what was going on. He frowned and glanced at Zhu Zuohu behind him, his eyes filled with reproach. Zhu Zuohu lowered his head in shame. He also knew that what he did was not right. Sun Tulong glanced at Chu Xuan, then at his men lying around him, and finally decided to keep the peace. Young man, it's already happened. There's no point dwelling on the cause. Besides, you injured hundreds of my men. Okay, I'll let Zhu Zuohu return the money to you. How about we end this matter here today? Sun Tulong said in a deep voice. The older you are in the world, the less courageous you are. It's not that he is really timid, but he is no longer at the age of being brave and aggressive. What's more, he couldn't even see Chu Xuan's strength. This also made him feel a little more wary of Chu Xuan. As soon as these words were spoken, Sun Tulong's men and Zhu Zuohu and others were all dumbfounded. They looked at Sun Tulong in shock, full of disbelief. Sun Tulong actually took the initiative to give in and wanted to calm things down. Chu Xuan also looked at Sun Tulong in surprise, thinking that the other party was just like Zhu Zuohu, wanting to get back his face forcefully. In the end, Chu Xuan shook his head and said, "Not enough." Sun Tulong's eyes suddenly fixed on Chu Xuan, his expression darkening as he looked at him. "Young man, I've already made concessions. What else do you want?" If he hadn't been unable to see through Chu Xuan's strength, he would have already given the order to cut Chu Xuan into pieces. Why would he need all this nonsense? Chu Xuan said indifferently, "I heard that the dragon-slaying hall's powerful Vajra palm is invincible, so I came here today to experience it." He made a gesture of invitation to Sun Tulong. "You win. This matter ends here. I don't want the 300 million, and I will cut off my arm as an apology. But if you lose..." He stared at Sun Tulong. "I want to be my dog." "Asshole." As soon as Chu Xuan finished speaking, there was a burst of angry roars at the scene. "How dare you speak to Lord Long like that? I'll destroy you. Act recklessly. Lord Long, I'm here to destroy this ignorant brat." A group of people behind him stood up and volunteered. Zhu Zuohu looked at Chu Xuan in shock. Now, he even admired Chu Xuan a little. Then, his eyes were filled with pity. "This kid is dead. He. Sun Tulong was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh angrily. "What an ignorant brat. Since you are seeking your own death, I will grant your wish." He didn't waste any more time talking to Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan's words had completely infuriated him and blocked his way out. If he retreats at this time, he will be finished. Today, I will let you know what it means to have a higher level than the one you have. As the words fell, a terrifying aura burst out from his body, and he slapped Chu Xuan's head with a palm. Without holding back, he was ready to slap to death this guy who dared to provoke him. Bang 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 tilde. Wherever the palm passed, there was a sound of air exploding. It was like a mountain pressing down on Chu Xuan. Whoosh. However, when his hand was an inch away from Chu Xuan's forehead, it suddenly stopped, because a hand was faster than him and had already grabbed his throat. Sun Tulong's hands froze in midair, and he looked at Chu Xuan in shock, full of disbelief. Chu Xuan said indifferently, "You lose." Lost. There was a moment of trance in Sun Tulong's eyes. He was a master at the peak of internal strength, known as the best person under the Grandmaster, but he actually lost to the young boy in front of him. Moreover, they lost without any suspense. Sun Tulong's men looked at the scene in disbelief. Lord Long actually lost. Asshole, let Lord Long go. At this moment, Zhu Zuohu pulled out a pistol, pointed it at Chu Xuan, and roared, "Boy, I command you to release Lord Long immediately. Otherwise, I'll make your head explode right now." Chu Xuan turned and looked at Zhu Zuohu with a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Boy, what are you looking at? I told you to let Lord Long go immediately." Zhu Zuohu raised his gun and shouted at Chu Xuan in a stern manner. Chu Xuan just smiled faintly and said, "Go ahead and shoot." "What did you say?" Zhu Zuohu looked at Chu Xuan in shock, his eyes almost popping out. "I told you to shoot." Chu Xuan spoke again. "Madman. Madman." Zhu Zuohu couldn't help but curse, his face flushed as he warned, "Don't think I'm kidding you. Release Lord Long immediately, or I'll kill you." Chu Xuan shouted directly, "Shoot. Trash. You're courting death." Zhu Zuohu's face twisted. "Then go die." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled the trigger hard. Lord Long quickly shouted, "No." However, it was too late. The sharp sound of gunfire echoed throughout the office. Chu Xuan's expression remained unchanged. He grabbed at the air as if he was catching a mosquito, and then spread out his palm. There was already a bullet in his palm. It was the bullet that Zhu Zuohu had just fired. Boom tilde. The scene suddenly became dead silent. Everyone looked at Chu Xuan with horror and fear, as if they were looking at a demon. At this moment, even Sun Tulong couldn't help but change color and stared at Chu Xuan in shock. Catch bullets with bare hands. What kind of terrifying speed and explosive power does it take to achieve this? Even if a martial arts master were here, he would never be able to be as relaxed and casual as Chu Xuan. Could it be? Suddenly, a terrifying thought appeared in Sun Tulong's mind. Could it be that this young man in front of me is a martial arts master, and a powerful master among masters? Who are you? Sun Tulong stared at Chu Xuan, his voice suddenly becoming hoarse. Don't talk nonsense to me. Chu Xuan didn't look at Zhu Zuohu, who was already frightened to death, and said indifferently, "Let me ask you, do you admit defeat or not?" Sun Tulong's mouth twitched, and he finally said bitterly, "I admit that you are very strong, stronger than any martial arts master I have ever seen. Logically speaking, with your strength, you are qualified to make me, Sun Tulong, bow down to you. I'm not afraid to tell you. I'm actually from the Dark Emperor Palace, and I swear to be loyal to the Dark Emperor Palace for the rest of my life. You can kill me, but it's impossible for me to submit to you. Dark Emperor Palace? Chu Xuan looked surprised. After all this time, it turns out he is one of us. He didn't waste any words and directly took out his Dark Emperor ring. Sun Tulong, do you recognize this thing? This is. Sun Tulong's eyes widened immediately. Dark Emperor ring? This is the Dark Emperor ring. Where did you get it? Chu Xuan did not explain, but put the Dark Emperor ring on his hand. Kneel. Chapter 30 Meeting Gift. Sun Tulong did not kneel down immediately, but carefully looked at the Dark Emperor ring on Chu Xuan's hand. Then, his eyes widened again. It's actually true. The ring Chu Xuan was wearing was the Dark Emperor ring. How is this possible? Sun Tulong couldn't help but exclaim. The Dark Emperor ring is the symbol of the Lord of the Dark Emperor Palace, and only the Lord is qualified to wear it. Now it is in Chu Xuan's hands. Doesn't that mean? Is this young man in front of me the new master of the Dark Emperor Palace? Chu Xuan stared at Sun Tulong and said in a cold voice, since you know about the Dark Emperor ring, it must mean something. Now I ask you, will you kneel or not? What's the Dark Emperor ring? It's just a broken ring, isn't it? Zhu Zuohu, standing by, couldn't help but sneer. You expect to make Lord Long kneel down with just a broken ring? Brat, did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Shut up. Sun Tulong suddenly roared and kicked Zhu Zuohu away. You dog. Who gave you the courage to speak to the palace master like that? Then, he knelt down in front of Chu Xuan with a thud. Sun Tulong greets the palace master. Boom tilde. The scene was dead silent. Everyone looked at Sun Tulong kneeling in front of Chu Xuan, their mouths wide open, shocked beyond words. Kneel down. The dignified Lord Long, the Lord of the Dragon-Slaying Hall, whom even the major wealthy families in Zhonghai dared not provoke, actually knelt down before Chu Xuan. Very good. Chu Xuan played with the Dark Emperor ring and was very satisfied with Sun Tulong's attitude. He thought that Sun Tulong would still struggle, or be reluctant to give up the power in his hands and pretend not to acknowledge his identity. I didn't expect Sun Tulong to be so aware of the current situation. From today on, you are mine. Soon, you will understand how correct your choice today was. As he spoke, he stood up and walked slowly to Sun Tulong. Since you are so considerate, I will give you a meeting gift. Then, he suddenly exerted force with his feet. Suddenly, a huge force erupted from the ground, shaking Sun Tulong, who was kneeling on the ground, to stand up. Before he could react, Chu Xuan slapped him. Bang 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 tilde. Chu Xuan slapped Sun Tulong on several important acupoints on his body. Sun Tulong didn't have time to dodge. He felt as if his body was about to explode. The bones in his body made a crackling sound, and a stabbing pain that penetrated deep into his bone marrow instantly spread throughout his body. Ah! Sun Tulong couldn't help but let out an angry roar towards the sky. Boom tilde. Accompanied by a loud bang. A terrifying pressure erupted from him, sweeping across the entire venue like a tsunami. The bodyguards close to Sun Tulong were so powerful that they flew backwards one after another as if they were hit by a cannonball. The pain on Sun Tulong's face disappeared, and instead he showed a hint of ecstasy. He reached out and pressed the Nanmu desk next to him. It doesn't look like it takes much effort. However, the desk suddenly shook with a loud bang and turned into a pile of debris. I'm releasing my energy. Am I a martial arts master? Sun Tulong looked at his hands, his face full of shock and disbelief, mixed with ecstasy. Haha, I actually became a martial arts master. He is a master at the pinnacle of internal strength, and is only one step away from becoming a master of the realm of transformation. But this one step held him back for 20 years. In the eyes of outsiders, he is the #1 person under the Grandmaster and the best expert in Zhonghai. But only he himself knows how big the gap is between him and the Grandmaster. All below the Grandmaster are ants. Even he, a master of the pinnacle of internal strength, is nothing more than a larger ant in the eyes of the martial arts master. Only by becoming a martial arts master can you become the best. Now, he has finally taken this step. Zhu Zuohu and Sun Tulong's bodyguards were all dumbfounded. As Sun Tulong's confidants, they naturally knew Sun Tulong's situation. They also knew that he had been stuck at the Grandmaster bottleneck for 20 years and had tried countless methods but failed to take this last step. Unexpectedly, Chu Xuan only needed a few slaps to make Sun Tulong break through and become a Grandmaster. Sun Tulong also reacted at this time. He plopped down and knelt before Chu Xuan again. Sun Tulong thanks you for your kindness. From now on, I, Sun Tulong, will be your dog. This time, I was really convinced. He had previously overestimated Chu Xuan, thinking that he was a martial arts master. Unexpectedly, I underestimated it so much. With just a few slaps, he was able to break through and become a martial arts master. How could such a person be compared to a mere martial arts master? At the same time, he also realized that he had encountered a great opportunity. If he could hold on to this thigh before Chu Xuan's rise, he would definitely be able to rise to prominence in the future. Get up. Chu Xuan sat back in his chair and said indifferently, "We'll talk about your business later." Then, his gaze fell on Zhu Zuohu. "Now, is it time to settle our accounts?" "Have mercy." When Zhu Zuohu heard Chu Xuan's words, his legs trembled with fear. He howled miserably and knelt on the ground. "Palace Master, spare me. I know I was wrong, and I am willing to confess. The reason why I owe Lin's 300 million was all Wang Teng's idea. He gave me 10 million and told me to hold on to this debt. Lin's capital chain is tight recently. Without these 300 million, they would probably be in dire straits. By then, Wang Teng can make another move and win Lin Qingwu's heart." In order to save his life, Zhu Zuohu did not dare to hide the truth anymore and told it directly. Wang Teng. Chu Xuan was stunned. He didn't expect that this guy was behind all this. Sun Tulong also gave Zhu Zuohu a fierce look. What a waste, who is more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything. Just because of 10 million, he almost got himself into trouble. If Chu Xuan hadn't happened to be the master of the Dark Emperor Palace, he would have been in big trouble today. Are you blind? How dare you set your sights on the palace master's wife? Come on, tie up this loser and bury him in the playground. Sun Tulong shouted angrily. Zhu Zuohu was so frightened that he peed himself and begged Chu Xuan for mercy. "Palace Master, I really know I was wrong. Please give me a chance to live. I want to be your dog too. I'll bite whoever you tell me to bite. Woof woof." Sun Tulong lowered his head and glanced at Zhu Zuohu. "The dog is sitting on the tiger. This guy is trying to steal my food." Chu Xuan looked at Zhu Zuohu with a half smile. "You want to be my dog?" Zhu Zuohu said quickly, "I do. I really do. Please, Palace Master, give me a chance. Palace Master, you and Lord Long are both important figures, and you've done great things. But there are some small and dirty things that you and Lord Long can't do, but I can." Chu Xuan couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. I have to say, what this guy said seems to make some sense. Chapter 31, Only One Voice. It's not easy to be my dog. Chu Xuan smiled playfully, not intending to let Zhu Zuohu go so easily. This bastard actually dared to target Lin Qingwu and even shot himself. If I let him go so easily, what prestige would I have as the palace master? Do you remember what I said before? Chu Xuan glanced at the nurse's uniform dropped on the ground and asked jokingly. Zhu Zuohu noticed Chu Xuan's look and immediately understood what he meant. "Remember, I understand." As he spoke, he took out a checkbook, filled out a check for 500 million, and respectfully handed it to Chu Xuan. "Palace Master, this is the 300 million owed to the Lin family. The extra 200 million is the interest to be paid to the Lin family." Then, he quickly got up, picked up the nurse's uniform and went into the bathroom. When he came out again, he had already put on the clothes. Zhu Zuohu was already stronger than a normal person, and no one knew how he managed to wear that small nurse's uniform. He looked extremely funny at this moment. "Palace Master, shall I go now?" Zhu Zuohu asked Chu Xuan carefully. "Go." Chu Xuan said indifferently, "Run around the inner ring before dark. If you do it, I'll give you a chance to be a dog." Half an hour later, it's still the same office. The inside had been cleaned up and all the bodyguards had been kicked out. Chu Xuan sat in the boss chair, while Sun Tulong stood respectfully beside him. As for Zhu Zuohu, he was already wearing his nurse uniform and circling the inner ring. "Tell me about the situation in the Dark Emperor Palace." Chu Xuan played with the cigar in his hand and spoke indifferently. The Dark Emperor Palace is spread throughout Daxia, with a branch in every place. Sun Tulong is from the Zhonghai branch. Sun Tulong hurriedly said, "Palace Master, ever since the old Palace Master disappeared 7 years ago, the Dark Emperor Palace has begun to decline. Especially in the past few years, everyone thought the old Hall Master was dead and wanted to appoint a new one. Several elders and powerful Hall Masters fought fiercely for the position of Hall Master. However, I'm only a deputy head of the Zhonghai branch, and I only know this much. I can't access higher intelligence. Even within our Zhonghai branch, we are constantly engaged in internal strife and serious internal friction. I couldn't stand this, so I established my own sect, the Dragon Slaying Hall." Chu Xuan nodded, not bothering to ask any more questions, and said directly, "I'll give you 1 month to integrate the Zhonghai branch. Whether you are an elder or a priest, You must either surrender or die. In short, in one word, I want the entire Zhonghai branch to have only one voice, and that is my voice. How about it? Can you do it? Sun Tulong immediately said, Don't worry, Palace Master. I will do my best to help you. If it were in the past, he might have been a little apprehensive. After all, the Dark Emperor Palace was full of hidden talents. In the Zhonghai branch alone, there were several who could rival him. Some were even more experienced than him. It is too difficult for him to take over the entire Zhonghai branch. But now, he has become a martial arts master, so dealing with those people is naturally a piece of cake. Chu Xuan said expressionlessly, I don't need your devotion. What I need is absolute certainty. If you can do that, you will be the head of the Zhonghai branch. If you can't do that, then make room. I'll let someone who can do it do it. Sun Tulong's heart suddenly trembled, and he quickly said, I can do it. Very good. Chu Xuan finally nodded in satisfaction. Also, help me investigate one more thing. Please give your orders, Palace Master. Sun Tulong said respectfully, Have you heard of the Zhonghai Chu family? Chu Xuan said in a cold voice, The Chu family of Zhonghai. Sun Tulong was stunned. He looked at Chu Xuan and said, Palace Master, are you talking about the Chu family, which was once the leader of the 4 great families in Zhonghai? Chu Xuan nodded expressionlessly. Sun Tulong quickly said, I've heard something about the Chu family. They were the leader of the 4 great families, their power overwhelming the other 3, and they even had the potential to become aristocratic families. But 18 years ago, they were wiped out in one night. All 28 members of the Chu family were slaughtered, and not a single one survived. This incident caused quite a stir at the time, and even attracted an investigation from a prominent figure in Longju. Unfortunately, a fire reduced the entire Chu family to ashes, destroying all the clues, and the investigation ultimately came to nothing. Chu Xuan said coldly, You're a little wrong. The Chu family was indeed wiped out, but it wasn't 28 people who died, but 27. There was even a child who luckily survived. Ah. Sun Tulong was stunned, and then seemed to realize something, looking at Chu Xuan in shock. Chu Xuan didn't hide it and said indifferently, That's right. I am the fish that slipped through the net. Sun Tulong's body suddenly shook. Chu Xuan continued, What I want you to do is to investigate the truth behind the Chu family's massacre. Find out who committed the murder and the mastermind behind it. Sun Tulong immediately knelt and said, I obey your command. When Chu Xuan returned to the Lin family villa, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. Lin Qingwu heard the doorbell and opened the door herself. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Chu Xuan was safe and sound. Xiao Chu is back. Come and sit down. Let's get ready for dinner. Lin Changing also smiled and asked Chu Xuan to sit down, without mentioning the debt collection at all. Su Jinxiu would never let this opportunity go. She snorted coldly. How's it going? Do you want your money back? I'm telling you, I've already made a promise. If you don't want it back, you'd better pack up and leave. Lin Zhengnan also said in a deep voice, That's right. As a man, you must do what you say. Don't let us look down on you. Lin Qingwu frowned and said, Mom and Dad, don't go too far. Even if you let Chu Xuan go to collect the 300 million yuan owed, you should at least give him a few more days, right? What do you mean we are going too far? Su Jinxiu said unhappily. He was the one who said those big words, and the military order has been signed. What? Now he wants to go back on his word. That's enough. Lin Changing slammed the table and shouted angrily, This family is not your turn to make the decisions. Regardless of whether he can get the money back or not, he is still Qingwu's husband. If you don't like it, you can leave on your own. Dad, aren't you being too unreasonable? Su Jinxiu said dissatisfiedly. Lin Zhengnan also lost his temper and said angrily, Dad, I don't understand. How on earth is this kid worthy of Qingwu? Yes, he saved your life. We will give him money. 10 million should be enough. If 10 million is not enough, then 100 million. Why do you have to let Qingwu marry this boy? Lin Changing's face darkened and he was about to get angry. Chu Xuan quickly asked, Uncle Lin, I don't think I've said anything yet. How do you know I won't get the 300 million? Just you. Lin Zhengnan sneered, pointing at the ashtray in front of him and said, If you can get the 300 million from the Tiger Group, I will eat this ashtray. Chu Xuan didn't waste any time and just slammed the check on the table. Bang! This is a cash check from the Tiger Group. It's not for 300 million, but for 500 million. Not only did I get back 300 million, but I also got an extra 200 million in liquidated damages. As he spoke, he pushed the ashtray in front of him and said, "Uncle Lin, are you going to fry this ashtray or eat it cold?" Chapter 32. Just because you are so confident. Should I eat it stir-fried or cold? The Lin family villa suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at the check in front of them, their faces filled with disbelief. Chu Xuan actually got the money back from the Tiger Group. Not only did he get it back, but he also got an extra 200 million in interest. How is this possible? Su Jinxiu said in disbelief, "You forged this check, didn't you?" Lin Zhengnan also reacted after hearing this and nodded immediately. Yes. This check must be fake. Chu Xuan, let me tell you, forging a check is illegal. Zhu Zuohu is not a good man, nor is he someone who is easy to get along with. Otherwise, he would not have owed the Lin Group for so long and repeatedly beaten up employees who went to collect the debt. Even the Lin family couldn't do it, but Chu Xuan accomplished it with just one trip? This is obviously impossible. As he spoke, he picked up the check and examined it carefully, trying to find any flaws in it. Su Jinxiu sneered, "Chu Xuan, do you think you can fool us with this little trick? Do you really think our Lin family is just ordinary people who can't even tell the difference between a real check and a fake one? I'm telling you, you'd better admit it now, or you'll suffer the consequences." Lin Qingwu also looked at Chu Xuan and said, "Chu Xuan, this check. The check is real." Chu Xuan said firmly, "Zhu Zuohu filled it out in front of me. I don't think he has the guts to fool me." "Oh, I don't have the guts to fool you." Su Jinxiu sneered, "Do you really think you're a big shot? I'm telling you, if you confess now and get out of our house, I won't mind letting you go. Otherwise, if the check is found to be fake, it won't be as simple as just getting out of our house. You'll be going to jail." Chu Xuan said indifferently, "The check is real. What is there for me to confess? You won't cry until you see the coffin, right?" Su Jinxiu was immediately furious. "Very good. I'll call the police now and have them come." Before she could finish, Lin Zhengnan couldn't help but say in shock, "This check is actually real." "What?" Su Jinxiu looked at Lin Zhengnan in shock. "Hubby, are you seeing things? How could this check be real?" She snatched the check away, verified it herself, and was dumbfounded. How is it possible that the check is real? At this moment, even Lin Qingwu and Lin Changjing were looking at Chu Xuan in disbelief. "How did you do it?" Lin Qingwu asked in surprise. She knew how difficult Zhu Zuohu was to deal with. Otherwise, the debt wouldn't have been delayed until now. Lin Changjing and others also stared at Chu Xuan, curious about how he did it. Chu Xuan smiled and said, "Of course I'll reason with him." Lin Zhengnan looked suspicious. When did Zhu Zuohu become so easy to talk to? Chu Xuan didn't explain too much, but pushed the ashtray in front of Lin Zhengnan. "Uncle Lin, can you eat the ashtray now?" "You." Lin Jingnan's old face suddenly turned red. Su Jinxiu snorted coldly, "The villain is getting ahead." Lin Changjing laughed heartily. "Haha, I told you that my grandson-in-law is not an ordinary person. Now you believe it, right?" Lin Zhengnan and Su Jinxiu looked at each other, both speechless. They never thought that Chu Xuan could get the money back from Zhu Zuohu. Now that Chu Xuan not only got the money back, but also exceeded the target, they naturally had nothing to say. "I've made up my mind." Lin Changjing didn't care what Lin Zhengnan and his wife thought. He immediately slammed the table and said, "In a few days, let Xiao Chu go to Lin's to assist Qingwu in her work. Just be the president's assistant." As he spoke, he looked at Chu Xuan. "Xiao Chu, do you have any objections?" Before Chu Xuan could say anything, Lin Zhengnan and his wife were furious. "No. I don't agree." They both spoke at the same time. Lin Zhengnan said with an ugly face, "Dad, the Lin Group is in trouble right now. Letting Chu Xuan join the Lin Group at this time and taking on such an important position as the CEO's assistant, isn't this just adding to the chaos?" Lin Changjing snorted coldly. "Creating more trouble? Can you get 300 million from the Tiger Group?" Lin Zhengnan was speechless. Of course he can't come. Lin Changjing pressed the issue again. "Can you get Zhu Zuohu to pay 200 million in interest?" Lin Zhengnan immediately lowered his head dejectedly. Lin Changjing snorted again. "What you couldn't do, Xiao Chu did. What makes you think Xiao Chu joining the Lin family will only cause trouble? Is that because you're so shameless?" Lin Jingnan's face suddenly turned red. So embarrassing. Su Jinxiu opened her mouth to speak, but Lin Changjing interrupted her, saying, "It's fine if you want Xiao Chu not to join the Lin family." He pointed at the ashtray in front of him and said, "You too, eat this ashtray and I'll agree." Lin Zhengnan and his wife's faces turned green immediately. Both of them looked dejected. Lin Changing looked at Chu Xuan and said, Xiaochu, I'd like to ask you to help Qingwu and serve as the president's assistant. What do you think? Chu Xuan smiled and said indifferently, I will listen to Grandpa. Okay. It's settled then. Lin Changing made the decision immediately. After dinner, Chu Xuan couldn't stand the thief-like looks of Lin Zhengnan and his wife, so he found an excuse and went upstairs. Just after he left, Lin Qingwu's phone vibrated. Lin Qingwu picked up the phone and took a look at it, her brows slightly furrowed. It's Wang Tang calling. Seeing this, Su Jinxiu hurriedly urged Lin Qingwu, Is it young Master Wang calling? Qingwu, why are you still standing there? Hurry and answer the phone. As she spoke, she snatched Lin Qingwu's phone and answered it, turning on the speaker. Mr. Wang, are you looking for Qingwu from our family? She is at home. Su Jinxiu said with a smile. Wang Tang on the opposite side was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile, Hello, Auntie, I am indeed looking for Qingwu. I heard that the Tiger Group owes the Lin family 300 million yuan in arrears and has been dragging its feet on paying it back. I've already greeted Zhu Zuohu. Don't worry, he has promised to pay the money back as soon as possible. You can just arrange someone to take over. What? Su Jinxiu suddenly raised her voice and asked in shock, You greeted Zhu Zuohu? When did it happen? Wang Tang said, It was this morning. What happened? Is there any problem? No, no problem. Su Jinxiu quickly covered it up. Master Wang, thank you for your hard work. I will definitely tell Qingwu about this. Wang Tang smiled and said, Auntie, please don't blame me for meddling in other people's business. After hanging up the phone, Su Jinxiu spread her hands and said to everyone, You all heard it. The 300 million yuan owed by the Tiger Group has nothing to do with Chu Xuan. It was Wang Tang who helped. Lin Zhengnan also said angrily, I was wondering how that Chu guy could so easily get 300 million in debt from the Tiger Group and even make Zhu Zuohu pay 200 million in interest. It turns out that he was just lucky and took advantage of Wang Tang. If Wang Tang hadn't informed Zhu Zuohu in advance, he wouldn't have even bothered to ask for 300 million. I'm afraid he would have been beaten to death by Zhu Zuohu. Lin Qingwu didn't say anything, but just frowned. Lin Changing did not say anything, but just looked at Lin Zhengnan and his wife as if they were a pair of idiots. Dad, why are you looking at me like that? Lin Zhengnan asked a little unnaturally. Lin Changing said slowly, I'm wondering if you are my biological child. Lin Zhengnan. Chapter 33 The Wedding Cannot Be Held. Lin Changing snorted coldly, I just don't understand. I've been wise and powerful my whole life, so how could I have given birth to a mentally retarded son like you? Are you my biological son or not? Lin Jingnan's face flushed red, and he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Su Jinxiu, who was standing by, couldn't help but ask, Dad, isn't what Zhengnan just said right? Wang Tang said it himself. He was the one who found Zhu Zuohu. You believe what he says? He is your father. Lin Changing said coldly. I. Su Jinxiu was almost suffocated by the criticism. Lin Changing then snorted coldly. Fortunately, I didn't hand the Lin family over to you two. Otherwise, the Lin family would have been destroyed by you two idiots sooner or later. He became increasingly dissatisfied with the two. Why don't you use your brains and think carefully? Is that kid surnamed Wang really so kind that he would take the initiative to collect this debt for Qingwu without asking for any reward? Lin Zhengnan was unconvinced and said, Why not? Even a fool can see that Wang Tang is interested in Qingwu. Is there anything wrong with him taking the initiative to help in order to win Qingwu's favor? Idiot. Lin Changing snorted. If he really wanted to win Qingwu's favor, why didn't he just take Qingwu with him to collect the debt? Wouldn't that be more effective? Why did he have to find Zhu Zuohu and then call Qingwu to tell her? Isn't that like taking off your pants to fart? Lin Zhengnan was speechless. Su Jinxiu was unconvinced and said, Perhaps he didn't have the confidence to convince Zhu Zuohu, so he didn't tell Qingwu in advance. Lin Changing said coldly, You are not too stupid, but unfortunately you overlooked one problem. What's the problem? Su Jinxiu asked subconsciously. Lin Changing said coldly, Don't you know who Zhu Zuohu is? This guy is not only a smiling tiger, but also a Pishio, who only comes in and never leaves. How dare that kid surnamed Wang ask Zhu Zuohu to give up the 300 million he took? Not only him, but even his father can't do it. Su Jinxiu was unconvinced and said, If even Wang Tang can't do it, then how can Chu Xuan do it? He can. Lin Changing said in a resounding voice, Just because he's the disciple of the idiot Taoist. Lin Zhengnan couldn't help but ask, "Dad, who is this idiot taroist? We are a family, can't even we know?" Su Jinxiu and Lin Qingwu also looked at Lin Changing with curiosity. They didn't know much about the mad taroist priest. They only knew that he had predicted that Lin Changing would die 10 years later. "I don't know anything else." Lin Changing sighed and said, "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I don't know much. I can only tell you that our Lin family is what it is today thanks to the taroist Kai." Chu Xuan naturally knew nothing about the conversation between Lin Changing and others. The next morning, Chu Xuan changed into a new set of clothes and took a taxi to the Rhino King Hotel. Today is the wedding day of Liu Minghui and Qiao Yingluo. At this time, the Rhino King Hotel was already bustling with luxury cars parked everywhere. Many wealthy people rarely seen in Zhonghai also showed up to attend the wedding. Of course, they didn't come for Liu Minghui and Qiao Yingluo, but they heard about today's wedding and that Liu Minghui actually invited Jiang Luoshen. Moreover, Jiang Luoshen will personally attend and bless the two of them. This made everyone excited. You know, although Jiang Luoshen is known as the Queen of China overseas business community and is well known, she rarely participates in business activities and does not make public appearances. There is not even a single photo of her in the media or on the internet. Now, Liu Minghui deliberately leaked the news that Jiang Luoshen would attend their wedding, which immediately attracted countless wealthy people in Zhonghai to come. Soon, a fleet of luxury cars arrived at the hotel entrance. A row of Rolls-Royces formed a long dragon, showing their extravagance. Then, Liu Minghui, dressed in a neat suit, got out of the car. Next, Qiao Yingluo, wearing a white wedding dress, walked out of the car accompanied by her bridesmaids. Under the envious gazes of countless people, they went to banquet hall number 1 on the top floor. When the wealthy people saw the two of them appear, they all gave them gifts. "Boss Liu, I wish you and President Qiao a happy marriage." Dongfeng Group presents 1,000 taels of gold to wish Mr. Liu Minghui and Ms. Qiao Yingluo a long and happy marriage. Dodi Pharmaceuticals presented you with a Bugatti luxury car. We wish you two a happy and blessed baby soon. The Wang family presented a piece of top-grade jade. The Sun family sent me an 800-year-old wild ginseng. Liu Minghui couldn't help but feel excited when he heard the gifts one by one. Today is not only his wedding day, but also the day when he will completely take off. Not to mention anything else, the gifts he received alone are almost enough to cover half of the Xuanhe group. This is the influence of Jiang Luoshen. Liu Minghui couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He never expected that just spreading the news that Jiang Luoshen would attend his wedding would bring such a huge reward. Everyone. Liu Minghui stood on the stage, cleared his throat, and said with great enthusiasm, "Thank you all for coming to Yingluo and I's wedding. Minghui is very grateful. At the same time, I would like to express my special thanks to Ms. Jiang Luoshen. Without her help, I would not be able to hold my wedding in banquet hall number 1. He he. Before Liu Minghui could finish his words, a sneer suddenly rang out in the banquet hall. The sound was not loud, but it was clear enough to reach the ears of everyone present. "Liu Minghui, who told you that it was Jiang Luoshen who arranged for you to be in banquet hall number 1? Immediately afterwards, Chu Xuan walked into the banquet hall. "Also, I have another good news for you. Your wedding can't be held today." There was a moment of silence in the banquet hall, and then it became noisy. Everyone pointed at Chu Xuan. "Who is this kid? He's so arrogant. Someone actually came to disrupt the wedding. How deep must the hatred and resentment be? Hey, this young man looks familiar to me. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Ah, he seems to be Chu Xuan, the former boss of Xuanhe Group. He was imprisoned for economic fraud 3 years ago. I didn't expect he'd be released from prison. What? It's actually him? This is going to be a good show." Some people present also recognized Chu Xuan and immediately showed expressions of anticipation for a good show. When Liu Minghui saw Chu Xuan coming in, his expression instantly turned very ugly. Although he had given Chu Xuan an invitation, he never expected that Chu Xuan would actually come to participate. However, when he thought of the many important people who came to show their support, a smile appeared on his face again. "You came just in time." Today, he took this opportunity to make Chu Xuan fall into eternal damnation. In an instant, an idea formed in my mind. "Chu Xuan, what do you mean?" Liu Minghui stepped forward and questioned, "Today is my wedding day, and you're going to disrupt my wedding in front of so many important people. Even if you don't take me seriously, don't you take the many guests present seriously?" Chapter 34. Don't fight violence with violence. Liu Minghui's words undoubtedly put Chu Xuan on the fire. He turned the feud between Chu Xuan and him into Chu Xuan's dissatisfaction with the many important figures present. This trick of changing concepts is simply perfect. As expected, Liu Minghui's words sparked the anger of many guests present. Chu Xuan's making such a scene at the wedding also showed that he didn't take them seriously. A young man with slick back hair and powdered face jumped out, pointing at Chu Xuan and cursing, "You're blind. You don't even see where this is. I'm telling you, if you know what's good for you, kneel down and apologize to Manager Liu right now. Otherwise, I'll make your whole family in turmoil." While speaking, he moved closer and was about to slap Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan's expression turned cold, and he raised his hand and slapped him. Bang! The young man with greasy hair, powdered face, and weak kidneys was knocked down immediately. When he fell to the ground, he turned around and finally landed on his face. After falling to the ground, he didn't even have the strength to get up. Seeing this scene, Liu Minghui's previous experience of having his mouth cracked by a slap from Chu Xuan once again came to his mind. He gnashed his teeth in anger and roared, "Where's the security? Get this lunatic out of here." As soon as he finished speaking, 7 or 8 security guards rushed over and tried to catch Chu Xuan. However, before their hands touched the corner of Chu Xuan's clothes, Chu Xuan slapped them all in the face. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The crisp sound of applause even turned into a beautiful symphony. After the slap, all the security guards covered their faces and screamed in pain, spitting blood. Several of them even lost their teeth. Many guests in the banquet hall who saw this scene gasped, "Who is this guy? How come he's so skilled?" These are the security guards that Mr. Liu paid a huge price for. Each of them can take on 10 people. No wonder he dared to cause trouble. It turns out he has some skills. Oh, he's just a brawny idiot. Everyone was shocked by Chu Xuan's powerful skills, but they still felt that Chu Xuan was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Amidst the noise and screams, immediately afterwards, an old man in tank suit stood up and walked to Chu Xuan with a cane. His old face was furrowed, and he acted like he understood the bigger picture. "Young man, have you ever thought about the consequences of being so reckless?" Chu Xuan looked around the room and said indifferently, "Everyone, today's matter is purely personal. I'm here to see Liu Minghui and Qiao Yingluo." Chu Xuan locked his eyes on Liu Minghui. His sharp gaze was like 2 sharp swords, directly piercing Liu Minghui, who wanted to speak to stop him, so frightened that he couldn't utter a word. 3 years ago, my ex-wife Qiao Yingluo was suspected of economic crimes. To protect her, I took all the blame, was imprisoned for 3 years, and handed the company over to my down-and-out good brother Liu Minghui to manage. As a result, these 2 people colluded with each other. Not only did they not consider my kindness in protecting them and supporting them, but they also colluded with each other and swallowed up my company. Not only that, they even invited me to their wedding. As he spoke, Chu Xuan raised his hand and took out the invitation, looking around at everyone and said, "As a man, I'm asking for justice. Isn't that too much?" After hearing Chu Xuan's words and seeing the invitation in Chu Xuan's hand, everyone in the banquet hall fell silent. The entire banquet hall was silent. Everyone present was silent. To be fair, they all felt that Chu Xuan's actions were not excessive. Compared with Liu Minghui and the other 2 who colluded with him, what Chu Xuan did was not only not excessive, but was too kind. If it were them, they would do something even more extreme. But no one stood up to say a fair word for Chu Xuan. After all, Chu Xuan has no vested interest in them. On the contrary, Liu Minghui and Qiao Yingluo are their partners or friends. They must be crazy to offend Liu Minghui and his wife for a stranger like Chu Xuan. What's more, Liu Minghui is someone that Jiang Luoshen has high hopes for. Jiang Luoshen is about to come to attend Liu Minghui's wedding. At this time, offend Liu Minghui for Chu Xuan? Even a fool who doesn't know hot from cold wouldn't do this. The old man in the tank suit looked embarrassed, but he still put on a righteous attitude. Even if what you said is true, you shouldn't cause a scene at the wedding. It's better to demolish a temple than to ruin a marriage. Don't you understand this truth? If you have any dissatisfaction, you can call the police or appeal, instead of using such violent means to resolve it. You are trampling on the law and smearing your family. The older man in the tank suit became less and less embarrassed as he spoke, and more confident and righteous. It's as if he is the law and the moral standard of the world. Chu Xuan looked at the old man in tank suit pretending to be something, and a hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. Bang! Without any nonsense, he suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped the old man in tank suit in the face. The old man in tank suit usually relied on a cane to support himself when standing. When Chu Xuan slapped him, he turned over in the air and fell like a sandbag, hitting a table hard. Crackle! All the dishes and wine glasses on the table fell down, and the soup poured all over the old man. "You bastard! How dare you hit me? I'll kill you!" The old man in tang suit roared, picked up his walking stick, and acted as if he was ready to fight to the death with Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan said indifferently, "I am a little emotional. If you are dissatisfied, you can call the police and file a complaint. Don't resort to violence. Not only are you trampling on the law, you're also bringing shame upon your family." Chu Xuan directly rebounded. "This is the best way to deal with this double-standard dog. You." When the old man in tang suit heard Chu Xuan's words, his face suddenly turned red and he pointed at Chu Xuan, speechless. He was so angry that his chest heaved violently, and his throat made a strange hoarse sound like a broken bellows. "This is different." The old man in tang suit roared, "Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to be compared with me? Although this old fellow looks frail, he actually lives up to the title of immortal." Bang! Chu Xuan was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, so he raised his foot and kicked the double-standard old dog out. This time, the old man finally fainted from the pain after landing, and his mouth, which only knew how to pretend to be upright, was completely closed. Without the annoying old dog, Chu Xuan turned his head and looked at Liu Minghui and Qiao Yingluo. There was a cold glint in his eyes, and he was extremely ruthless. "Now, it's your turn." Chu Xuan spoke indifferently. The cold voice filled the entire audience with despair. Hearing Chu Xuan's words, everyone present looked stern. This guy is not ready to give up yet. Bang! Liu Minghui pressed a golden lighter and lit a cigarette in his hand. He blew out a puff of smoke and looked at Chu Xuan jokingly. "Chu Xuan, I didn't expect you to actually dare to come." Chapter 35. This is a misunderstanding. Chu Xuan simply ignored his pretentious manner and said indifferently, "If it weren't for me back then, you might still be a gambler now, or buried in the playground with your body never to be found. I paid off your loan sharking debt, and I even brought you along, promoting you to be my right-hand man. But you turned your kindness against your enemies by seducing my sister-in-law and taking over my company. How can I not settle this account?" Hearing Chu Xuan's words, Liu Minghui's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. Chu Xuan's help back then really pulled him out of the fire pit and gave him a chance to start a new life. His kindness to him was as great as a mountain. But at the same time, Liu Minghui also felt boundless resentment and jealousy in his heart. Why is Chu Xuan always the one who is superior? Instead of him, Liu Minghui? How is he worse than Chu Xuan? He is unwilling to accept it. The purpose of doing this is to take away everything from Chu Xuan and let Chu Xuan taste the feeling of being as destitute as a dog. I just didn't expect that this stray dog could still jump around now. However, when thinking of Jiang Luoshen who was about to receive the invitation, Liu Minghui smiled proudly again. "You're right, you've been very kind to me." Liu Minghui said with a forced smile, "But who says that just because you've been so kind to me, I have to work like a slave for you? Not only did I take over your company, I also slept with your wife. Everything you have is mine. Today I want to marry Qiao Yingluo openly and honestly. What can you do to me? Not only that, I've also gained the recognition of Jiang Luoshen. I'm about to soar to great heights and achieve great success. And you, Chu Xuan, you can only be a stray dog. Chu Xuan, face the reality. You can't do anything to me. Your so-called settlement today is nothing more than barking a few times here and disgusting me. You can't do anything else. Rise to prominence." Chu Xuan sneered. "You're overthinking it. Today is the beginning of your nightmare." Ha ha ha. When Liu Minghui heard Chu Xuan's words, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Chu Xuan, I didn't expect that after 3 years, while your other abilities haven't improved, your bragging skills have improved a lot. The beginning of a nightmare. How dare you say that? Do you know who is here?" He pointed at the people beside him and introduced them arrogantly. "This is Mr. Bai from Xiongtu Group. This is Mr. Song from Brilliant Group. This is Ms. Wang from the Jinyuan Club. This is Mr. Maro from Fengshan Transport. Each of them is either rich or noble. None of them you can afford to offend. Come on. I'll tell you what you're going to use to start my nightmare." Liu Minghui deliberately blew out a smoke ring, like a victorious rooster, feeling very proud. One should look at things with new eyes after 3 days, let alone 3 years. Things change over time. He is no longer the lackey who used to follow Chu Xuan and serve him tea and water. Chu Xuan's eyes were slightly cold as he glanced at those people and asked calmly, "Are you sure you want to meddle in other people's business?" As soon as these words were spoken, a middle-aged man who had just been introduced by Liu Minghui stood up suddenly. The fat on his belly swayed twice, and his fat face was full of arrogance, I am Song Dazhong from the Brilliant Group, worth 10 billion. You think I can't handle it? Just as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared behind him and kicked Song Dazhong hard in the back. Bang! Song Dazhong suddenly fell to the ground like a fat pig being slaughtered. Before he could react, a foot stepped hard on his fat face, pressing it tightly to the ground and making it unable to lift up. At the same time, an arrogant voice resounded throughout the venue. Whoever dares to meddle in other people's business, I, Chu Xuan, will kill his entire family. Chu Xuan, dressed in a suit and sunglasses, stepped on Song Dazhong like a tiger descending from the mountain, shouting and looking around at everyone present. The threatening voice filled with murderous intent instantly filled the entire audience with silence. There were many people in the banquet hall who wanted to come forward to help, but after hearing the 3 words Chu Xuan, they all shrank back in fear. All of them were silent. Many people even had their legs trembling. Chu Xuan. But the boss of the Tiger Group is worth billions. He even has son Tulong as his backer. Not to mention them, even the major wealthy families in Zhonghai are wary of him. For a moment, the entire banquet hall was silent. Liu Minghui was also confused and stood there. Unexpectedly, another obstacle appeared. It was not until the cigarette burned and the sparks burned his fingers that he hissed and suddenly came to his senses. He looked at Kia Ying Luo beside him, his eyes full of shock. Neither of them had expected that Chu Xuan would actually stand up for Chu Xuan. Both of them couldn't believe it. Kia Ying Luo's face turned even paler. How is this possible? How could Chu Xuan know Chu Xuan? Kia Ying Luo was so shocked that she couldn't help but scream. At this time, Song Dazhong, who was trampled to the ground, finally knew the identity of the person who attacked him. He cursed Liu Minghui over and over again in his heart, then looked at Chu Xuan in a fawning manner and said flatteringly, "Master Tiger, I was wrong. I didn't know this gentleman was your friend. This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Chu Xuan's eyes flashed with ferocity. He raised his foot and waited for Song Dazhong to stand up. Then he raised his hand and slapped Song Dazhong again. Misunderstand. Misunderstanding your mother. This is also a misunderstanding for me. Chu Xuan cursed without any hesitation. Song Dazhong failed to apologize and was beaten instead. At this point, even if he had a lot of nice things to say, he didn't dare to say them. He didn't even dare to get up from the ground, just lay there pretending to be dead. Seeing this, Chu Xuan snorted in disdain. Then he turned and looked around the banquet hall, his fierce face full of threats. I, Chu Xuan, am putting this out here today. If anyone dares to touch a hair on Master Chu's head, I, Chu Xuan, will kill his entire family. If you're not convinced, just give it a try. The sound, like the roar of a tiger, echoed in the banquet hall. After hearing this, Song Dazhong immediately stopped pretending to be dead. He quickly got up again and apologized with a look of regret and annoyance. Lord Tiger, you are wise, wise. Liu Minghui and I are not familiar with each other. I came to the wedding just to show my support. I have no other intentions at all. While apologizing, Song Dazhong wished he could torture Liu Minghui and Kia Ying Luo to death with his eyes. It's all because of these 2 bitches. If it weren't for them, why would he offend Chu Xuan? If you fall into Chu Xuan's hands, you will be skinned alive even if you don't die. Chu Xuan said with a fake smile, "Since you are just showing your support, now that you have shown your support, isn't it time to get out now? I'm leaving now, right now." Song Dazhong was as if he had been pardoned. He bent down and bowed 90 degrees with great agility, as if he had survived a disaster. Before he could finish his words, he ran out of the banquet hall at a speed that was completely inconsistent with his body size. Chapter 36. I just go too far. Song Dazhong's decisive departure was like a signal. Soon, several people around who were introduced by Liu Minghui also spoke up. "Boss Chu, we are not familiar with Liu Minghui either." "Yeah, I just saw someone having a wedding here, so I came here to eat for free. I don't even know them. I'm just here to make some fun." The company bosses are so shameless at this point that they are almost calling themselves beggars. Some people are more shrewd and express their attitude directly. "I will immediately cut off all cooperation with Liu Minghui. I support Mr. Chu in seeking justice." Liu Minghui and Kia Ying Luo are such a despicable couple. Everyone was talking at once, and all tried to distance themselves from the matter. Chu Xuan's intimidating gaze swept across everyone's faces, and he sneered and said, "You want to distance yourself from it now. It's too late. Everyone slaps themselves 10 times. If you don't do it, double the amount." When everyone heard this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a slap in the face, compared to being targeted by Chu Xuan. What's that? So everyone immediately slapped themselves in the face. Everyone put in their full effort and was extremely conscious. For a moment, the only sound echoing in the banquet hall was the sound of slapping. Chu Xuan listened to the sound and looked at the slap marks that were quickly forming on everyone's faces, with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Then he looked at Chu Xuan and asked in a flattering manner, "Master Chu, are you satisfied with this way of handling the matter?" Chu Xuan raised his eyebrow slightly, without commenting, and just asked, "Why are you here?" Chu Xuan chuckled, "I heard that the people holding the wedding here today are not on good terms with you. I just wanted to come and take a look. I didn't expect that you, Master Chu, are here too." As he said this, he wanted to personally move a chair for Chu Xuan to sit on. Ever since he witnessed Chu Xuan helping Sun Tulong break through to the Grandmaster level, Chu Xuan made up his mind to hold on to Chu Xuan. "I didn't expect such a great opportunity to come to me today." Chu Xuan almost laughed out loud. Liu Minghui said with an unpleasant expression, "Master Tiger, did you recognize the wrong person?" He pointed at Chu Xuan and said in disbelief, "Chu Xuan is just a labor camp prisoner who was just released from prison." Kia Ying Luo next to her also said, "Master Tiger, please don't be fooled by Chu Xuan. He's good at using sweet words to deceive people. I was deceived by him in the beginning. He even deceived the wealthy Lin family. In fact, he has nothing left. Now he is just a gigolo who feeds women." Labor camp prisoner? Pretty boy. When Chu Xuan heard what the two said, his face suddenly became extremely gloomy and his eyes became fierce again. Liu Minghui and the other man thought they had exposed Chu Xuan's identity and were overjoyed and immediately wanted to add more fuel to the fire. However, the next moment, Chu Xuan's expression suddenly changed and he became furious. He took a step forward, raised his strong arms, and slapped each of them. "Master Chu is my master. If you dare to disrespect him again, I will kill you." Chu Xuan threatened without any concealment. Liu Minghui and Kia Ying Luo were both slapped. They covered their faces in unison, their eyes wide open. How is that possible? Why did Chu Xuan, knowing Chu Xuan's true identity, still firmly believe that Chu Xuan was his master? The two men had thousands of doubts in their minds, but their faces were swollen and they couldn't speak for a while. They could only stare at Chu Xuan with eyes full of resentment. Chu Xuan ignored them and just looked at the two of them, saying indifferently, "I told you, today will be the beginning of your nightmare." Along with his words, there was also the sound of other guests in the banquet hall slapping themselves. Kiao Yingluo's teeth were almost broken when she heard this sound. She endured the severe pain on her face and glared at Chu Xuan, saying, "Chu Xuan, don't go too far." Chu Xuan glanced at her, his eyes full of coldness. "I just went too far, what can you do?" Liu Minghui looked at the chaotic banquet hall, his eyes flashing with hatred. "Chu Xuan, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you could find Mr. Chu as your backer. But I tell you, it's still impossible to ruin my wedding. Don't forget, this is the Rhino King Hotel. If you cause trouble here, even Mr. Chu can't protect you." When Chu Xuan heard about the Rhino King Hotel, a look of fear appeared on his face. The Rhino King Hotel is Jiang Luoshen's property. If you cause trouble here, you will offend the queen of the business world, Jiang Luoshen. Even if he was Chu Xuan, he wouldn't dare to face Jiang Luoshen, the beautiful snake. Liu Minghui keenly caught the fleeting look of fear on Chu Xuan's face, and the smile on his face couldn't help but become even more proud. At this moment, a sound suddenly came from the door of the banquet hall. The sound of dozens of people's neat and orderly footsteps approached quickly, and then the door of the banquet hall was opened. The leader was a middle-aged man in a suit. Behind him, there were 2 rows of men and women in uniform clothes and with very good looks. They were all wearing the same uniform, which was the waiter uniform of the Rhino King Hotel. These people are all waiters at the Rhino King Hotel. They are just waiters, but with their looks, they are considered good even in the entertainment industry. This is the extraordinary thing about the Rhino King Hotel. What they provide to their guests is the best, and even the waiters are pleasing to the eye. As the middle-aged man and dozens of waiters entered the banquet hall, the receptionist at the door immediately shouted, "Sun Guangrong, general manager of the Rhino Hotel, presents 10 bottles of Romane Conti to Liu Minghui and Kia Ying Luo to wish them a long and happy marriage." As soon as the words fell, there was an uproar in the banquet hall. Did I hear correctly? Manager Sun actually came to the wedding in person and even presented 10 bottles of Romane Conti. A bottle of Romane Conti costs hundreds of thousands, and 10 bottles cost millions. I didn't expect Liu Minghui and Kia Ying Luo to be so influential that the general manager of the Rhino King Hotel could give them such a generous gift. This isn't just a simple matter of sending gifts and congratulations. Sun Guangrong actually came here in person. Which guest of the Rhino Emperor Hotel could be personally received by General Manager Sun? It seems that what Jiang Luoshen said about Liu Minghui is 100% true. Everyone was talking about it, and there was genuine envy in their eyes when they looked at Liu Minghui and Kia Yingluo. Liu Minghui and Kia Yingluo were even more delighted when they heard this. The two men even forgot that their faces were swollen. They showed expressions of great surprise and hurried forward to greet them. As he walked away, Liu Minghui did not forget to turn around and look at Chu Xuan with contempt. See, this is the difference. No matter how powerful Chu Xuan is, can he compare to Jiang Luoshen? Chapter 37 Let the bullets fly for a while. Liu Minghui hurried over to greet him, smiling flatteringly. Manager Sun, I'm so grateful for your presence. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. I hope you can forgive me. Ying Luo and I originally planned to have a simple wedding, but I didn't expect to disturb you. I'm really ashamed. He spoke modestly, but his face showed indescribable pride. Although Sun Guangrong is only the general manager of the Rhino King Hotel, he is also equivalent to Jiang Luoshen's half-steward. In the past, it was others who gave gifts to Sun Guangrong. Who has ever seen Sun Guangrong give gifts to others? What more, it was 10 bottles of Romanée Conti. All the guests present were jealous and envious. 10 bottles of Romanée Conti, although valuable, were not taken seriously by them. The key is the meaning behind these 10 bottles of wine. The fact that Sun Guangrong was able to attend the wedding in person and was given 10 bottles of Romanée Conti is enough to show how important Liu Minghui and Kia Yingluo are in Jiang Luoshen's heart. At this moment, even Chu Xuan's expression became serious. He looked at Chu Xuan, wanting to remind him. Chu Xuan gave him a look that told him to be patient. What's the rush? Let the bullets fly for a while. If these two people are not allowed to be happy, how can they understand the despair of falling from the peak to the bottom? Kia Yingluo and Liu Minghui were overjoyed at this moment, feeling more proud than ever before. All the frustration from being suppressed by Chu Xuan was swept away at this moment. Sun Guangrong looked at Liu Minghui and said with a smile, Haha, Manager Liu, you are too modest. It is my honor that you and your wife can hold your wedding at the Rhino King Hotel. It's just a token of my appreciation, not a token of respect. I hope you two don't mind. Sun Guangrong was very humble, without any of his previous arrogance. The person in front of me is Chu Xuan's good brother. Now Chu Xuan is the big boss of the Rhino King Hotel. Naturally, he wants to make good friends with Chu Xuan to get his good things. How could Liu Minghui and Kia Yingluo have expected Sun Guangrong to be so polite? After all, with their current wealth, if they hadn't benefited from Jiang Luoshen's favor, even if they booked the banquet hall of the Rhino King Hotel for their wedding, they would never have been able to see Sun Guangrong, the general manager. The two of them thanked him repeatedly, their faces flushed with excitement. They were polite, and Sun Guangrong was even more polite. You two, if you are not satisfied with the hotel, just tell me. I promise to make you satisfied. Sun Guangrong said, patting his chest, and also wanted to take this opportunity to make friends with the two. Hearing this, a hint of ruthlessness suddenly flashed in Liu Minghui's eyes. He sighed and said awkwardly, General Manager Sun, I am very satisfied with your hotel service. But today is my big day, and someone came to the wedding to cause trouble and even threatened to crash the wedding. Upon hearing this, Kia Yingluo quickly pretended to be aggrieved, and said tenderly to Sun Guangrong, Yes, General Manager Sun, this guy is too arrogant. Not only does he not take the two of us seriously, he also doesn't take the Rhino King Hotel seriously. Please make the decision for us. What? Sun Guangrong became furious when he heard it. How dare someone cause trouble in the Rhino King Hotel and ruin the wedding of the boss's best brother? Who is so bold? How dare you cause trouble here? He looked around the entire banquet hall, his face full of anger. I'm giving you a chance. If you know what's good for you, stand up yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, an indifferent voice sounded not far away. Me. You have a problem with that. Do you have any comments? Sun Guangrong snorted coldly, took a few steps forward, and looked angrily towards the source of the voice. He was about to vent his anger, but the moment he saw the person who spoke, all his anger stopped. Suddenly, there was only surprise on his face. Liu Minghui and Kia Yingluo were standing behind Sun Guangrong at this time, so they naturally did not see the change in his expression. Seeing that Sun Guangrong was about to cause trouble for Chu Xuan, the two looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Immediately afterwards, Liu Minghui stepped forward, pointed at Chu Xuan and said, General Manager Sun, he's the one causing trouble. His name is Chu Xuan. He's a labor camp inmate. 3 years ago, he was imprisoned for economic crimes. I couldn't bear to see innocent employees lose their jobs, so I had no choice but to take over the company. After years of hard work, I've grown the company to what it is today. But not only is he ungrateful, he's even ungrateful. Ever since he was released from prison, he's been pestering us and even blackmailing us multiple times. Now he's even come to disrupt our wedding. General Manager Sun, I hope you can help me. With just a few words, Liu Minghui put all the blame on Chu Xuan, making himself, the person who embezzled Chu Xuan's assets, the great hero. Liu Minghui was very clear that when Chu Xuan told what happened 3 years ago, everyone in the banquet hall heard it. The key is, he admitted it himself. If he can't take this opportunity to clear his name, then it will be very difficult for him to enter the upper class in the future. That's what high society is like. You can be dirty, but you can't let others know that you are dirty. At least there should be no excuse. Now that Sun Guangrong has taken the initiative to come forward, it is a good opportunity for him to clear himself. Qia Yingluo and Liu Minghui worked in perfect harmony, and upon hearing this, they immediately added, "Yes, General Manager Sun, I was deceived by Chu Xuan and married him, but later I found out that he is not a decent person at all. He even wants me to take the blame for him and go to jail. If Minghui hadn't helped me, I would have been the one in jail. General Manager Sun, please make the decision." The two of them sang in unison, and what they said was even more beautiful than what they sang. Sun Guangrong suddenly turned his head, looked at Liu Minghui, and asked in a deep voice, "Aren't you his good brother?" Liu Minghui said righteously, "How could I possibly be his brother? He's a prisoner who disregards the law. I, Liu Minghui, am ashamed to associate with such a person." Qia Yingluo also echoed, "Yes, Chu Xuan is my bootlicker. I never took him seriously. It was only because of his sweet words that I was deceived by him. Actually, I love Liu Minghui." After hearing this, what else did Sun Guangrong not understand? It turns out that Chu Xuan was speaking sarcastically that day. "I almost flattered the horse but ended up hitting its leg." Sun Guangrong muttered to himself, and even though he was in the banquet hall with a suitable temperature, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. However, he soon calmed down. Because he hasn't made a big mistake yet, there's still time to make amends. Sun Guangrong's gaze towards Liu Minghui immediately became gloomy. He showed no sign of it, but just asked, "How do you want to solve it?" Liu Minghui was overjoyed when he heard this. He didn't notice the change in Sun Guangrong's eyes at all. Now his heart and eyes were filled with the thought that Sun Guangrong believed him. He could completely get rid of Chu Xuan. "Please ask General Manager Sun to break his legs and throw him out," Liu Minghui said excitedly and proudly. The sinister look in Sun Guangrong's eyes grew stronger. He did not agree directly, but turned to look at Chu Xuan and asked, "What do you think?" Chu Xuan smiled playfully, and after seeing the flattering look in Sun Guangrong's eyes, he said calmly, "Then let him have his wish." As the general manager of the Rhino King Hotel, Sun Guangrong is best at reading people's faces. When he heard Chu Xuan's words at this time, he immediately understood what he meant. He nodded immediately and shouted, "Someone come." As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps as neat and clear as horse hooves landed quickly into the banquet hall. Dozens of tall and strong security guards wearing security uniforms appeared in the banquet hall in neat rows. Chapter 38 Jiang Luo Shen is coming. Seeing this, Liu Minghui and Qia Yingluo were so proud that they were about to smile. The two of them didn't notice at all that Sun Guangrong only ordered the security guards to come in after getting Chu Xuan's answer. Liu Minghui was full of pride, and the excitement of getting rid of Chu Yun made him feel dizzy. "General Manager Sun, please get rid of Chu Xuan as soon as possible. Mr. Jiang Luoshen will be here soon. Don't dirty Mr. Jiang's eyes." He also pulled Jiang Luoshen out, seemingly considering Jiang Luoshen, but actually he was showing off for himself. When everyone in the banquet hall heard his words, they were suddenly in an uproar. It turns out Jiang Luoshen is coming too. No wonder Sun Guangrong came over to give gifts. Everyone couldn't help but sigh at Liu Minghui's extensive network of contacts. Liu Minghui is incredible, to be valued by Jiang Luoshen. "I'm afraid these two are really going to soar to the sky," everyone was whispering. Those who had slapped themselves in the face before looked at Chu Xuan with glee, waiting for Chu Xuan to suffer an even more miserable fate than theirs. However, at this moment, Sun Guangrong suddenly raised his hand. His expression was serious and stern. He pointed at Liu Minghui and Qia Yingluo and said, "Break their legs and throw them out." When the security guards heard the general manager's order, they immediately responded in unison, and then pounced on Liu Minghui and the other man like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. Not to mention dozens of security guards taking action together. Even if there were only 2 security guards, it would be enough to keep the 2 of them under control. But in the blink of an eye, Liu Minghui and Qiao Yingluo were pinned down by the security guards by the shoulders and their legs were locked, making them unable to move at all. Several of the security guards even pulled out the electric batons from their waists and started aiming at the two men's legs. Liu Minghui and Qiao Yingluo were both stunned. Liu Minghui couldn't break free from the security guard's grip. Seeing the electric baton about to fall, he shouted in shock, "General Manager Sun, you've arrested the wrong person. You should have arrested Chu Xuan, the prisoner Chu Xuan." Hearing this, Sun Guangrong's anger, which had been suppressed for a long time, finally broke out completely. He walked up to Liu Minghui in 2 or 3 steps, swung his arm, and slapped him twice. Bang! Bang! 2 slaps, one on the left and one on the right, immediately swelled up Liu Minghui's face. Sun Guangrong was still not satisfied and cursed. "You're blind. Do you know who is standing in front of you?" Liu Minghui was completely stunned by the slap. He replied blankly, "He is Chu Xuan, a prisoner who was just released from prison a few days ago." Bang! Sun Guangrong slapped him again and cursed, "Your mother is a prisoner in the labor camp. Your whole family is a prisoner in the labor camp. The person standing in front of you is the owner of the Rhino King Hotel. He's my boss." After saying that, he ran directly to Chu Xuan and bowed 90 degrees with great respect. "Meet the boss." Behind him, a group of hotel staff followed suit and bowed, "Greetings, boss." Boss. Everyone in the banquet hall who saw this scene was stunned with shock. Liu Minghui was so incredulous that his eyes almost popped out of his head. Chu Xuan is actually the owner of the Rhino King Hotel? Sun Guangrong's boss? How is this possible? Impossible. Qiao Yingluo screamed and shouted, "Impossible, impossible. This must be fake. How could Chu Xuan be the owner of the Rhino King Hotel?" Her eyes were red and she stared at Chu Xuan like an evil ghost. Chu Xuan simply said indifferently, "I said, today is the beginning of your nightmare." Qiao Yingluo's face suddenly turned pale, but she still held on to hope and shouted, "If you were the owner of the Rhino Hotel, why would you ask Manager Sun to send us 10 bottles of Romane Conti?" Chu Xuan didn't answer. Sun Guangrong sneered at the side and said, "That's because I thought you were the boss's friends, so I sent you some wine. Otherwise, with your status, you are not worthy of me giving you Romane Conti. You are not even worthy of drinking Erguato." After saying that, his face turned cold and he ordered the security guards, "Take them away quickly and deal with them. Don't let them dirty the boss's eyes." The security guards immediately responded in unison and controlled the 2 people to walk out. Taking them away would mean their legs would be broken. How could Liu Minghui accept such an outcome? He struggled frantically and shouted at Chu Xuan, "Chu Xuan, don't be so complacent. I don't know how you bribed Sun Guangrong to play along with you and let you pretend to be the owner of the Rhino King Hotel. But I'm telling you, you haven't won yet. I still have a chance to turn the tables." Chu Xuan sneered and looked at Liu Minghui coldly. "Why, you still don't give up?" But this is normal. After all, ungrateful people never know what giving up means. They will just do whatever it takes to hold on to what they have stolen. Chu Xuan's cold and disdainful expression fell clearly into Liu Minghui's eyes. For a moment, his jealousy and hatred towards Chu Xuan reached its peak. "I'm the person Miss Jiang Luoshan favors. Miss Jiang is coming to my wedding soon. If you touch me, you will all be in trouble." As he spoke, he looked at Sun Guangrong, and the hatred in his eyes was almost condensed into substance. "And you won't have a good ending either." Liu Minghui shouted repeatedly, his face as red as a monkey's but due to excessive force. Qiao Yingluo, who was also controlled by security, also gained courage from Liu Minghui's words. She waved her arms wildly and scratched the security guards with her nails. At the same time, she echoed sharply, "Minghui is right. We are the ones that Miss Jiang favors. She even specially upgraded our wedding venue to Banquet Hall number 1. If you touch us, you will all be in trouble. You won't cry until you see the coffin." Chu Xuan said expressionlessly. At this moment, the receptionist's somewhat excited voice suddenly came from the door of the banquet hall. "Mr. Jiang is here." This voice, like a thunderclap, immediately silenced the entire banquet hall. Everyone's gaze instantly shifted to the entrance of the banquet hall. The next moment, Jiang Luoshen, dressed in gorgeous attire and with a slim figure, walked into the banquet hall. Her skin is snow white, the corners of her mouth are slightly upturned, and she is extremely charming and beautiful. Everyone's attention was instantly attracted to her. Oh my God! She is the queen of our Zhonghai. She is so beautiful. So beautiful. In the entire Zhonghai, the only person with such charm is probably Jiang Luoshen. It's worth it even if it means I'm bankrupt just to see Jiang Luoshen. Everyone knew that Jiang Luoshen was not to be trifled with and was a well-known black widow and serpent beauty in the business world. But when faced with such a stunning Jiang Luoshen, everyone couldn't help but admire her. There is no other reason. It's just that Jiang Luoshen is too beautiful. Among everyone in the banquet hall, Liu Minghui and Kia Yingluo were the first to wake up. Because the two of them didn't even bother to see what Jiang Luoshen looked like, they were only concerned with asking for help. Ms. Jiang, please make the decision for us. The general manager of the Rhino King Hotel is actually colluding with outsiders to deal with us. You must take action. The two of them shouted at once, their voices splitting. However, as Jiang Luoshen gradually approached and his clear face appeared in their eyes, they were all dumbfounded. It's you. The two shouted in unison, extremely shocked. Chapter 39. He is the man I, Jiang Luoshen, like. Liu Minghui and the other man were struck by lightning. They were so familiar with the woman in front of them, because it was the woman who sat next to Chu Xuan at the charity auction the day before yesterday. They had even quarreled and bid maliciously. The expression on Liu Minghui's face froze instantly, and he felt his heart beating so fast that it was about to jump out of his throat. He and Kia Yingluo looked at each other, both of them with the same doubt in their eyes. Isn't she the rich woman who supports Chu Xuan? How could it be Jiang Luoshen? Their shock was so obvious that Jiang Luoshen saw it at a glance. She curled her lips into a smile, her eyes full of teasing. I said, I am Jiang Luoshen, do you believe it now? At the charity auction, Jiang Luoshen once said that he was Jiang Luoshen. Unfortunately, these two people didn't believe it at all. At that time, neither of them believed it at all, but now, they simply don't dare to believe it. Liu Minghui was trembling all over, his eyes filled with fear and deep despair. It's over. It's completely over now. Impossible. You must be fake. You are cooperating with Chu Xuan to deceive me. Kia Yingluo shouted unwillingly. At this moment, Sun Guangrong also came over to greet Jiang Luoshen. Hearing this, he sneered and slapped Kia Yingluo in the face. Bang! You are so blind. How dare you disrespect President Jiang? Sun Guangrong said angrily. The Rhino Emperor Hotel is Jiang Luoshen's property. Sun Guangrong, the general manager, has Jiang Luoshen as his immediate superior. Now that even Sun Guangrong has said so, Jiang Luoshen's identity is beyond doubt. However, Liu Minghui still couldn't believe it. His expression was a little dazed, and he asked in disbelief, if you are Jiang Luoshen, why did you come to my wedding? Hearing this, Jiang Luoshen's smile became even more playful. I did agree to come to your wedding, but... She blinked at Chu Xuan, revealing her ambiguous intentions. I'm not coming here for you, I'm coming here for Chu Xuan. After hearing Jiang Luoshen's words, the last bit of hope in Liu Minghui and Kia Yingluo's hearts completely disappeared. A deep feeling of powerlessness instantly overwhelmed the two of them. It's Chu Xuan again. They couldn't understand why Chu Xuan, who had only been out of prison for a few days, knew so many important people. The wealthy Lin family. Jews were who? Sun Guangrong. Now, Jiang Luoshen, who has always lived in seclusion, has come out to support him. Liu Minghui felt a deep fear and powerlessness from the bottom of his heart. It was just like 3 years ago, when he could only be Chu Xuan's errand boy. Others couldn't see him at all and could only see Chu Xuan. Kia Yingluo was even more unwilling. Chu Xuan has been in jail for 3 years and has become a labor camp prisoner with nothing. After being dumped by her, Chu Xuan should have been as miserable as a dog. How could he be more glorious than me? She shook her head nervously, unable to accept all this. No, no, it's impossible. Impossible. This is all fake. You must have teamed up with Chu Xuan to deceive me. Jiang Luoshen looked at the two of them, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. She chuckled and said, I came here today and prepared a big gift for you. I heard that you were banned by the Lin family. Then add me in. Upon hearing this, Liu Minghui and Kia Yingluo suddenly woke up from their disbelief and despair and looked at Jiang Luoshen in horror. Miss Jiang, you can't. Liu Minghui was so panicked that he made a last-ditch effort. However, Jiang Luoshen ignored him completely. Before Liu Minghui could finish his words, Jiang Luoshen turned around and looked around at everyone, then spoke loudly. I, Jiang Luoshen, declare that from today onwards, the Lin family and I will completely ban Liu Minghui and Kia Yingluo. Anyone who cooperates with them will be an enemy of me, Jiang Luoshen. Her tone was calm, showing no emotion, but her eyes were filled with dominance. It's time to choose, you guys decide. Let us see what happens. What else is there to do? Originally, At least half of the people attending the wedding banquet today accepted the invitation to attend the wedding because of Jiang Luoshen's appearance. They attended the wedding just to seize the opportunity and see if they could get in touch with Jiang Luoshen. They dare not think about things like cooperation. But just being able to say a word or two to Jiang Luoshen would be enough for them to brag about for several years. Now that Jiang Luoshen has expressed his opinion, what else can they do? Of course, follow immediately. So everyone in the banquet hall responded immediately without hesitation. On behalf of the Dodi Group, I hereby announce that we will cut off all cooperation with these two people. We at Bohinia Bank are announcing that we've blacklisted these two individuals. They won't be able to borrow a single cent from the bank from now on. My Jianwen Pharmaceutical is also willing to ban both of them. Our hospital alliance will never provide any medical services to these two people. All the big guys present followed Jiang Luoshen's footsteps and began to ruthlessly suppress the two of them. In just 1 minute, all the companies in Zhonghai involved in all aspects of food, clothing, housing, and transportation were banned. And it's a ban that cannot be undone. After all, they decided to ban these two people in front of Jiang Luoshen. Listening to everyone's words of criticism, Liu Minghui was completely stunned. Qia Yingluo burst into tears and fell to her knees on the ground. She was still wearing her expensive wedding dress, but at this moment she was completely distraught. With tears and snot all over her face, she shouted, "No, you can't do this." Even though they were banned by the Lin family, they were still able to survive, grab a glimmer of hope and rise again. But if they are blocked by Jiang Luoshen, the Queen of Zhonghai, they will be completely finished. Today's impatient ban orders are the best evidence. Zhu Zuohu originally thought that Jiang Luoshen would become an obstacle to Chu Xuan. Unexpectedly, after Jiang Luoshen appeared, he not only did not hinder Chu Xuan, but instead directly and neatly vented Chu Xuan's anger. As expected of the Queen of Zhonghai, Jiang Luoshen. Zhu Zuohu sighed inwardly. But then he became nervous. Jiang Luoshen has already taken action, so I can't fall behind. Otherwise, how can I hold on to Master Chu's thigh? Thinking of this, Zhu Zuohu smiled grimly and ordered his men, "Come here, smash it. I'll pay double the compensation and get a better one for the Rhino King Hotel later. We must not let these two people's things pollute Master Chu's territory." Zhu Zuohu's men immediately took orders, and each of them, strong and sturdy men, rushed forward like hungry wolves, smashing and looting crazily. Bang, bang, bang. The wedding scene that Liu Minghui and Qia Yingluo had specially decorated to show off and save face was completely smashed into scrap by them. The MC ran away in fright, and the bridesmaids and groomsmen all hid in the corner and trembled. But in just a moment, the entire wedding scene was smashed into ruins. Seeing that all the careful arrangements made over the past few days had turned into waste, Liu Minghui's eyes were about to bleed. He was extremely unwilling to accept this, and at this moment he had forgotten his fear of Jiang Luoshen. With red eyes and gritted teeth, he questioned, "Why? Chu Xuan is just a labor camp inmate. He has nothing now. Why are you helping him like this?" Jiang Luoshen glanced at him lightly after hearing this, then raised her eyebrows slightly, raised her red lips into a charming arc, and said, "Because he is the man I, Jiang Luoshen, like." Chapter 40. There's still a chance. As soon as Jiang Luoshen uttered this unquestionable statement, the entire banquet hall exploded. Miss Jiang actually fell in love with Chu Xuan. I see, then this all makes sense. What kind of shit luck does this kid have? Everyone was shocked, and some young men were even drooling with envy. This is Jiang Luoshen. The Queen of China oversees business world. She is extremely wealthy. Not to mention being noticed by Jiang Luoshen, even just being able to chat with her can bring unimaginable benefits. And now, Jiang Luoshen actually admitted in public that he had a crush on Chu Xuan. This is simply unbelievable. Almost everyone's eyes fell on Chu Xuan, wanting to see clearly what advantages and strengths he had that made Jiang Luoshen take a fancy to him. Liu Minghui also looked at Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan was also a little surprised that Jiang Luoshen would say that, but at this time he naturally couldn't expose Jiang Luoshen's intentions, so he could only choose to agree. Ha 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 ha. Liu Minghui smiled bitterly, looking at Chu Xuan with a pale face, gritting his teeth and saying, "So you were just teasing me from the beginning. In fact, you already had the ability to destroy me. How ridiculous. I actually thought you were a lost dog and that I could crush you. I won't accept it, I won't accept it." Liu Minghui's painful cries echoed in the banquet hall. After several years of hard work and dedication, I never expected that in the end I would still be the clown. Chu Xuan remained silent, only looking at him coldly. "What I give you is yours. If you dare to take it without my permission, you must be prepared to pay the price." I'll give you 1 month to sort out the Xuan group and hand it over to me. If you can't do it, then prepare to bear my wrath. This obvious deterrence and warning was like a mountain, pressing down heavily on Liu Minghui and Qiao Yingluo. When the two heard this, their faces suddenly changed. Chu Xuan ignored them and just waved to Sun Guangrong, the general manager of the Shihuang Hotel, and said, "Throw them both out." Sun Guangrong didn't say anything and immediately ordered the security guards to take action. Seeing this, Zhu Zuohu, who was standing nearby, whispered, "Master Chu, I'm afraid these two won't accept this. Do you want to?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and made a throat-slitting motion in front of his neck. "No need." Chu Xuan shook his head indifferently. "What I want is not their death, but despair. The price of double betrayal would be too cheap for them if they were just eliminated. Let them watch helplessly as the things they had stolen with great difficulty return to their original places bit by bit. They have nothing left in their hands and can only face despair in the end. This is the real price." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zuohu immediately gave Chu Xuan a thumbs up in a very servile manner. Master Chu is wise. Chu Xuan ignored Zhu Zuohu, who was keen on flattering him, and turned to look at Jiang Luoshen. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Now that I've accomplished what I wanted to do, it's best to return the Rhino King Hotel to its original owner." Chu Xuan said with a smile. It was originally agreed that Chu Xuan would only be the host of the Rhino King Hotel for 1 week, just to be able to ruin the wedding of Liu Minghui and Qiao Yingluo. Now that his goal has been achieved, Chu Xuan will naturally not continue to occupy the Rhino King Hotel. Hearing this, Jiang Luoshen blinked, and her beautiful eyes were full of brilliance. "Didn't we agree that this Rhino King Hotel would be your reward? How can I expect the reward I gave out to be returned? Isn't that right?" As he spoke, Jiang Luoshen slowly walked to a place less than 10 centimeters away from Chu Xuan, raised his soft hand, and deliberately placed it on Chu Xuan's shoulder. An enchanting fragrance came instantly, but the distance was too close, and Chu Xuan felt a little embarrassed, especially since Jiang Luoshen just said that. He quickly took a step back and coughed lightly. "We agreed that I only need a week. I don't want to break the contract. I'm leaving now that I've finished my business here." After saying goodbye, Chu Xuan cleverly broke free from Jiang Luoshen's hand and walked towards the door of the banquet hall. Zhu Zuohu hurriedly followed with his men. Seeing this, Jiang Luoshen chuckled and suddenly reminded, "Don't forget, you promised me you would attend the Chenya Cultural Tourism City Bidding Conference in 3 days." Chu Xuan turned his back to her and waved his hand to indicate that he understood. Looking at Chu Xuan's leaving back, Jiang Luoshen raised his eyebrows slightly and raised the corners of his mouth in an arc full of interest. At the same time, outside the Rhino King Hotel, the strong security guards pushed and shoved, and finally drove Liu Minghui and Qiao Yingluo out of the hotel. During the scuffle, both of their suits and wedding dresses were wrinkled into a ball. Standing at the door at this moment, they were like 2 stray dogs. The Rhino Hotel is located in the most prosperous area of Zhonghai. The pedestrians walking on the street outside the hotel are all dressed elegantly. After seeing Liu Minghui and Qiao Yingluo, passers-by's eyes were immediately focused on them, just like looking at monkeys. Under those gazes, Qiao Yingluo shrank back. She said in a lost voice, "It's over. We are all finished. There is nothing we can do now." Liu Minghui was also treated as a beggar by passers-by. He clenched his fists tightly, and whenever someone looked at him, he would look back. His fierce gaze scared the passers-by so much that they dared not even look at him. Hearing Qiao Yingluo's words, he gritted his teeth and said, "No, we still have a chance." Qiao Yingluo suddenly looked up and asked anxiously, "What do you mean?" Liu Minghui gnashed his teeth and asked, "You probably don't know Chu Xuan's background yet, right?" Qiao Yingluo was very surprised when she heard this. What kind of background could Chu Xuan have? Isn't he an orphan? Xuan Group was built entirely from scratch by Chu Xuan, and he did not receive any support from any background at all. Liu Minghui sneered and shook his head, his eyes sweeping over the Rhino King Hotel behind him. Chu Xuan is not just an orphan. He used to be the young master of the Chu family, the leader of the 4 great families in Zhonghai. 18 years ago, the Chu family was wiped out. The entire family was killed. Only Chu Xuan was lucky enough to survive. Since then, he has been living on the streets and has become an orphan. Qiao Yingluo took a breath of cold air. 18 years ago, she was just a child. But even so, she knew how much shock the Chu family's extermination had caused. To put it bluntly, the sky has collapsed in the entire Zhonghai. Even the bigwigs in Longju were furious and sent out a special investigation team to investigate. For some unknown reason, the case was left unresolved and the official has not yet announced the murderer. I didn't expect that Chu Xuan actually has this identity. Kia Yingluo said in shock. Liu Minghui smiled maliciously. Tell me, if those who wiped out the Chu family knew that Chu Xuan, the one who escaped the net, was still alive, what would they do? Chapter 41 Identity Exposed. What will they do? Upon hearing this, Kia Yingluo's body shook violently, and she reacted instantly. You mean, if those people knew Chu Xuan's identity, they would definitely try to kill him? Liu Minghui's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he said firmly, That's right. Back then, the Chu family was the leader of the 4 great families in Zhonghai. Yet, they were wiped out overnight, and even the murderer remains untraceable. You can only imagine how powerful the perpetrator was. If they knew there were still people alive in the Chu family, they would be unable to sleep or eat, and would kill Chu Xuan at all costs. As he spoke, he looked towards the direction of the Rhino King Hotel and said with a look of resentment, Originally, this secret was only known to me. But since Chu Xuan is unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. In an instant, Kia Yingluo forgot the fear and desolation of being banned by the Lin family and Jiang Luoshen, and a cold light suddenly flashed in her eyes. The two looked at each other and made a decision in an instant. That night, the news that Chu Xuan was a survivor of the Chu family was revealed and even made it to the news. Lin family villa. According to insiders, after the Chu family was tragically exterminated 18 years ago, one of their sons managed to escape. His name is Chu Xuan, and he is currently in Zhonghai. After dinner, the Lin family, who were drinking tea and taking a break, were all shocked when they saw the hostess explanation on the large LCD screen. None of them had expected that Chu Xuan actually had such a background. If it weren't for the local news channel in Zhonghai that made a special report on the Chu family's extermination, they wouldn't even have connected the Chu in Chu Xuan's name with the Chu family. Lin Jingnan's hand trembled and the hot tea in his hand spilled all over it. Bang! He was the first to react and immediately threw the teacup onto the table. He then glared at Chu Xuan and said, Chu Xuan, is what's written here true? Are you really a survivor of the Chu family tragedy from 18 years ago? The others should also be staring at Chu Xuan. Lin Qingwu looked at Chu Xuan and said, It's fake, right? Could someone be deliberately framing you? Lin Changing also frowned. I'm afraid someone is using a knife to kill someone with evil intentions. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Chu family's annihilation case in Zhonghai was a far-reaching affair, and what had been revealed was only the tip of the iceberg. It may even involve the game between the bigwigs in Longju. Otherwise, it would be impossible that after so many years, we still haven't found out the truth. Therefore, the Chu family is a taboo topic in Zhonghai, especially among the major wealthy families. No one dares to contact them. Whoever gets involved will be killed without a trace. Even wealthy families are no exception. Chu Xuan said expressionlessly, What the news said is true. I am indeed a descendant of the Chu family in Zhonghai, and the only descendant. Boom tilde. In an instant, the whole audience fell into dead silence. Lin Qingwu looked at Chu Xuan in shock. Even Lin Changing's calm old face was filled with shock and disbelief. No. A moment later, Lin Zhengnan was the first to react. He jumped up and pointed at Chu Xuan and said, Divorce. You must divorce. Chu Xuan, you must divorce Qingwu and leave the Lin family. Our Lin family must not be implicated by you. His face was pale and his hands were trembling slightly. I'm not angry, but scared. 18 years ago, the Chu family was the most powerful family in Zhonghai. Its strength far exceeded that of the other 3 powerful families, and it even had the potential to become a prominent family. Even so, their entire family was wiped out overnight. One can imagine how powerful the person who did this is. The current Lin family only became a wealthy family after the fall of the Chu family, and its strength is far inferior to that of the other 3 families. Now that Chu Xuan's identity has been exposed, if the Lin family continues to shelter Chu Xuan, they will probably be in great trouble. Su Jinxiu realized that this was the best opportunity to drive Chu Xuan away, and immediately jumped up and said, Chu Xuan, you are too shameless. You actually deliberately concealed your identity and laid such a huge bomb for our Lin family. No. Your engagement with Qingwu doesn't count. You must divorce Qingwu immediately. As she spoke, she looked at Lin Qingwu and said earnestly, Qingwu, you must announce in the newspaper tomorrow that you have divorced Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan has nothing to do with our Lin family. His life or death has nothing to do with us. Chu Xuan ignored the angry looks of the 2 men and his eyes were extremely calm. Although he ordered Sun Tulong to secretly investigate the Chu family's extermination, Sun Tulong was so experienced and cautious that he would never let this matter be exposed. If that's the case, then the person who exposed this matter must be someone else. However, it is obviously not a question of who leaked the information. Chu Xuan turned his head and looked at Lin Qingwu and Lin Changing, and said calmly, "Grandpa, Qingwu, if you don't want to be implicated, I can leave." "I don't agree." Without waiting for Chu Xuan to finish speaking, she stood up resolutely and looked at Lin Zhengnan and his wife. "Chu Xuan and I have registered our marriage. He is my husband. We share the same fate. What's more, even if we sever our ties now, do you think those people will believe that the Lin family has nothing to do with Chu Xuan? Based on their ruthless actions back then, they would most likely rather kill than let go." Su Jinxiu was so angry that she covered her chest and scolded, "Qingwu, you are confused." Bang! Lin Changing slammed the teacup in his hand onto the table and scolded, "I think it's you who are confused. You two are almost 100 years old combined, and yet you can't even tell right from wrong as well as a child. Are you all living on dogs?" Lin Jingnan's face turned red and white, but he still said stubbornly, "Dad, isn't what I said the truth? If the Chu family's former enemies come knocking on our door, our Lin family won't be able to withstand them. Do you want to see the tragedy of the Chu family 18 years ago repeated in our Lin family? The most urgent thing is that no matter whether the other party believes it or not, we must draw a clear line between ourselves and Chu Xuan. At the very least, we must make our position clear." Lin Changing's forehead veins were throbbing and he was very skeptical about his life. He just couldn't understand why Lin Changing, who had been so successful in his life, would give birth to such a terrible thing. "Just shut up." Lin Changing roared and slammed his hand on the table. "If you two are afraid, then stop calling me Dad. I'll publish a statement in the newspaper tomorrow and sever all ties with you. This way, you won't be implicated." Lin Jingnan's mouth twitched suddenly. This isn't the kind of severance he wants. Lin Changing was too lazy to pay attention to Lin Zhengnan and his wife. He turned to look at Chu Xuan, and in a second he went from being furious to being amiable. "Xiao Chu, you will go to work at Lin's tomorrow as the president's assistant, assisting Qingwu. Grandpa will be happy if you two live a good life. If I could hold my great-grandson sooner, I would be even happier." In this way, he made his attitude clear and firmly supported Chu Xuan. Lin Qingwu blushed and pretended not to hear anything. She said nonchalantly, "I'm a little tired today. I'm going to rest first." Chu Xuan was also caught off guard. After all, he and Lin Qingwu are friends now, and he no longer has the same obsession with Lin Qingwu for saving his life. However, the firm support of Lin Qingwu and Lin Changing still warmed his heart. He looked at Lin Changing and nodded seriously, "Don't worry, Grandpa, I will take good care of Qingwu." Chapter 42. We'll talk tomorrow. Bailu Villa. In an elegant octagonal pavilion surrounded by winding water, Jiang Luoshen was drinking tea with Xiang Lianqing. The exquisite porcelain was filled with fragrant tea. Xiang Lianqing took a sip of tea, closed his eyes, and his face was full of enjoyment. After a moment, he opened his eyes, looked at Jiang Luoshen with a smile, and asked, "Miss Jiang, do you remember the bet we made 2 days ago?" It was Jiang Luoshen who introduced Chu Xuan to him. But Chu Xuan made wild claims, asserting that he would vomit blood within 3 days, become paralyzed within 5 days, turn into a vegetable within 7 days, and die within 10 days. If Jiang Luoshen hadn't been there, he would have lost his temper. Now it is almost the 3rd day, and Xiang Lianqing can't wait to get back at his former self. Jiang Luoshen took a sip of tea and said with a faint smile, "Uncle Xiang, isn't there still 1 night left until 3 days? The fate is still uncertain, so why rush?" Xiang Lianqing laughed out loud. "I know my own body best, and I'm in great shape. To be honest, Miss Jiang, I went to the hospital for another checkup yesterday. The doctor said I'm 50 years old, but with the body of a 30-year-old, so I can live to at least 100. This time, your cherished Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain jar depicting Giguzi descending the mountain will be mine." Xiang Lianqing was able to get such a priceless treasure so easily that he almost laughed out loud in his dreams these past 2 days. The key is to be able to vent the frustration in your heart. After this incident, Chu Xuan's status in Jiang Luoshen's heart will surely plummet. Jiang Luoshen smiled calmly and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Xiang. If what Chu Xuan said hasn't come true by tomorrow morning, I will send someone to give you that Yuan blue and white porcelain." Xiang Lianqing laughed heartily and said, "If that's the case, then I'll wait patiently for good news. Ha ha ha." He smirked for a moment. After the tea tasting, we said goodbye and left. As he left, Xiang Lianqing smiled again and said, "I'm going to go back and tidy up my collection room now to make as much space as possible for that treasure." Jiang Luoshen sat quietly in the octagonal pavilion, looking at the tea that had already gone cold, without saying a word. On the other side, Xiang Lianqing got into the car triumphantly and told the driver to drive home. However, the car had just been driving for a short while when Xiang Lianqing suddenly felt some discomfort in his lower back, as if ants were gnawing at his flesh and blood. It was itchy and painful, causing his body to shiver subconsciously. What's going on? He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart and reached out to touch his lower back. In an instant, a pain that penetrated deep into his bones spread throughout his body. Xiang Lianqing cried out in pain and collapsed directly on the seat, his whole body soaked in cold sweat. The terrible pain madly attacked his body and mind. Xiang Lianqing felt a sweetness in his throat, and he involuntarily arched his waist and spat out a mouthful of blood. Puff! Blood spurted out, leaving a bloody flower in the carriage. Xiang Lianqing felt even more pain in his lower back because of the blood-spurting action just now. The bodyguards who were also in the car protecting him were shocked when they saw this. "Boss, what's wrong with you?" As he said this, he was about to come over and help Xiang Lianqing up. "Don't touch me." Xiang Lianqing hurriedly stopped him, and then urged without any pause. "Hurry up, send me back to Bailu Villa to find Jiang Luoshen." "Hurry, hurry." The bodyguards and the driver did not dare to delay and quickly used the other two bodyguard cars to lead the way and turned around to Bailu Villa. In the octagonal pavilion, Jiang Luoshen had just changed into a new set of tea sets and was ready to brew a pot of new tea for himself. However, before the water was heated, she heard a noise coming from outside. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Luoshen saw the bodyguard who had been following Xiang Lianqing rushing in with a panicked look on his face. "What's going on? Uncle Xiang just left less than 5 minutes ago. Why are his people back again?" Jiang Luoshen was puzzled. Before she could come up with a conclusion, a large group of people appeared behind the bodyguard. Xiang Lianqing's other bodyguards hurried in, carefully carrying a stretcher. The person lying on the stretcher was Xiang Lianqing. Jiang Luoshen could no longer sit still. She didn't even care about the tea she was making. She quickly stood up and asked in surprise, "What's going on? What happened to Uncle Xiang?" The leading bodyguard replied anxiously, "Miss Jiang, the boss just vomited blood. Besides, he's in extreme pain right now. We can only carry the boss in." In order to obtain the most elegant scenery, the Bailu Villa is full of garden landscapes built according to the terrain, and cars cannot drive into Jiang Luoshen's courtyard at all. In order to bring Xiang Lianqing up, the bodyguards even made a stretcher on the spot. Jiang Luoshen immediately thought of Chu Xuan's previous prophecy and couldn't help but be stunned. "Isn't this too amazing?" She muttered to herself. At this moment, Xiang Lianqing was also carried by the bodyguards and came in front of Jiang Luoshen. "Quick, Miss Jiang, where is that guy? Let him come over and treat me." Xiang Lianqing kept urging him, and the unbearable pain could still be heard in his voice. Jiang Luoshen didn't make a phone call. He just frowned at Xiang Lianqing and said, "Uncle Xiang, it's best to ask for help in a begging manner. What do you think of calling a kid? I advise you to be more humble, otherwise if you anger Chu Xuan, I won't be able to help you." Xiang Lianqing was in so much pain that he was covered in cold sweat. The bodyguards had just transferred him from the car to the stretcher, and he was in so much pain that he almost fainted. At this moment, the pain in his lower back seemed to have connected to his brain. He just said a word and it hurt like hell. This kind of pain is simply unbearable. Hearing Jiang Luoshen's words, he immediately panicked. If Chu Xuan didn't take action, he would probably die of pain. Yes, it's my attitude that's the problem. "Ms. Jiang, please help me and invite Chu Xuan over. I'd like to apologize to him for my previous rudeness." Because of the unbearable pain, he bowed to Lianqing. Seeing this, Jiang Luoshen nodded and said, "Okay, in that case, I'll give it a try by making a phone call." After saying that, she took the phone from her bodyguard, walked aside and called Chu Xuan. In less than a minute, Jiang Luoshen turned around and came back. "How about it?" Xiang Lianqing asked anxiously, "When will he come?" Jiang Luoshen stroked her forehead with her hand, a helpless look on her pretty face. He said he fell asleep. "If you have anything to say, let's talk about it tomorrow." Xiang Lianqing. Chapter 43. Early Withdrawal of Loans. Xiang Lianqing only felt a surge in his throat, and was so angry that he almost vomited blood again. Fortunately, he suppressed it and did not vomit blood in the end. The villain succeeds. The villain succeeds. Xiang Lianqing's blood pressure soared, his face flushed red as he roared, "I just don't believe it. Without him, the butcher Chu, I wouldn't be able to eat hairy pigs." He cursed a lot, but because he was too angry, the movement of his voice caused the pain in his lower back, which made him gasp in pain. "Hurry! Take me to the hospital." Xiang Lianqing looked at the bodyguard and ordered angrily, Jiang Luoshen looked at Xiang Lianqing indifferently as he got angry, without saying a word to stop him. The bodyguards naturally did not dare to disobey, and hurriedly and carefully carried the stretcher out of Bailu Villa and headed straight for the hospital. But when getting into the car, Xiang Lianqing was in so much pain that he couldn't move anymore, so they had to remove the seats in the car before they could finally put the stretcher in. By the time we arrived at the hospital and completed a series of examinations, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Xiang Lianqing felt that the pain in his lower back had eased a little, but his symptoms were exactly the same as what Chu Xuan had said, so he couldn't wait to call a doctor and ask for the results. The doctor who was called in had a serious look on his face. He was holding a folder in his hand, which contained all the results of Xiang Lianqing's examination. Mr. Xiang, the wound on your lower back has broken open. Because it has repeatedly opened and healed so many times, the skin and flesh around the wound have lost their vitality and can no longer heal on their own. In addition, we also detected an unknown toxin from your wound. The situation is very dangerous. The doctor frowned and said solemnly. Xiang Lianqing became increasingly irritated as he listened, and angrily asked, "Stop talking so much nonsense. I'm just asking you, how should it be treated?" The doctor thought about it, and finally said with a helpless smile, "There is no way. At least none of the hospitals in Zhonghai can do it. Your wound is old and requires surgery as soon as possible. But before the toxin is detected, we can't perform surgery at all. Even if we force surgery, the success rate is too low. I suggest you go to Longju and try, maybe there's still a glimmer of hope." When Xiang Lianqing heard the words "a glimmer of hope," his eyes widened. He swallowed hard and asked, "Are you sure this is the only chance of survival?" What is a glimmer of hope? This means that he only has a tiny hope of survival. Even if he went to Longju, his hope of survival was only a tiny bit. The doctor met Xiang Lianqing's gaze and nodded with difficulty but certainty. Xiang Lianqing's face suddenly turned extremely pale, and his legs even trembled. It wasn't the pain, but the fear from that glimmer of hope. He was almost scared to death. "Quick, quick, contact Chu Xuan," yelled at Lianqing. Chu Xuan could see everything before he got sick, so he could definitely cure himself. But after yelling, Xiang Lianqing remembered that he didn't have Chu Xuan's contact information at all. Thinking of his arrogance in front of Chu Xuan, Xiang Lianqing regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. "Hurry up and contact Jiang Luoshen. Tell him I accept defeat. I only ask her to help me contact Chu Xuan." Xiang Lianqing gave orders repeatedly. The bodyguard quickly brought his cell phone so he could make the call. The hospital ward was suddenly in chaos. 8 o'clock in the morning, Lin family villa. After Chu Xuan and Lin Qingwu finished their breakfast, they got up at the same time and prepared to go to work. Starting today, Chu Xuan will officially serve as the president of Lin Corporation, that is, Lin Qingwu's assistant. Lin Qingwu's design-conscious waist hugging blazer made her look like a queen. Chu Xuan was wearing a men's suit. He was tall, had long legs, a handsome face, and was extremely handsome. Lin Changing looked at the scene of the two standing together with satisfaction, and his old face was full of smiles. Okay. You are worthy of being my granddaughter and grandson-in-law. The two of you standing together are simply a match made in heaven." As he spoke, he walked up to the two of them in 2 or 3 steps, raised his hands, patted them on the shoulders, one on the left and one on the right, and said with relief, "You two, if you work together, you will definitely be able to run the Lin Group well. Old man, I'm waiting for your good news." Behind Lin Changing, Lin Zhengnan and Su Jinxiu were so angry when they saw this scene that they almost bit their teeth. However, at this moment, they did not dare to say anything more. After all, they were really afraid that Lin Changing would no longer recognize them. In this case, how can they enjoy the luxurious life of the Lin family? But at this moment, looking at Chu Xuan and the other person standing together, it was an eyesore no matter how I looked at it. The couple looked at each other, still unwilling to give up. We must not let Chu Xuan stay in the Lin family. Lin Changing didn't care what his son and daughter-in-law thought. He just smiled and sent Chu Xuan and his wife out the door. Lin Qingwu's face turned slightly red due to her grandfather's teasing, and she didn't suppress her emotions until she reached the garage. She coughed lightly, walked to a low-key and luxurious Rolls-Royce, looked at Chu Xuan and asked, "Can you drive?" As she spoke, Lin Qingwu had already opened the car door and got in. Chu Xuan shook his head and chuckled. "Of course I can drive." Lin Qingwu nodded and was about to say something when her cell phone suddenly rang. She frowned slightly, looked at the name of her secretary Sun Cheyue displayed on the phone, smiled apologetically at Chu Xuan, and answered the call first. At this time, she was on her way to work. If there was any work, she could just go to the company to handle it. There was no need for Sun Chu to call at this time, unless there is an emergency that needs to be reported. Sure enough, as soon as the call was connected, without waiting for Lin Qingwu to ask, Secretary Sun Chu said anxiously, "Boss Lin, something terrible has happened. Our company has $1 billion loan that's not due until the end of the year, but the bank is suddenly withdrawing the loan early. The bank gave us 1 week to repay the loan, otherwise they would freeze our company account and put us on the bank's blacklist. We won't be able to borrow a penny from you in the future." Hearing this, Lin Qingwu's expression changed immediately, and she quickly asked, "Did the other party say any reason?" "No. They just gave us an ultimatum. We must repay the loan within a week." Sun Chu replied, "I understand. I'll take care of this." After hanging up the phone, she looked at Chu Xuan and said, "Go to Billiona Bank." Chu Xuan was surprised when he heard this and asked, "Did something happen?" Lin Qingwu frowned and explained, "The group has a loan from Billiona Bank that's not due until the end of the year, and the bank wants to withdraw the loan early. Originally, this loan could be repaid on time, but now that it's been withdrawn early, the Lin Group simply can't afford to pay back the 1 billion. I'm going to go to Billiona Bank and find out what's going on." Chu Xuan did not delay and directly opened the driver's door and started the car. In the back seat of the car, Lin Qingwu was still talking to her secretary Sun Chu. "Secretary Sun, don't panic. I will take care of this matter. Remember to block the news to avoid any negative impact on the company." Lin Qingwu gave instructions in an orderly manner. On the other end of the phone, Secretary Sun Chu laughed bitterly. "Boss Lin, it's too late." Chapter 44. Consider the overall situation. Lin Qingwu's expression changed immediately, and she quickly asked, "What's going on?" Secretary Sun Chu immediately explained, "The people from Billiona Bank just came over in a very open manner, and they didn't hide their purpose at all. The news of their early withdrawal of loans has already spread. Many people in the company have heard about the bank withdrawing loans, and there are rumors that came out of nowhere that the company is about to go bankrupt and can't even pay salaries. The company is in a panic now." Lin Qingwu frowned even tighter, but suppressed her voice and said to Sun Chu calmly, "You appease the employees first. I will take care of this matter. Don't worry, the company will be fine." Sun Chu was relieved after receiving her assurance, and quickly hung up the phone to appease the employees. Chu Xuan had already driven out of the garage. Seeing Lin Qingwu's bad face through the rearview mirror, he couldn't help but ask, "Is there trouble at the company too?" Lin Qingwu nodded. "It's indeed a bit tricky, but we need to go to the bank first. It is so weird that Billiona Bank came to the company to inform us about this matter in such a brazen manner. Even if a bank wants to withdraw loans, it will not do it so obviously and drastically." Lin Qingwu was 100% sure that there must be something else going on here. Chu Xuan knew that Lin Qingwu was anxious, so he stepped on the accelerator. The smooth body of the Rolls-Royce drew an arc on the road and finally arrived at Billiona Bank at the fastest speed. As soon as the car stopped, Lin Qingwu opened the door. "I'll go up first. You go park the car and come find me later." As she spoke, she hurried into the Billiona Bank. Chu Xuan nodded, turned the steering wheel, quickly found a parking space, parked the car, and was about to chase Lin Qingwu. However, after just taking 2 steps, Chu Xuan's cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone, only to see Jiang Luoshan's name flashing on it. Chu Xuan thought about the phone call last night and already understood what was going on, but he still asked knowingly, "Boss Jiang, is there something wrong?" On the other end of the phone, Jiang Luoshan chuckled, "If everything is fine, can't I find you?" But soon, she changed the subject and became more serious. "Something's really going on. Xiang Lianqing asked me to call him. He was tortured terribly last night and was terribly frightened. After he came out of the hospital, he came to me. I hope you can give me a favor and treat Xiang Lianqing. Besides, Xiang Lianqing is very powerful in Zhonghai. If you owe him a favor, he will be able to help you in the future." Chu Xuan agreed without even thinking about it. Although Xiang Lianqing was extremely arrogant towards him at that time, he must have become completely honest due to his illness. "Okay, for your sake, I agree. I'm at Billiona Bank now, please ask him to come." Chu Xuan said simply. Jiang Luoshan smiled with satisfaction. "Okay, then I will notify him immediately and ask him to find you." Chu Xuan hung up the phone in a hurry and walked into Billiona Bank. At the same time, Billiona Bank, Director's Office. Lin Qingwu, led by the bank staff, entered the office and immediately saw the fat, big-eared middle-aged man sitting in the office. Even the large office desk couldn't hide his bulging belly, and even a pregnant woman in her 7th or 8th month of pregnancy couldn't compare with his physique. On the desk in front of him was his nameplate, Director of Billiona Bank, Ma Renly. Director Ma, this isn't the first time our Lin Group has cooperated with Billiona Bank, and there have never been any problems. This billion-yuan loan isn't due until the end of the year, and we've already invested the money. Yet you're trying to withdraw the loan early? Aren't you deliberately making things difficult for us? Isn't this inappropriate? After the staff who led the way left, Lin Qingwu didn't beat around the bush and directly asked the question that concerned her most. When Ma Renly heard this, a gleam of surprise and greed flashed in his small eyes hidden among the fat. He said with a forced smile, "Ms. Lin, I'm sorry, but Lin's has been classified as a high-risk company. Withdrawing the loan early is a responsibility to the bank and the customer, and it's in line with the rules. After all, the landlords don't have any surplus food." Looking at Lin Qingwu's furrowed brows and the waist-hugging suit, Ma Renly suddenly changed the subject and said, "But there's still room for change." His eyes lingered on Lin Qingwu, his plump cheeks trembled, revealing a smile, and continued, "As long as you're willing to spend one night with me, I can postpone the loan payment for a month." Lin Qingwu stood up instantly, suppressing her anger, and said, "Director Ma, do you know what you are saying? How dare you say such shameless words?" Ma Renly laughed, no longer concealing the lustful look in his eyes. He pressed the chair and slid forward a distance, stretched his neck, and his eyes fell greedily on Lin Qingwu. "Of course I know what I'm talking about. I just want to fuck you." He looked at Lin Qingwu with a joking expression and said, "I, Ma Renly, have played with many women in my life, but I have never played with a rich lady. Ms. Lin, we are all adults, so I might as well make things clear. I don't need to withdraw the 1 billion yuan loan in advance, but you must sleep with me. Spend one night with me, and I'll postpone your loan for a month. Spend a week with me, and I can get you to pay back your loan on time." Hearing Ma Renly's shameless words, Lin Qingwu's face turned extremely ugly, but she still suppressed her anger and did not show it. Only her breathing became uncontrollably rapid. Seeing this, Ma Renly's eyes lit up with excitement. He pressed on, "Miss Lin, things haven't been easy for you, the Lin family, lately, have they? Having offended the King of Jiangbei, the Lin family is already in a difficult situation. If their loan is withdrawn prematurely, they're likely to go bankrupt. But if you become my woman, not only will I not withdraw the loan in advance, I can also lend you another 500 million to help you through the crisis." He enjoyed watching Lin Qingwu suppress her anger, his lustful eyes filled with pride. When he saw Lin Qingwu's fingers were pinched white, Ma Renly laughed playfully and asked, "Ms. Lin, one thought is heaven, one thought is hell. I just don't know, will you choose to remain a virgin, or will you consider the overall situation?" Chapter 45. Have you asked my opinion? Lin Qingwu's chest was heaving violently, and she wanted to grab the ashtray in front of her and smash Ma Renly open. But in the end, she suppressed her anger and said through gritted teeth, "Director Ma, I'm already married, please respect yourself." However, after hearing this, Ma Renly not only did not restrain himself, but rubbed his hands together, his eyes shining as he said, "It's good to be married. Only when you are married can you feel better. Ms. Lin, you're not a virgin anymore, so why are you pretending to be so reserved? Just by spreading my legs, I can earn tens of millions or even hundreds of millions in profit. Why not do it? Besides, women are useless to anyone. They can't be damaged anyway. Don't you think so?" As he spoke, he stood up from his chair, walked around the desk, and was about to touch Lin Qingwu's face. Seeing that fat hand getting closer and closer, and the disgusting aura of Ma Renly becoming more and more obvious, Lin Qingwu could no longer suppress her anger. With anger burning in her eyes, Lin Qingwu picked up the ashtray and smashed it hard on Ma Renly's head, cursing, "Use your mother." Bang! Ma Renly was fat and had a big head. He smashed the ashtray down hard, making a dull sound. He cried out in pain and instantly became furious. "You bitch! You shameless slut, who do you think you are?" While cursing, he raised his foot and kicked Lin Qingwu on the leg. Lin Qingwu staggered and fell to the ground due to unstable center of balance. Ma Renly covered his forehead with his hands, and when he opened his hands, they were covered in blood. This also aroused his anger, and his fat face was twisted into a hideous shape. "You stinky bitch, you don't know how to be shameless even if I give you a chance. Very good. Now I'm going to force myself on you. What can you do about it?" As he said this, he was about to lean over to pull Lin Qingwu's collar. Lin Qingwu stepped back in a hurry, but there was a sofa behind her. When she stepped back, she bumped into the sofa directly and had nowhere to retreat. Lin Qingwu suddenly panicked. "Get out of here." She grabbed at things at hand, hoping to find something to stop Ma Renly. However, This office has someone cleaning it every day, so how could there be anything useful? Lin Qingwu couldn't catch anything. Boundless panic instantly overwhelmed Lin Qingwu, and her eyes turned red. Seeing that Ma Renli's fat palm was about to touch her, Lin Qingwu couldn't help but feel despair. But at this moment, bang! The office door was kicked open. Immediately afterwards, a figure rushed in like the wind and directly appeared in front of Ma Renli. The next moment, the man raised his hand and slapped Ma Renli hard in the face. Bang! Ma Renli's body, which weighed a considerable amount, was actually blown away by this slap. Bang! He slammed down hard on the desk behind him, and the fat on his body trembled several times. Lin Qingwu was stunned by the scene before her. When he saw who it was, he cried out in a sobbing voice, feeling wronged, "Chu Xuan." There is no doubt that the person coming is Chu Xuan. After hanging up the phone with Jiang Luoshen, Chu Xuan rushed into Zijing Bank as fast as he could, hoping to catch up with Lin Qingwu. However, the bank was crowded today, and Chu Xuan wasted quite a bit of time just waiting for the elevator. By the time he reached the floor where the bank director was, several minutes had passed. Chu Xuan clearly heard what Ma Renli said in the office through the door. He immediately became furious and broke open the door and rushed in. Although it happened in time and no big mistake was made, Chu Xuan was still very upset when he saw the horror and fear on Lin Qingwu's face. Lin Qingwu's clothes were a little messed up when she went to the bottom just now. Chu Xuan quickly took off his suit jacket and put it on her. But just as he was putting on his clothes, Chu Xuan keenly noticed that Lin Qingwu's whole body was trembling. Chu Xuan immediately realized that Lin Qingwu was frightened. "Don't be afraid, watch carefully." Chu Xuan said this to Lin Qingwu in a deep voice, then turned around, rushed forward, and raised his arms again. Bang, bang, bang. There were several more slaps in the face, and Chu Xuan used all his strength in each slap. Ma Renli's fat face suddenly swelled up like a pig's head. His face swayed left and right under Chu Xuan's slap, and in the middle, several teeth mixed with blood came out of his mouth. Woo, woo, woo. Ma Renli wanted to speak and struggle, but under the punishment of Chu Xuan's slap, he couldn't even move. Seeing that more and more blood was coming out of Ma Renli's mouth, Lin Qingwu became a little panicked. She hurried forward, grabbed the corner of Chu Xuan's clothes, and said, "Chu Xuan, stop fighting. We can't let anyone get killed. I don't want anything to happen to you." The scene of Ma Renli being beaten quickly washed away the fear and trepidation in Lin Qingwu's heart. But Lin Qingwu also didn't want Chu Xuan to do anything irreparable for her. Chu Xuan understood Lin Qingwu's concern for him and withdrew his arm. Ma Renli finally got a chance to breathe. He covered his cheek and roared angrily and aggrievedly, "Who the hell are you? How dare you lay hands on me? Do you even know how to spell the word death?" Chu Xuan's anger, which had just been calmed down by Lin Qingwu, surfaced again. He raised his hand and slapped him again. "I am your long-lost wild father." Bang! Ma Renli rolled over and hit the ground. Ma Renli was seriously injured by the fall. "I couldn't get up from the ground for a long time." Seeing this, Lin Qingwu was worried that someone might die, so she quickly grabbed Chu Xuan's hand and said, "Chu Xuan, let's leave here first." When Ma Renli, who was lying on the ground, heard this, he suddenly gained strength and struggled to get up from the ground. He glared at Chu Xuan fiercely, his eyes hidden by fat filled with resentment. "Want to leave? Do you think this is a public restroom? You can come and go as you please. If you dare to hit me, I'll put you in jail for life." There was a slight lisp in his words, but his unyielding attitude did not diminish at all. Then, he turned to look at Lin Qingwu, pointed at her and cursed. "Lin Qingwu, you're fucking finished too. Just wait, I will put you, Lins, on the blacklist, and the entire banking system will completely ban you. Don't even think about borrowing a penny from the bank anymore. Your Lin family can just wait for bankruptcy." Seeing the patience appear on Lin Qingwu's face again, Ma Renli immediately felt confident. "Why, you want me to let you go? All right. Kneel down and beg me. Stay with me obediently for another month, and I'll let you go, you bitch. Otherwise, every one of you will be doomed."